Head your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made a comeback when you're close to the end. Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure copy shots?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament by 0-0 nation. The best team in the world 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Well, it's the first day of Christmas, and one of my greatest loves hath returned to me, the UNITE Championship Series. And what better sign of the season than to sit around a proverbial fireplace with 3 charming companions. From bottom up to top right, we have Kelosaurus, Draku-san, and Soph-chan. And where better to start, really, than with the queen of LAIC herself. So, first of all, has your voice recovered from all of the completely unbiased and completely impartial support of Tuzi Esports?
Testing. I think the voice is here. I think we're good to
Okay.
go. Oh, I am so excited to be into UCS season after LAIC. So many things that we can break down together during the day and from yesterday as well. So all of it is just going to be amazing, especially with the first match. We can talk about that in a little bit.
Do love a chef's kiss, and joining us in the kitchen, cooking on the mic, we got the wonderful Draku-san. First and foremost, welcome to the UNITE Championship Series. Well deserved, my friend. How are the vibes? Are we feeling immaculate?
Immaculate indeed, Relic. It is an absolute honor and a pleasure to be sharing the caster's desk with you all. You 3 especially have been so integral in my caster's journey, as budding as it was, and would rather no place to be than spending it here with you all to celebrate some of the best teams in Europe.
Oh, warm and fuzzy feelings already. And completing the trio alongside me, we got the wonderful Kelosaurus. Feels a little bit strange, I imagine, being here on EU with OC already having finished, but we had some really awesome action over there, didn't we?
Well, funnily enough, Relic, this isn't my first rodeo in terms of covering Europe. I did it back in 2023. So I believe you and Soph also covered that as well. So we're taking a rewind, maybe a little bit of deja vu, plus some Draku here. But yeah, super duper excited to be here. OC was amazing to watch. That's really got me pumped up for what's to come for EU. And later on, we'll have NA as well.
No spoilers if you do want to check out the results, but let's go back around to Soph. Plenty of results to talk through in regards to LAIC. For our purposes, we're going to be zoning in on that EU representation with Nouns Esports. Now, one of the all-timer series in my mind between Nouns Esports and Tuzi Esports. On that occasion, the home crowd delighted, given that Tuzi were able to beat Nouns, but that does put a bit of a question mark going into this online portion of the season now. Do you think that was a fair representation of where Nouns Esports were, or do you think that it was literally just on the day, Tuzi Esports were the better squad?
I think there was a lot of home ground, just vibes and buff that comes through with a Brazilian audience having your back for Tuzi. But Nouns already yesterday having a clean, undefeated run of the play-ins qualifiers that just really makes it feel like they are very much prepared for potentially being the first seed getting into today, because they were the first team to qualify into our finals for play-in. So I think it was just, one thing of a moment. They were the only sole European team to represent Europe in LAIC, so that was also a little bit of a potential weight and responsibility on their backs. So maybe that affected them. I think now they are on their A game.
But Draku, the question marks continue. My finger is still on the question mark key on this keyboard, because we've actually had a roster change since LAIC. Soreyu, quote-unquote, stolen away by Gecko Kami for his team, funnily enough, Aion, who are facing Nouns Esports first and foremost. So in comes X-Plane. They have not been able to find a full-time replacement, ironically enough, in time. Are Nouns Esports even the best in region anymore? Do we have some competitors to the throne?
Well, Relic, let's talk about Nouns Esports for just one more second. They've clearly been the crowd favorite for a very long time, really leading the pack in EU for most of this offseason, a lot of last year as well, being the EU representative for WCS in 2024. But like you said, a lot of question marks on whether they are going to continue to be on their A game through the start of the season. Still some question marks to be had. But a team that I'm going to be looking at, Aion, definitely a team to be looking at for this first set of the evening. But also Gen 5, a newly announced all-French team, Utah Megu, last year on Tally Bobo Believers. They were a WCS qualified team. This is a team that is potentially a crowd favorite to win this entire event today.
I think they're not just the crowd favorite. I think they're the favorite for all of us as well, Kello. It's one of those teams where you just look at all of the flags that they're flying, and they're all green right now. You've got Utah and Megu, a story duo. I think it's quite sad, actually. Utah announcing that he intends for this to be his last season in the UCS. They'll be wanting to go out with all sorts of glory and accolades to their name, but also an all French-speaking roster. And as much as it might seem a little bit surface level to say, being able to communicate in the same language without any sort of miscommunications, that's really important in the games such as Unite.
Oh, 100%. And I guess that is the diversity that Europe has. The fact that there are multiple languages across the region. So finding other players in your native tongue, is that what is comfortable to you, besides English as well? Not all players end up speaking English as well. So I think it's going to be that comfort pick, coming together. So, we've mentioned, Nouns, Aion, Gen 5, but also the one, I think, the dark horse coming on in to that upper side winners bracket is Lelovers as well. So we have names like Potato and Marv joining that roster. So it'll be really interesting to see these players also come back for the 2025 season.
And we are going to be looking at the majority of these teams today, it should be mentioned. Sadly, we'll be missing the elimination of 2 teams. That's going to be in the lower bracket round 1. We'll update you with the bracket in due time, most certainly. But for the moment, we've got to focus on our Pokemon to watch. Now, in terms of the meta, folks, wide open. There are so many different ways that you could go about winning a game of Pokemon Unite. But Soph, we saw it at LAIC. Fresh out of the ban blocks, they are now available for usage, those XEX licenses, and Miraidon in particular has seen a lot of play.
Oh, yes, it has, Relic, and to be honest, it's just working out like most of the Pokemon that are now available in the meta as a priority pick. Pokemon that can use both their builds. You have Electro Drift, you have Charge Beam from Miraidon, and they're both so powerful. Whenever you bring that Pokemon into play, you know it's going to be just so incredibly pivotal to their win condition. So when we bring in, it's just the fact that if you go for a more aggressive into the backline Electro Drift, trying to finish people off with those 3 hits, or just Charge Beaming your way from the back line and having your usual attacker stance where you're more protected from that front to back with a heavy defender composition in front of you.
What do you fancy, Drake? I mean, we've got the general build that we feel as a quartet works the best. More of this supportive damage dealer with that charge beam that Soph was talking about. Not exactly the longest range. We're not talking about your Intellions or your Decidueyes, but certainly enough range to allow yourself to kite, to keep yourself away from melee damage dealers. Got an eject button there potentially as a backup option, but we have seen a few rogue electro drifts out there as well, and that's a huge amount of damage that could be dealt in one fell swoop.
See, Miraidon is very interesting. I like to point out another attacker on the cast, which is Mew. We call that Pokemon the Jack of all trades, master of none for Miraidon, in my opinion. It's the Jack of all trades, master of all. It can be, like Soph was saying, an artillery-like mage with Charge Beam. It could be a more speedster-like mage, a speedster-like attacker with Electro Drift. But I know a lot of teams, particularly in the East, have been experimenting with this Pokemon as a supporting class Pokemon. That passive ability, Hadron Engine, turns off the healing factor of your goal zones. It also enhances your own goal zones as well. So a lot of different, like I say, flavors for this particular Pokemon.
Goal Hacker is officially in the mud, unfortunately. But tell you what, these EX licenses or XEX licenses, there is
Obviously, Pokemon Unite is a points game after all. Do you want to utilize your Aeos energy? Obviously, Pokemon Unite is a points game after all. Do you want to utilize your Aeos energy for those moves to give it that boost, or would you rather them go in the goals? So it really comes down to playing around that and strategizing and keeping an eye either on your cooldowns depending on which Pokemon you're playing, or even the bar below your health bar if you're Mega Mewtwo Y, for example.
You're certainly not going to be using it in a score composition, are you? Let's call them the consume composition, shall we? Let's talk about that front line as well. So let's talk about top picks from LAIC, and certainly on the face of it, the EU qualifiers just now. We've got a lot of defenders and supporters that are on the table at this stage. Certainly a lot of Mamoswine, a lot of idea behind CC and just tanking things, but there are two picks in particular that we're looking towards and who we'd be actually quite surprised if they do find themselves through to draft more often than not.
Yeah, so just going off what you mentioned there on defenders, we have actually from yesterday the Trevenant plus the Umbreon as the main defenders picked on the meta at the moment, and the other Pokemon that we have been talking about. Highly banned in Japan for ACL is that Psyduck, now available for this weekend for Aeos Cup Play-Ins, and we also have that usual Darkrai just locked in jail most of the time, that when it comes through, it's just very impactful, but mostly not being there into play. So it's those changes that really just make the meta so interesting at the moment. One thing that changed from LAC to now in regards to picks and bans is that Hoopa, that was usually banned alongside a Blissey, and now is the third most picked Pokemon yesterday on Saturday with 110 times and a 60% win rate. Oof.
It's not too bad, is it? It's not too bad. I love the mention of ACL, by the way, because for the past day, going into tomorrow as well, they've now got no Pokemon bans themselves. So there were some global bans introduced for the first week. This time around, nothing particularly that you can't pick, and so we actually saw a bit of Darkrai usage. But what was more interesting to me, Draku, was what was getting banned, and something that we saw a lot of was not just Comfey getting banned, but the Urshifu getting banned too. And actually, when we look at your all-rounders in general, looking at Urshifu, Mimikyu as well, even though there is a lot of discussion about what's best, who knows? But Draku, I asked you the question. I'm afraid that you're not going to get to answer it because our first match is ready. Soph-chan, Kellosaurus, have a good one, my friends. Over to you.
Oh, this is the moment, Kello. This is the moment. Thank you so much, Relic and Drake. It was so nice just having that roundtable conversation on pre-show. And Kello, this first best of three is just absolutely nuts. Aion versus Nouns Esports.
Yes, well, it's a brand new day. This year is a bit different in that sense of we have both the open qualifiers and the finals on the same weekend. So it's a question of, do they still have that momentum coming in from yesterday? But then there's also that downside where you don't have that week to prepare for your finals and study your top 8. So you're pretty much going on in. But you know what? If there's anything about EU and just regions in general, I'd say a lot of these teams have likely been scrimming against each other. I mean, not just scrimming against each other. We are now into our 4th season, so these players would have also been on previous teams together, and I guess that's where the spice comes in, Soph.
Oh, yes, it does. Straight into draft we go to, Kello, with the Mimikyu and an Inteleon. Very niche Pokemon that is coming out for the ban phase, while Aion has already locked in their Psyduck, potentially a Glaceon too.
Yes, this is with side-up band, but ooh, actually, they've prioritized the Leafeon, so Darkrai isn't banned. It'll be interesting to see if Nouns actually lock in this Pokemon up first, or whether they have something else on their sights, and it's going to be that Miraidon. Now, the brilliant thing about Miraidon, we've talked about Miraidon a lot in terms of that pre-show, is the passive that it has, Hydrogen Engine. So if we do have a Pugnan that do pick up Darkrai, which I can see they were hovering over it, when it pops that passive, yourself plus your allies can't actually fall asleep.
Yeah, wow. And it's such an interesting mechanic as well to counter out that Darkrai. So very, very fun if that comes into play. So they know that something wouldn't be all too favorable for the side of Aion if they choose that. Nouns Esports, though, go for the Trevenant with the Miraidon first pick. Just going back to LAIC was always the purple side first pick, and the Trevenant has been the first priority in regards to picks yesterday here at EU. And Aion do lock in that Drakkar as well, and Nouns Esports have the greeting for Godlu. Look at that.
Look, Christmas came early here in the EU. The fact that we are seeing Gatlu Greedent first match is, I feel like, something on pretty much everybody's wish list, including my own. So Gatlu, we can see the build that they are running. They have the attack weight, Aeos Cookie, plus that focus ban, where we have Blaine on the Hooper who has the experience share and Brov with the experience share. So just that top laner. Yes, it's a defender, but that all-rounder type of thing.
I totally agree, Cal, especially because in your primordials UCS days for Greedent, it was the pick for invading the enemy central. So I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happens, because we know that both of these teams have very good strategy and knowledge overall in regards to those timers for the wild Pokemon spawns.
Yeah, one thing that is interesting is this double speedster composition that we are seeing over on the side of Aion. So I guess in terms of the speedsters, they are a lot more squishier in terms of their HP pool. So you probably don't want to get locked down by, say, an Electro Drift if this is what a Desugo is for. But I'd say potentially looking at their composition, likely more a Charge Beam for that backline range. But depending on what tune even ends up going into, a Wicked Blow could do some damage on these two.
I would say Wicked Blow makes sense, and to be very honest, if you're going Water Bear and those Flowing Fists, I think of Luminosity, and we're not in NA. I don't think we're gonna see that happening here, but maybe we will. We might see it happening, but on your screen is the first game of this Sunday. It's Aeos Cup Play-Ins Finals. Nouns Esports on the purple side, Aion on the orange, and already into the central area. Hooper looking rather spicy in this invade.
Of all of the Pokemon that I thought would invade, I thought it would have been Gatlu on the Squovit. But yeah, instead sending Blaine to just go and be a nuisance. But Aion, maybe they weren't prepared for a Hooper invade, but they do have that Chansey there to just help that Zorua along.
Quite some damage here on the bot side for Brov as they have their focus band popped, and you still see Blaine on this Hooper being a nuisance in the enemy central. Shinichi Doll to confirm that it is that Electro Drift you mentioned earlier that could have been coming into play, but they are swiftly taken down bot side though. Quite a lot of aggression still when you go for that 9-minute mark. 8:50 is pretty soon, and the rotation from the Yoshifu is going to the top side.
Can I just say, it is absolutely wild the fact that Blaine lasted that long in the central area. They've only just got taken down, but they have returned because it is the beginning, the low cooldown timers. But we do have that Gek on the Umbreon. Is that a foul play Umbreon, not a mean look Umbreon this time around?
Interesting. The Wicked Blow as well, if we're talking about builds chosen so far, is the choice there for the Yoshifu. And as we go back to the bot side here, we might see it pretty soon. And I agree, Keller, overall, I would have expected to see the Greedent for Galu going into the enemy central, but there's just so much that a Hooper can do with Astonish in the early game that it's just fine, I would say.
Yeah, but we do have those birds spawning shortly in that central area. Only Blaine so far there, but we can see they are converging into that. All the meanwhile, we do have a Gatlu making sure to stack up their Aeos Cookie and attack weight. You want to try and get those with as little Aeos energy as possible. That's just what Greedents do.
It is. And in the central area here, we actually saw Soreo getting most of the EXP on the central Swablues, as we're still getting close to that potential. Okay. Straight out Zacian doing as much as you would expect from this former EX license, and a 3-person just completely obliterating any possibility of Toon to try to defend this one. Although it's just 1-4 that is going to get scored in this top tier 1, still maybe pushing for something more tuned. Very low to getting taken, and they are. And that's not going to be just the end with a safeguard to guarantee that the Zacian gets out.
Yeah, I actually really like this safeguard pick that Aion has selected. I guess it's just that cleanse that it provides the shield rather than opting for soft-boiled for those healings. But we do have a Reggie still spawning down in that bottom path thanks to that hyperspace highway. We do have Nouns converging down there, shredding it on about. Gek lurking about in the tall grass, looking in for a steal, but unfortunately it's just a little bit too late. And we do have Toon locking that in. But meanwhile, Reggie Alecki ends up crashing on into their goal, meaning Soraya is able to also get in some much needed attack weight stacks of their own.
Objective trade as in the bot side, the fight is still continuing. Zacian has arrived, and this could be a very big ton of events for Aion as they're still trying to push forward. They have the numbers advantage with the 4v3, and now Bruv is going to get taken down themselves with a 2 KO streak going to the Darkrai, and now with a 3, maybe they can do something more, but the Electro Drift is just getting them out of the fray, as you need to be super, super careful when you have the Shedinja Doll on cooldown going into this enemy central. Leo might be in trouble, but they decide to go for the engage instead. They might get punished in back for it, but backup is there. You might have that wish to help you out with Gekko Kami, and yes, you are.
Yes, just to go and save Leo Rio there from getting knocked out. But I've got to say, the disruption that Gatlu is demonstrating right now with the cover moveset, being able to prevent those goals, just knock up Aion's allies there. And I guess this is why they are running that safeguard to prevent that. But the thing is, Bliss is not by your side. How are you supposed to deal with the Greedent? Well, guys, we do have that electric terrain being laid down by a Desu. Not really getting much of value from that. Another hyperspace hole to go and teleport some members. Maridon has now joined their bottom path, Soph.
Yes, and Dash and Ninja Do is gonna be on cooldown for the next big fight, as there is 10 seconds off for that Reggie Alecki to spawn and 15 at the bottom basement. We're still pushing on the top side for a Aion 3v1, and the Berry Belly flop is gonna do just a little bit more nuisance to stop out those goals, as you said, Keller, but it's not gonna be quite enough, as it is a 15 overdunk and a Greedent that gets taken back into the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, you've got to give it to that safeguard once again, just being able to negate the disruption that Gatlu tried to have and stop the goal, but it just let it go through. Once again, we have a second basement Reggie secured by Toon for the team of Nouns. It's a Reggie Rock this time, so providing the defense and special defense buffs.
Pretty aggressive push here by Aion with the Hooper Unbound to try to get people back here to help on the side of Nouns Esports. The numbers are going to be equal for this fight, and with the Electro Drift, they go back into the back line, but it's not going to be quite enough damage as the zoning comes through from Bruv with that Woodhammer. They just relocate for the moment, but maybe Leo is interested in getting some more. That's going to be a Horleech, getting them back into their own team with the Wicked Blow just lining up to maybe take somebody down, but they are going to confirm me with a cover there on the Blissey. Just one person gets taken.
I guess in terms of experience, when you do take down an opponent, Blissey isn't the most prime target, especially considering it is the lowest level. But you know what? The KO, nonetheless, it's just going to allow Nouns some space to try and gather up some experience of their own with all of the wild Pokemon that's over on their side. Once again, just this Belch Covet combination coming from Gatlu. Folks, don't chase the Greedent. I feel like it's game here.
It's true. It's just part of the strategy. You just don't chase the Greedent. But Aion is doing just so well overall with their Zacian to guarantee that they take down people and confirm most of the goals. They are still surviving. Wicked Blow doesn't really connect there onto Soraya, but that the Egg Bomb will also help in that bot side is just super spicy with Maridon. Adesu takes one.
Yeah, being able to knock down Darkrai there. We do have 15 seconds left to go until that final basement Reggie does spawn. So you probably want to get that, especially coming on into that final stretch. But the fact that we have both of those tier 1s available for this bottom side, it could be anyone's basement Reggie here, so...
It's very possible. I agree. 5v5. They start hitting here on the side of Apanya, 50% on the Rage Ice, who's going to take the flip. It's going to be the Green. So Godlu finally, as you have been saying, being the nuisance as the Green can always be. Now separated, Gecko Kami is going to get taken down while Apanya recognizes they can't just overextend in this push. 10 seconds for Rayquaza to spawn.
Yeah, this is going to give a chance for Nouns to go and get that positioning in that tall grass. Try and zone out Apanyan, hoping for the Ripken sitting they are behind, but we do have Rings Unbound coming out, so along with the Phantom Forest, they're going full in for the flip, and it ends up being the Blissey of all Pokemon to get the secure for Apanyan, taking that away from Nouns. It's only Hooper and Greedent left standing.
If you have Egg Bomb, you have a secure, you have a dream, and you have achieved an opponent. Takes that Rayquaza, as you said, Keller, and they are just raiding in on Hundo Burgers. Make it a meal. Gadlu takes another one on the top side, though, but it's just 152 versus 590. Opponent, just on that flip, it was anyone's game, to be fair. 50-50 is the name of that Rayquaza fight.
Thing is, there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go. Another 34 ends up going in from Gatlu. So it isn't really much to make a difference. It's just a matter of potentially getting some Unite moves that Urshifu, along with Gatlu, also have their Unite move for a potential last push. That tier 1 pad is still available in that bottom side.
Ooh! Berry Flop to actually juke them out. Gatlu must be laughing right now, but as you said, it's just quite some pressure in that last 40 seconds to go, and just too many Aeos energy that had to be scored. So they decide to go on a defensive and just maybe just not allow for anything more to happen. Although it just feels like they're running out of time.
Wait, we can see Hooper has the yellow dot above its head. Looked like it was going to head on towards there, but no, Blaine is deciding to head on back rather than head towards the goal zone there. So I guess Nouns have decided to just cop it on the chin for that first round, take the time to just debrief, because folks, these are best of 3 matches.
Best of 3, as you said, Keller, means that this is just the start of a series. And as a bracket overall, having double LM bracket reset, you have basically double, triple chances to make it back if you get knocked down, so you can always get back up. Apanyan, I really loved what they brought, Keller, in regards to positioning for that Zacian. Although it might have been sometimes just going on Galu as the green and the Covet was just keeping them healthy for much longer, I still really liked what they brought with Leo there.
I think that is the risk when you end up going in for a flip and not dealing with your opponents first. It's pretty much anybody secure, and the absolute scramble that we saw as well. How do you even time your moves to the perfect timing, right? I mean, Narami, whether that was an egg bomb or whether that was just a basic attack, I mean, that is one that I would actually really love to see in slow motion, but we do have some highlights here from this match, so.
Many of these plays starting out with a very aggressive push by the Zacian, having that comfortability of Blissey next to them with the safeguard, having the wish from the Umbreon. A very nice combination overall to defend your heavy damage dealers.
Yeah, I think selecting that safeguard, we talked about it a fair bit during this match to just prevent the amount of crowd control on the side of Nouns really helped them out. And instead of actually pairing it with that helping hand, pairing it up with that egg bomb just to go and provide some disruption of their own.
And it worked out perfect, didn't it? Because it was the egg bomb potentially that got the Rayquaza at the end. It might have been an auto attack, but we usually say it's the egg bomb. Let's have a look at this one if we can spot it out. So close. Meteor Storm as well. Oh, did you spot it? I couldn't.
The Bliss assistance.
Oh,
the
wow.
So the Unite move over onto Sarayu on the Zoroark. So you could see the detour that it ended up making and just crashing through the Rayquaza on the trip there. So that is absolutely wild, and not the first time that we've seen a Bliss assistant secure either.
Yeah, it really isn't. And we were looking at that fight, and to be honest, it was a very smart decision from both teams to start and rip it. But a very high risk, high reward decision, because they had great tools to try to secure it. Even the covet would have been a good choice. The berry flops to just disrupt people and not let them have the last hit on the enemy team. But it's a 50-50 flip. A 50 flipty. I like that one. I might call it.
A 50 flipty. There we go, I guess. Yes, because when you are going for the flip, the mishmash of words. But I guess in terms of Blissey, right? Hooper and Blissey seem to be your top two supporters right now. Besides Psyduck, which I guess is just off to the side there, mainly in that ban territory, do you think there's that potential for a Blissey ban? We did actually see Blissey getting banned a fair bit during the Japan ACL as well. So, hey, have EU maybe picked up on that too?
I would say that's very possible. LAIC actually had Hoopa and Blissey to be one of the most banned Pokemon all throughout the tournament. So the most picked supporter was Eldegoss, like bar none. So coming into this one, I'm actually interested in the fact that they are not going for either of these supporter as bans. They still maintain the Psyduck. Now on the orange side, knowing that Miraidon is such a specialty of that purple, first pick, Apanion says, nope, not allowed.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I feel like Apanion have to plan to potentially go for that Darkrai pick again, because Miraidon being one of the biggest threats to Darkrai, as we mentioned, it's that Hadron engine, the electric terrain to prevent the sleep for yourself and allies. Take that away. In terms of besides, say, a Blissey with a safeguard or even equipping a full heal, there's not really much to go and counter those sleeps.
Definitely valid, because it's a Pokemon that didn't see any play whatsoever recently because it has been constantly banned or even like just outright banned away from the tournament as ACL did previously. So it's important to know how to counter those Pokemon. With the next rotation of picks here, we saw Leafeon coming through for Apanion, which was banned previously, game 1. Now the side of Nouns Esports, they go for an Espeon, so double evolution there with the Umbreon too, and the Blissey. Maybe we'll see something similar to the likes of that Wish plus Safeguard in these two Pokemon together. But the Inteleon that was banned by the side of Nouns Esports game 1 is now picked by Apanion.
Yeah, when it's banned the first match, but not banned the second match, you've got to pick it up yourself. Ooh, Absol pick. This is another speedster that it does get picked a little bit. I feel like it's still quite a niche pick in comparison to, say, a Leafeon. But I think that is a great... Oh, Machamp bringing out the muscles here, Soph.
That is super, super interesting, because you have in this team for Apanion a very nice access to the backline with the Leafeon, and if you get a nice flank with Machamp, we know how those barrage fists just look like in a team fight, especially around Ray. And having the backup of snipe shots from Inteleon just pairs out really well. And you mentioned a bit on the Absol. What is going on since yesterday with EU? That's been so many Absols.
It's the crit damage, potentially, that it provides. The fact that it doesn't have to evolve as well. In comparison, I guess with Leafeon, yes, it does get that evolution at level 4. But it is, I feel like, a great counter into that. Whereas you have your Zoroark that needs to evolve at level 5 from the Zorua. But, I mean... I think that the biggest question mark here in my head is these teams have decided not even to pick up Darkrai.
Wow. Yeah, now that we say it out loud, it actually sinks in, doesn't it? Because usually you're thinking either banned, either picked. And, well, to be very honest, I didn't super feel like the Darkrai on the side of Apanion was the deal breaker for the win condition. I felt like Leo on the Zacian was just so good overall that it kind of overshadowed the Darkrai. And they maybe said, well, we know how to play a composition that has Inteleon, and that's what we're going to banking our game on. And speaking of game 2 is on your screen. Potentially a match point for Opinion or a chance for Nouns Esports to tie this up and take us to a game 3.
Yeah, well, we are in the winner's side, so there is that lower bracket net if one of these two, if Nouns do end up losing this match. Whereas the other ones, they don't have that safety net. But we are going to send that Leafeon into that central area. It hasn't actually reached level 4. Heading across the map on that, on the mini-map, you can see just the little Eevee taking a little bit of a tour. All the meantime, we have Leo Rio stacking up those attack weight stacks.
Yeah, you really need that for the Machamp, and because you're a very speedy boy early on, you can guarantee to make that happen, but definitely careful. As soon as you see the Absol, and as soon as you know they have finished their central area rotation, they are going to be straight out to the top side. Soraya is also around as the Leafeon after doing that big detour. You still get your level 4 fast enough. 850 is here, and it's looking like a very big pressure. Look at the Machamp, though. They're trying, the Machoke guarantees some of that, but sending them back is going to apply pressure overall.
You want to play annoying comps Nouns with your Greedent Covet Belch. Opinion also relying on those really annoying comps with that submission. The fact that it just chases on down, flips them once it has your hands on them, and a little dance before they end up going back through that hyperspace hole for some healing. Chansey not being able to reach that level, but one thing is we do have a Greedent online now.
Yeah, the Gadlu can be a nuisance in the enemy central, just waiting for that to spawn as that second rotation will be up. But also 8-minute mark means that you're not going to have Gadlu or Narami in this case for that battle for central area. Swablu already looking at the minimap, it looks like it was the Leafeon for Soraya that guaranteed that top side. Looking interesting with Absol around just to make sure that the wild Pokemon get confirmed for the side of Nouns.
Oh, Blaine heading on downtown, ends up getting taken down, sent back to the Pokemon Center. I think they ended up taking a little bit of a detour too far, the last stop of the bus route.
Yeah, it went choo-choo a little too hard. And it's funny as well because this top side has been consistently just completely dominated by Leo. So we highlighted the Zacian from them previous game. Submission again gets Gadlu in a very tricky spot. Maybe they'll try to go for the score. They have 11, but they decide to just escape in this case with the Hooper Portal. Most of Opinion are bot side, and they're going to try to fight for these basement Reggie and top Reggie soon as they have spawned.
Yeah, we do have a Reg Ice this time around. Bruv is going to run that Snarl play set here. Absol ends up using their Unite move. However, Gon is able to make it on out with just a millimeter of health.
That was insane with a slingshot onto the wall and they escape. This might still be a potential comeback because they have the Hooper Portal. They're going in with a Rage Ice and it's going to be the Blissey again. But it's Blaine on the side of Nouns Esports to take this one and straight into the barrage blows. Will guarantee that Aspion gets taken and soon will follow for Bruv here on this Umbreon. And although Opinion didn't get the objective, they take out the fight.
Yeah, trading some KOs here and there. Meanwhile, we do have a Gatlu and Soraya battling it out into that central area. Also, I realized this time he's opted for that Bullet Seed move rather than the Belch, which we saw last time round. So I guess just a little bit more shred coming out from this move over onto those objectives, but also just being able to get into that consistent damage into that backline.
And it's important as well because you have to maintain yourself healthy, but you still need to take the damage. Leo is going to be in a very tricky spot. Midnight Slash will not connect until the final blow. It does! And now actually, it's again the Machamp who takes them down level 10 for both them and Inteleon.
No, he is wearing the belt for the wrestling champ there, using those submissions to get the KOs. However, even though they ended up getting knocked out, still hopping off that move, it ends up being Soraya that locks down that Regieleki for Opinion. This goal is left on 29, so Nouns will have to deal with it to prevent any big overdunks.
They were a little bit overextended there, Machamp, but at least with Sarayu there on the leaf cone, they guaranteed the objective bot side. Super aggressive on the Slowbro. So Gekokami doesn't connect there on a telekinesis to maybe get some damage with Snipe Shot, followed up there with Gone. But they're still going to be just quiet for the moment. 10 seconds for Basement Reggie.
Oh, once again, we have Machamp and the Greedent going at it in that central area for the birds. I mean, looking so far, we have that Hooper that has their Unite move now, in case they do need to teleport their teams. But telekinesis straight onto Gatlu from Gek, but they end up getting taken down by their fellow defenders.
It doesn't feel really good when you get the telekinesis and you pull somebody that you shouldn't be pulling. Hooper unbounded here on the bot side with Reggie Steele still taking quite just a little bit of damage. Backline very careful. They have to go with the attackers getting attacked by the side of Godlu. The barrage blows is going to confirm it for Aion, and that is just huge for the orange team as they're still going forward, and that is Leo for you all. Maybe Godlu is going to follow just as soon afterwards, but the damage is done with the Steel 1 exposed and a big overdunk mid-air slash might punish them, takes one, but the Hooper portal will save the rest, and they come back, Gallo.
Yeah, they end up coming back considering Gone on the Inteleon is super duper low, so Leo Rio needs to just try and defend them. That way, they don't end up getting taken down themselves. They can take a Hooper getting knocked out, but you do not want that attacker to get knocked out over on their side and providing the experience. But we do have another Reggie Alecki is spawning up here. So far, I mean, both of these tier 1 pads are available, but 16 points over on the side of Aion. So if they do end up losing this Reggie Alecki, it isn't going to be too much of a threat as they can let it crash and only let it overdunk 4 points.
It's careful as well because if they don't connect the snipe shots here from afar, it looks like Nouns Esports has done just completely into taking domination of this Reggie Alecki. Gekokami gets a nice frontline position. Sarayu with a Temero 2-step just to zone them out. They're going to guarantee this one, and Aion will take Reggie Alecki. They're pushing on forward as well. And there is the telekinesis pulling out another defender, but this time it might be good for Aion. No, it was actually really close to being bad, but submission back into the backline, especially with the barrage blows and the Reggie Alecki to get a stun. What a play from Aion.
Oh, that was a massive play, but we're looking at the time as that was at the 2-minute 30 mark, so they're not going to have that Unite move come the final stretch. I mean, they are level 14. The only downside is they do have both of their T1s available, so none of those comeback in DDs to try and gather up their Unite move are going to be available for them.
Huge spot there, Keller. Oh, top side. The focus is on the Machamp, and Leo Rio is going to get taken. So Nouns Esports have their priority straight into the enemy central as they're trying to get domination here for the Rayquaza pit. Some damage that gets taken there by a Desu from the side of the Inteleon. Oh, the Egg Bomb almost cancels it. Hooper unbound to bring the rest of Aion back with the Armor 2 stab, deals damage coming from Aion once again. Toon in a very bad spot, but there's the midnight slash could connect it. They don't, so Ray is still healthy, and they take this one. Aion, they have the objective. They have Rayquaza. They are going to take all the Hundo Burgers they can.
They just ripped it, shipped it, packed Nouns in a box and sent them all to the Pokemon Center because that is a team wipe. The goals go in for free, 84 to 429 points. Nouns Esports, once again, taking that time to just have a think over on the home base. The thing is, this match, if they don't end up making a comeback, they're getting sent down into the lower bracket. So I'd say they're probably going to have to try and make a play and push on fourth. But we end up having Toon on the Absol getting knocked out. Zarayu not giving up, trying to land themselves another delicious meal of some eggs and getting themselves a 2 KO streak. They get taken down, but it's still just buying that time that they need.
Differently from last game, Nouns Esports are not the ones to have the Hooper Unbound, and it's Aion instead that does it, so they're not going to have that massive cross-map rotation. Gadlu is just going to, I concede. This is fine. We understand that you were the better team. 2-0 seems to be the score for Aion, with a very dominant rotation there on the Rayquaza. Super nicely done. The first team to advance from upper semis into winner semis.
Yes.
Oh, winner finals. What?
Congratulations. Yes, we are in the women's semis, so going into that winners of finals. But the final score there, 84 to Nouns, 429 to Aion. They did manage to pick up Basement Reggie over on both sides. But yeah, just looking at this graph here, Nouns really flatlined throughout that match.
It was close for a moment, but as soon as you reached that mid-game, it felt like the scaling that we saw from the Machamp and how well Leoria was playing really just came into play. Gone, hitting those snipe shots and just melting out any frontliners on the side of Nouns Esports was super crucial to make those plays happen, especially the flips on the objectives. The fact that they managed to get most of the Regielekis push out to tier 2 and Keller have their own tier 1 available with a Hooper on their team was so necessary.
Yeah, so beneficial for them to just be able to cover all bases and dominate that map. But yeah, we had some pretty intense fights this round. I've got to say, Leo Rio on the Machamp, they really shined this time round. Some great Unite moves, the barrage blows, but also just the submissions to be able to disrupt Nouns, but also get those isolations.
And it just worked out like a charm every time. Sometimes you would see them overextend, but most of the time they had huge backup with telekinesis there on Slowbro from Gekokami, and especially Hooper with the hyperspace holes. It was massive. Yes. Any time they felt like they were maybe too deep, that was still enough damage. If Machamp was taken down, then you had gone just finishing them with the snipe shot.
I've got to say, this match has likely caused a lot of upsets across the EU region. Nouns being your #1 seed, one of the longest running teams that we've had in the European region, getting taken out by Aion, who have only just come together for this season. They were listed at seed #5, so to be able to take down #1 seed, they just must have that momentum going for them right now. But you know what? Winners finals are still to come. Over on the other side, they're either going to come up into Lelovers or Gen 5.
So, technical issue here. I apologize. So, we're back. Making out a quick turnaround of my points. I do agree that Gen 5, from what we mentioned in the pre-show, that they were super favorite going into today for Sunday. But for this semifinals that we just covered, as much as Nouns were the preferred with the #1 seed and undefeated yesterday, I just felt like there was a little bit of a sauce and a spice to Aion myself.
Yeah, well, I guess that's where those stories end up coming in. Sorayu is the player that has been replaced by Blaine now because they have gone over to Team Aion. So I guess that's where those rivalries end up coming in. And I guess considering the last minute nature of that, Blaine, he has been with Nouns for quite some time, but in terms of his role, he's the sub, the coach, the manager. So I guess not really playing with them as much as, say, Sorayu was during that off season.
Super valid, and I feel like it does come through maybe with some of those back communication points that the teams are not agreeing as much on the back end, that now the Sorayu maybe has a more pivotal shot calling role that is making a difference. But we highlighted Leo Rio quite a bit, Gallo, for a reason on the Zacian, on the Machamp. It was just so good all around. But our next match on the stream will be the lower bracket quarterfinals. So stay tuned with us while we get things sorted, and we'll see you soon for more Pokemon Unite action.
The 2024 Pokemon Unite World Championships was the most competitive tournament Unite has ever seen. 26 teams from around the world traveled to Honolulu, Hawaii to represent their regions and compete for the title of World Champion. On day one, teams were placed into 8 different groups and were competing for the top 2 spots to make it into day 2. The competition kicked off with a bang in the group stage, and expectations were blown out of the water. The metagame was turned on its head when Pokemon like Zeraora and Mamoswine made some early appearances. Pokemon compositions were not the only surprises in day 1 though. Last year's world champions Luminosity Gaming were eliminated, Nouns Esports led the charge for Europe, and Asia Pacific and Japan showcased some dominant Pokemon Unite. At the end of day 1, 16 teams were qualified, but there was no time to rest. Day 2 was a single elimination top 16 bracket. Every match played was a win or go home scenario. The one team everyone in the bracket feared was Fennel from Japan, and it turns out that fear was justified. Matches all across the event were full of nail-biter finishes and last-second heroics, but when it came to Fennel, everyone could tell. They were watching future champions play. The grand finals was Fennel versus Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea. A new region was going to win the championship no matter what. The match was full of highlight moments, many of them showcasing Fennel's signature aggressive playstyle and beautiful teamwork. In the end, they emerged victorious and brought home Japan's first Pokemon Unite World Championship trophy.
Think you have what it takes? Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
Welcome back, everybody, to Aeos Cup Play-Ins for Europe on UNITE Championship Series here on the Pokemon UNITE channels. I'm still Sochan, she's still Calisaurus, and we just covered this Aion and Nouns esports match that was kind of a banger.
A great way to start the day. I mean, it is still pretty early morning over in the EU region, so I hope you folks have your breakfast or have had your breakfast, but eggs. I mean, I feel like eggs for breakfast for the sides of Nouns there. They have been egg bombed down into the lower bracket. Aion moving on forward into that winners final.
And being the first team to secure that over Nouns esports is not a little accomplishment. It's such a big moment for them, and especially for Soraya. So contextualizing for everybody, Soraya was playing on Nouns esports on the previous season, and now they are in this Aion squad with all of the other members. We had Leo Rio just doing so well on the Zacian plus the Machamp, and it turns out that it was a 2-0 on the end, which kind of doesn't translate how competitive the two matches were up until the very last point.
I think one thing that I love from these matches is we're actually getting a variety in terms of the picks and bans, so it's not just the same thing over and over again. One thing that is the same though, Soph, is that Blissey. Right, Blissey has, I mean, I feel like in terms of Blissey as a supporter, it's always been up there. But before it used to be that soft-boiled egg bomb build. But because we've had the recent buffs onto Blissey for that other moveset, I mean, it's really risen in the ranks and just being picked up by so many teams.
Oh yeah, and let's have a look at what it looks like for a Blissey to have that safeguard and that helping hand, because the buffs that came through, as you said, Kello, just making that other build sometimes secondary previously, and now kind of like a staple so far in conjunction with the soft boiled on the other side. It just feels like overall Blissey is the most versatile of supporters at the moment. Hooper filling a similar spot as well, having that Trick Hooper to have a similar effect to the helping hand with the attack speed buffs, but overall just so good. And in this series in particular, we actually saw a composition for the side of Aion where they had a safeguard plus egg bomb build and an Umbreon with Wish to actually get them with the heals.
I think that's the versatility that it can provide. Yes, Umbreon is that defender, but also playing that supportive role if you'd rather have your Blissey more as that cleansing supporter instead. So still having some healing regeneration over on your side, I feel like is super duper important there, but pretty much just being able to do it all. But yeah, Blissey, like, stonks are high for it.
They are, and Kello, I think it's funny actually, because we mentioned that over at Asian Champions League, we've seen Blissey getting banned on the side of LAIC that we just had in November. It feels like so long, but it was literally like 2 weeks ago. I just been so busy overall since then. But yeah, the fact that we had Blissey plus Hooper in the ban phase like almost every single game coming into Europe right now, where Blissey gets picked almost every single time, it's an interesting shift. Would you say that is because of the Psyduck?
Well, nobody really wants to deal with Psyduck at the moment. You think a Gatlu Greedent is a nuisance. A Submission Machamp, Leo Ria is a nuisance. Well, Psyduck, I feel like, fits under that category as well. Not only does it provide so much disruption, but it also can do quite a fair bit of damage as well.
It does. I would say damage and disruption is what this Pokemon just brings to the table. And it's funny as well, because usually when you think of supporters, you're more thinking about the shields, the heals, and the peeling, you know, just getting disengaged. But then you think about, little purple gremlin guy. Oh, Sableye. He was all about disruption. At one point, he was all about damage as well. And that is kind of where I feel like Psyduck fills the spot. And the fact that it is in the meta is so good. Kello, do we have a match confirmed? Because I kind of feel like we do.
We do down there, folks. Our lower bracket quarterfinals has been locked. Nouns Esports obviously ended up getting knocked down by Aion, but BH3 have managed to knock out their opponents as well, which was Memers. So that was actually a 2-1 game going over to BH3.
A 2-1, and that means that it was very competitive. And again, for the first match that we covered for winner semifinals, Nouns versus Aion, 2-0 doesn't really represent how competitive those matches were up until the very last Rayquaza final stretch moment. So going into Nouns Esports and BH3, you have Nouns as this established composition that just feels so confident in their communication. And although they don't have Sarayu now, having Blaine, who, as you said, Kello, has been their sub, their coach, their manager, the synergy is still there.
Yeah, Blaine would be in the voice chats with them. He's around them the whole time, even traveling with them whenever they have gone overseas to events. So, you know, he is somewhat the brains, the mastermind behind a lot of this. So having that knowledge really comes into play. But for those folks that aren't familiar with BH3 Esports just yet, we have Volto, Greg, and Fizzy, who actually played together last season. So these members also have that synergy with them, but they were the ones that formed Cinco Golemo. And Volto and Fizzy, well, they've actually been playing since the first season of UCS. On the other hand, though, Mephil it's their debut into UCS here.
It's a lot of pressure onto a player for sure, but if they have the comfortability granted from the more experienced players on Volta and Fizzy, as you said, I feel like they're going to be fine. They have gotten thus far in the tournament. Now facing Nouns Esports in the lower bracket quarterfinals, they are feeling confident. Let's talk about the bans and the picks so far, because Darkrai out, Umbreon as well, but a little difference that we have on the side of BH3 is the Psyduck, but the Blissey, not the Blissey, the Clefable, that actually makes it a little interesting.
That is very interesting. I guess when you compare the two blobs together, Clefable does have that area of effect healing with that moonlight. So not wanting to give that, but it's not really something that we see very often picked on up. But I guess as we are finalizing this pick phase, Japer locking in at Cinderace. Now this is an attacker we don't really see very often. Do you think this could potentially be a comfort pick here, Soph?
I would say so, yes, and especially as we have been mentioning with the Helping Hand plus Safeguard build being buffed for Blissey. When you have that extra attack speed for the Cinderace, you already have, you know, your Rapid Fire Scarf, your Muscle Band, your Scope Lens as well. Everything is about auto attacks, and with Helping Hand, that's going to really help it. But overall, when you think about this Pokemon in the central area, it needs so much resources and EXP to get to the third evolution. And maybe they can take advantage of that Nouns, for example, with Blaine, and how proactive they have been with the Hooper in regards to invading.
I think that is definitely a really great point to make. The fact that Cinderace also has that 3-tier evolution in order to reach its final form. Inteleon is the same. So in terms of their early game, they're really going to have to rely on that Zacian to try and keep that pressure on. But when you're going into the likes of Mimikyu, Miraidon, Hooper, and Snorlax, who don't actually evolve, this could potentially be a tricky one for those baby first-tier evolutions, right?
Yes, it is. It's going to be a struggle for the baby Pokemon as we get to the game one of Nouns Esports versus BH3 Esports. And quarterfinals of your lower bracket is here. The first moment on the stream today, Sunday, Kello, where a team will get knocked out of the competition.
No safety net to catch you below. They are still a best of 3. And oh my gosh, did Snorlax just take that blue buff away from the bunny there, Soph?
What was it? The tackle? Was it? Oh, I need to see it. Because if that was the case, that is super interesting because we mentioned maybe the Hooper doing that. Oh, Fizzy! Oh, the goal zone will heal them back up, and that's going to be a healthy Mimikyu for the moment. That was super, super close. And as you said, there is the buff for the Snorlax.
Yeah. Oh, but look at this. Fizzy was able to take away that red buff from that Mimikyu. So I guess a buff for a buff traded over onto either side. But we do have both of those central area laners heading up into the top path. Meanwhile, it's a 2v2 down there. But yeah, Zacian just trying to get a move on. But I think Nouns really managed to take a lot of that experience for themselves.
They really did, and bot side is looking mighty good for them as well, with the Dasu running that charge beam plus the Hooper. As I've always said, on the Pikachu, we have the Electro Web Beam, one of the best early moves. I think Astonish is also there.
Yeah, I also realized, Volto, previous match that we saw, Zacian was running Metal Claw moveset. So they've actually gone for more that Sacred Sword, I guess, considering the front line that Nouns Esports have. Snorlax and Mimikyu clumping together. And Volto, don't get knocked out by the Bundle Beat. Or maybe they do, and that is a 2-for-1 deal. I mean, well, Squirtle ended up getting traded for the Zacian there.
That was insane. Voto, what a juke. That was interesting. Okay. Now, going to here to the top side, we noticed as well that Japa got the level 5 off the Altaria, and they are moving for another push as well, with Godlu alongside Bruv taking here this frontline stance. Oh, but the Heavy Slam does not connect, and Voto's going to be fine for the moment as a 4v2, as the War Turtle has just turned into that tier 2 evolution. With the portals, they're going to be able to rotate wherever they want if necessary. But we're getting very, very close to the first Reggies.
Yeah, 20 seconds left to go. Looking at the levels, we already have a level 8 Mimikyu, and it looks like they are not going to stop as they're able to take a Volto as another prize, and that's going to inch them ever closer to level 9 come these first objective spawns. Oh my gosh, that distance of the Shadow Sneak, the plays there from Galu, that is insane. And I guess it's, you know, not only utilizing your opponents to teleport, but also utilizing the wild Pokemon on the field. Meantime, we do have Nouns taking a Regirock for free down here, while BH3 are prioritizing this Regieleki. They are able to take it.
Yeah, having Japa now on the level 8 and having the Cinderace available, they need to focus wherever the Cinderace is to try to have it online. And Inteleon also on level 8 now. And because they got that trade in objectives overall, Keller, finally we see BH3 feeling some sort of, you know, just opening space to get back into this game, because Shadow Sneak, when it lands, it does damage, followed up by the Heavy Slam as well. It's not going to look good, and Nouns take yet another one.
I feel like it's such a scary experience to just see that dark aura around you, knowing that at any moment you could just have a Mimikyu pounce on you. But up in the top path, Japa does end up getting stunned by that Hooper, but is able to dodge their way back to safety. They don't want to get taken out just yet. Meanwhile, that Sacred Sword is so good for just trying to shred up those bird spawns.
Ooh, and it shreds up the Blastoise as well. So that is interesting, considering you have so much of that defense on the Snorlax plus the Blastoise. It's still gonna get burst down by the Zacian, by the Inteleon too, and that's what they're doing on the side of BH3.
Yes, we have called it. It is that Safeguard Helping Hand build that Greg is running, just trying to give a boost to the basic attacks of that Cinderace. The thing is, they have to be so wary and play in that backline. And when you have Water Spout Blastoise running for you, it can be quite difficult to escape. Milfy is already really low there. The fight is going to just break on out here, so...
Yes, it is, and it's looking mighty good for Nouns Esports. You have a nice Hydro Typhoon as well, but the rest of the damage is already confirmed by Godlu, as they're gonna have a very nice overdunk here on the top tier 1, just in time for the EUIC to spawn as well. And there's the portal to get them into the bot side basement of Reggie as they are ripping through this in mighty speed.
Yeah, it's just these rotations that the Hooper Portal are able to provide. They still have their Unite move on hand. Blaine is just waiting for the call to actually teleport their team down here for a Registeel. But there's still a fair bit of wild Pokemon to soak on up before they need to go and prioritize that. And considering none of BH3 are nowhere down there, Blaine is just playing the waiting game for now.
Oh, the Shadow Sneak was so close to getting the Trevenant, but is not going to connect onto Fizzy. Volto very successfully on the top side takes down that EUIC that was pushing, but because Nouns had the priority overall, they're going to start the Registeel, and there's nobody from BH3 really to try and do anything about it. Volto goes onto the Blastoise, and the snipe shots are just incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, you do not want to get hit by that. Blastoise was able to retreat back to home pad safely. Fizzy getting 1 point, so now it is 203 or 206 now because another 3 ends up going down in the bottom bar to 20 points. Gatlu, level 13, trying to take on this Zacian, and finally we have the Rings Unbound coming out from Blaine, getting the stun onto the Cinderace, who's trying to dodge and weave away from him, but they do have to be wary because sometimes that Altaria can knock you out.
It does, especially with the charge beam just on its back. It will do quite some work. And closely enough, though, with that Blaze kick and the eject button was still not just enough to get them escaping. But top side, BH3, using that overextension, takes one down, even including Godlu on the level 13. So that is a big EXP boost that BH3 gets for themselves. 9 seconds for EUIC to spawn.
I think this is where it comes down to the crunch time. Do you prioritize this EUIC or do you focus on trying to reach those level 13 marks? Inteleon has been able to reach it. However, Zacian and Cinderace haven't managed to gather enough experience just yet. Interestingly enough, even though that EUIC has spawned, Nouns are also just trying to soak up all of this experience. I mean, it's coming really close here to this final stretch.
Bruv is definitely eating those shots, and you're gonna have to force out the portal from the side of Nouns Esports, and maybe we're gonna see a rip coming from BH3. So the Shadow Snake goes straight up to Beefil, and then they're gonna be taking so much damage. The Hoopers Unbound with the Hydro Typhoon will look super good for Nouns Esports. There's only one person left standing, and that is a heavy collapse. Nouns Esports takes the fight 4-0.
Oh, J-Part trying to let out their blazing bicycle kick, but instantly ends up getting denied. Hooper Blaine is the one to lock down those shields from the Rayquaza, and now they're going to march on fourth and look for some Hundo Burgers. We do have a Phantom Forest coming on out, trying to get the stun, but those shields on the Miraidon and the Mimikyu are just so hefty that it doesn't even pierce through them.
And Gablu, to be honest, on this Mimikyu has been doing all the snipe necessary with the Shadow Sneak. They're gonna be almost taken down, but no, just all good when you have Bruv there to defend you and Odessa to back up with the charge beam as well. A little frustrating with the block onto a wall. Gablu might be taken on this one. Another auto attack is gonna be enough, but he don't manage to take it, and the Mimikyu survives.
Mimikyu survives. They didn't end up taking that hyperspace hole. Instead, they're just going to try and gather back that HP from securing some wild Pokemon. They also have these full pockets here. But, I mean, 622 to 20 points. BH3, while 2 members of Nouns are down, I don't know if they're going to have enough time to make it across the map.
And I swear, Kello, Godlu has been hitting every single Shadow Sneak. It's not even funny. If you are an Inteleon, if you are a Cinderace, it's not funny at all. It's just so frustrating because I think it's something that Zoinks mentioned on LAC. When you are fighting against the Mimikyu, you need to be bouncing around from one side to the other because you're never safe. You're always in need of dodging. And that is game 1 of this lower bracket quarterfinals taken by Nouns Esports in a rather dominant fashion around Rayquaza.
Yes, a very dominant fashion considering, the points 622 to 138. There were some last second dunks coming out from BH3, but yeah, you're talking about Gatlu, the Shadow Sneaks, earning themselves that MVP spot with the 8 KOs, and you can just see from this graph, BH3, they're really just flatlined there towards that match, and I guess going into this next set, you've really got to think about the compositions, especially considering what they were going into.
And the composition, I don't think you've really favored the Cinderace in this case. We know that the Flame Kick was actually a little bit buffed, but still, you cannot really rely on a Cinderace when you have such aggression from the Mimikyu, from the Miraidon, from the Hoopa, from the Snorlax, so many Pokemon that don't need to evolve, as you stated previously, Keller, that the Cinderace just becomes a little bit late to the actual action.
A little late to the party, I guess you could say. They were the last one standing after all of that. Now just collapsing into that chokehold and, an attempted potentially steal with, I feel like that's really solo queue vibes with the Unite move, but they ended up being forced to use it just to try and sustain that fight. And I guess, yes, that is the downside with Cinderace. I guess it just takes so long to come online, and then when you also have an Inteleon there trying to come online, I feel like potentially even an Evolution pick could have benefited them evolving at level 4.
Yeah, I highly agree, Keller, because if you're going for that idea of helping hand with the Cinderace, you potentially ditch the Inteleon and do a Glaceon, right? The Ice Cold Spears are just going to help out quite a lot. Personally, though, I would do Blissey however you prefer, but not focus on the helping hand. Have the Inteleon and a Glaceon, because every single time we saw those snipe shots just doing so much damage overall that the Ice Cold Spears would have been just the icing on the cake to take it out at the end. And unfortunately, as you said, the 2 tier 3 evolution attackers are just a little too heavy.
Yeah, a little bit too heavy, and there's not enough experience to go around. But, I mean, one thing is for certain here, Nouns, they do have that one up. So BH3, they need to win this match in order to have another chance at progressing on through this tournament.
It's dangerous. We are in dangerous waters, I would say, Keller, considering lower bracket. This is your last chance. A match point for Nouns Esports is what stands between that and BH3 getting knocked out of the tournament. Now they have swapped sides. BH3 Esport on the purple, Nouns Esports on the orange. Might indicate that we could see Miraidon getting banned again, like we've seen on previous series, or just have it on the table for that purple first pick.
I guess having the first pick bans, this is where you can really start to target Nouns. So Mimikyu has been put on the chopping block, along with Zacian, despite Volto actually playing the Zacian the last round. But because Nouns are in that second spot, they do have to prioritize that Psyduck and that Darkrai because they do not want to give over those picks up first.
It's important to do that, and BH3 doesn't feel as comfortable with going for a Miraidon first pick on this one. They go for the Umbreon, one of those picks that we have been mentioning are just so versatile all around as a defender and even as a healer. Miraidon is confirmed for Nouns Esports, and again, Blaine will play on this Hooper.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm wondering if they're actually going to go in with the Invade because they were quite the nuisance last round. But we have a Leafeon being hovered over here. So while it's not an attacker, like we suggested, I think, yeah, it's just an evolution. The Speedster gets that evolve at level 4, but it looks like they're probably going to save that a little bit later considering Greg has been switched in to lock in that Blissey before all of that. Oh, but they decided to pick up Leafeon themselves instead.
Yeah, it is bold and, to be honest, powerful. I like this move by Nouns Esports. And also, for last pick here for Japer is the Absol. So interesting. They are, again, I feel like this composition is a little intricate to actually perform and execute. The Absol very squishy, especially when you have such a good damage fronting line. Gyarados to round it out for Nouns Esports.
I think one benefit here in comparison to the Cinderace is it has a better early game. But looks like we're going to have Japer take on the Umbreon this time round and handing over the Absol over to Fizzy. But okay, we get to see some Gyarados gaming here. I feel like in terms of all-rounder picks, we don't really see much Gyarados. What do you think about this, Soph?
I actually enjoy it. I feel like there is a nice spot for a Gyarados, which is when you have it in your team, the fact that the Magikarp is there in the top side, the enemy team is kind of forced to do pressure on the top side. So you know where the enemy is going to be to try and deny the Gyarados from coming online. So at least that's my take. You kind of, because the Gyarados is on the field, you maybe just decide the flow of the winds in your direction and how you want it to happen.
Yes, I guess the early stages of that Magikarp, it can't really do a lot, so it's really going to have to gather those effort points, and I think this is where Gatlu locking in the Leafeon this time around actually benefits and complements their composition a lot earlier, because they can easily just pick up that singular buff, the red buff, and then head up into that top path early to go and help this Magikarp finally evolve. But you know what, Soph? We are going to be heading on into our second match here for the lower bracket quarterfinals. Nouns Esports have the one up over on the orange side, BH3 on the purple. And you know what? Once again, Blaine going in with the sneaky invade.
Oh, the XP has popped, but this time around they're not going to be able to confirm anything aside from just having the Chansey going to the essential area as well. Looking at the Leafeon too, this could be a moment for them to actually capitalize on something more. Blaine has the focus band popped, so they're going to get taken down. But as that happens, Galu just steals out the red buff. Maybe this is a scrambled egg situation for Chansey. No, they pop in the X speed and they are fine.
You know what? I mean, head up into the top path to help up your Magikarp, or try to steal away some buffs themselves. But they do have them up in that top path now. Only that level 4, whereas Fizzy on the Absol is level 5.
Yeah, that ability is going to make quite a lot of a difference. Oh, the Razor Leaf, though, pulls back with so much potential. And that is a level up for Godlu as we speak. But they get taken down in return. Focus Band gets popped there by the Blissey and by the Chansey in this case. And Greg is going to stand tall for the moment. But still, Nouns Esports, you know, being aggressive, but kind of paying for it as well.
Well, I mean, aggression pays off in terms of effort, because we can see that the Gyarados head has appeared, no longer a Magikarp. So in terms of timing, that's actually pretty decent, considering we still only have an Eevee and Sobble down in that bottom path. Eevee getting knocked on out, and we have Meafeel not really doing enough damage to this Snorlax.
It's just not. Oh, and the Razor Leaf comes through as well, and Gardler is just completely on the zone. Going out for poke on Volto as well. That has to eat the berry, while the Gyarados will score. So Toon gets some of those points in scores overall, 32-30, pretty equal as we're heading into the 30-second into Reggie spawning pretty soon.
I gotta say, it was really interesting that we didn't end up seeing the converge into that central area. All of those birds were still there for BH3. We do have Gatlu locking down that Altaria with their Razor Leaf for themselves, but it does mean we have Umbreon now online.
4 members in the top side. Kello means quite a lot of danger. And there's the Emerald 2-step as well that comes from Godlu. They have the extra movement speed as well to chase people out. And the Razor Leaf will finish the Blissey. Nobody else is going to get taken. So it was just the supporter and the defender, but still quite enough that is going to be in the favor of Nouns Esports. But Godlu might have been too deep into enemy central, gets punished by the side of Fizzy.
I feel like that was a very bold move there, trying to steal away that red buff without any assistance by your side. So that is going to provide some experience over to BH3. But, I mean, a Reggie Steele providing the attack and special attack buff to Nouns is huge. Hooper unable to stop the 11 points from Japer, but we do have that hyperspace highway sending Toon up here, just trying to get a KO of themselves.
Yeah, maybe they can. Got loose there as well. Razor Leaf does pull back, but not as much damage as you would want, especially when you're talking about a Trevenant. The front line is bulky. Toon and Blaine are trying to get into position. Bounce was charged. Oh, the heavy slam is going to be super successful there. And then when you have the bounce connecting on top of it, it's just AoE City. Quite a lot of results coming back here for Nouns Esports as they can start the Regieleki themselves.
Absolutely no way Toon was able to get in that 40 dunk up into that top path. But now Regieleki has been secured. It's going to march its way towards that tier 2 pad. We do have 3 members here. No jump pads yet for BH3. So they need to try and collaborate together. But there's only 3 members here. Bruv trying to get the isolation with the block is able to take down that Trevenant. And 3 members are gone. So 3 KO streak for Adesu there, and that tier 2 pad is left on 3 points. That is massive for Nouns.
It so is, and they're gonna score it with not that much of an overdone, but it's totally fine. The Midnight Slash will actually dodge the Emerald 2-step, but when the damage is still... What? The snipe that comes through there by Miffle is so huge onto Godlier. I don't think they ever saw that coming. The Horn Leech will get stopped on its tracks by the block, and this is a Bruv getting sent back to the Pokemon Center, but not before going for a Mighty Nap.
I don't know, back at full HP here, they're going to try and Heavy Slam block their way out as they are moonwalking back into the tall grass. After all, you know what? A power nap in the middle of the day. Why not? Just recharge that energy and get ready for the next fight as Regirock is already being shredded. Toon locking that in once again for Nouns Esports. And you know what? It's 43 to 245 points here, so Nouns are looking for more as Blaine has just popped their Rings Unbound.
Heck of a lead, and Voltor is in a very difficult position, trying to be the frontliner they need. Oh, the Midnight Slash will once again dodge the Emerald 2-step and will actually maintain them healthy for longer with the Blissful Assistance helping out the Absol. They're going to be safe. And the backline, the Midnight Prance onto the Shedinja Doll. Interestingly enough, Shedinja Doll with the Charge Beam in this build, but BH3 defend their tier 1 zone, while on the top side, you have Regieleki spawning.
This is where the risk comes in for BH3, because if Nouns ends up securing this Regieleki, that is going to be heading towards their home base, and that is not a position that you want to be in. You don't want to be in the position being in front of a Gyarados mouth trying to chomp on down at you either, so BH3 are going to quickly retreat from that one.
Oh, Toon finds out Miffle in a bush. There's no way. And the Gyarados, as you said, is just so dangerous right now. Going on for a fight against Fizzy, although they were 1v2 for the most part of it. And now with Godlu there, they can definitely commit to more. 23 points in the bot side are confirmed by Bravo. Nouns Esports is just dominating this 3-minute mark.
I think this is a really smart play here. Rather than just going and securing that Regieleki straight away, they're just trying to play for time as much as they can. But some quick math means we are going to have a pretty hefty overdunk down in that bottom path. I mean, 45 seconds left until the final stretch. BH3, they've recognized the threat here. Question is, are Nouns going to try and contest it? Because this is a massive win condition for them here. But no, Inteleon lands the shot and takes that away from Nouns.
Yeah, Belifion going into the backline is Godlu. Oh, what a lovely portal back. And they get Nouns in such a good position. Phantom Forest will knock them up in the air. And Chansey is going to have to try to maybe score some points. They managed to get a huge overdunk actually on this one with the Regieleki having scored in the zone. But still, that is just one tier zone that was taken by BH3. And they are still at least half points behind.
They are half points behind. They don't have the positioning here that Nouns have. But J-Par is just sitting in that opposite bush to Blaine. doesn't have their Unite move, as they did end up using it during that previous fight. Fizzy just trying to draw out Nouns from the grass, seeing if they can try and land a hit. But it's going to be up to me, Phil, here to try and land these snipe shots and slowly chip away at Nouns.
Speaking of chipping away, the charge beam is doing a lot of work. Now backline is Toon with the flank coming through with the bounce, and maybe they can try to do some more with the Meteor Storm, trying to lock onto them, but everybody just dodges it. The Heavy Slam only connects to one person. Toon still going so deep into the backline, the Midnight Slash, just to keep the Absol alive for longer, and that is a Trevenant that gets taken down to make it 3 on the side of BH3, and Fizzy might be next with the Blissey as well, but the Safeguard will just keep them healthy for longer. The Speedster survives, but not a supporter.
No, ends up getting taken down by that charge beam. And Nouns Esports, they've recognized they don't even need to touch this Rayquaza. They have the point leads. They're just going to try and make that even wider. But Adesu poking out the charge beam with the dragon, and a huge pounce onto that Trevenant, who was able to use their Horn Leash out of them. BH3, they're trying to find an opening here. Finally, some more Unite moves are being unleashed. Lane trying to get the stuns in the backline onto that Absol, has grabbed themselves a berry and trying to come in with the flank from behind.
Yes, they are. Speaking of them, they are there at least to get some damage onto the defenders. But Blaine is fine. Phantom falls away with the portal as well. They're going to be totally okay. Ooh. Oh, and the Heavy Slam as well into the portal, just getting them to safety and back straight into action with Toon being there as well. Fizzy only having the Blissey doesn't feel super fine at this point. Nouns Esports again didn't need to touch the Rayquaza. BH3 unfortunately end their run on the Aeos Cup Play-Ins, and Nouns Esports go ahead in the lower bracket with a 2-0 sweep.
That is absolutely wild. So for Nouns Esports, they recognize they had the advantage there, and they were just able to keep it playing for time. Not even letting BH3 make an opening. They tried. Like, you got to give them credit. They really tried to come on back. But, you know, in the end, 15 seconds left. Only an Absol and a Blissey left to try and shred down that Rayquaza with a Blaine on your backside. Just trying to stun them. There's not really a lot you can do, but we were talking about Gyarados in terms of an all-rounder pick, not something we see very often. Well, Toon, they've really made this shine, considering they were able to do the top damage this match.
It was top damage also shared there by the side of Godlure on the Leafeon. So well done overall by Nouns Esports. I think every rotation they did was very purposeful, and although you had a comfort pick there on an Absol, for example, on the side of BH3, and very beautiful dodges on the Emerald 2 steps by Godlure, still wasn't enough to get BH3 in a better position. They were just always behind on those fights. They weren't finding the angles, and as much as you can really chip people away with the snipe shot, the charge beam was just doing better.
I think even then you can chip away at them as much as you want, but when you have that hyperspace hole to just go and reset multiple of your allies plus yourself, it's just going to be so difficult. A great Meteor Storm coming out from Adesu. I've got to say, I'm really enjoying seeing Adesu back on the attacker role this time round, whereas the previous year they were on that supportive role. So really going back to their roots there.
I love it as well, and they're performing super well in these Pokemon that are in the meta at the moment. The Miraidon was so well executed, but I need to talk about the Hoover hyperspace holes. They were so good, and most of the things, they had to be preemptive, right? Because you have the snipe shots coming through, you need to know where to place it, because it's kind of like here, snipe shot right here if you have that hole on the ground, right? So you need to understand how to place it, when to go in. And I felt like Bruh, for example, going from over the wall, Heavy Slam into a portal just makes it look like they were such in a big synergy moment.
Well, you want to notice as well, Blaine was trying to place them more behind the team rather in the front. That way, when they do end up retreating down into the hole, back to home base, get your healing. When they return, they're not going to pop back up and be mid-fight. And I think that's where the awareness comes in as well. They don't... That's probably the worst feeling to have, is going back through a hyperspace hole and then returning only to just be in an absolute collapse on yourself.
It's true, Callow. So props to Blaine there that played this Pokemon for plenty of times in today already, as we covered the previous match as well on the winner semifinals. And not just on the mid-game, late-game team fights, it feels like they were also performing really well in the early game with the invades overall. Keller, this is the first match that we see a team getting knocked out. And if it had been Nouns Esports, our world would have collapsed, because we usually have Nouns Esports top there in our expectations.
Yes, I guess that is a heavy weight to carry, considering, as we mentioned earlier on, they are one of the longest remaining teams that we have in the EU region. So I guess there's a lot of pressure on them, and they've got to make sure not to buckle underneath that pressure, considering, you know, their runs in their previous seasons, they're one of those top teams. So you know what? They do live to see another round. However, in terms of our bracket, so over on the other side, we had Los Duros being knocked out by Drill Peckers. So they're now going into Lel Overs.
Oh, yeah. Lovely bracket on our screen here, because we had good expectations for Gen 5. They did advance. They're going to be playing against the Panyan as the upper finals. And as you said, the Lovers will be playing against Drill Peckers pretty soon. So if you don't want to miss any bit of Pokemon Unite action on this Aeos Cup Play-Ins, please stay tuned. We're going to be right back after a short break.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series Aeos Cup Play-Ins. We just saw Nouns Esports completely dismantle BH3. That means that is 3 teams down. We've still got another 4 to go before we figure out who is heading off to the Aeos Cup with that wonderful travel award. It's Relic and Draku on the mic, and so we're going to be going over to the other lower round 2 match. It's Lelovers going up against Drill Peckers. Let's talk about that second squad first and foremost, Draku, because we have seen them a few times before, both in grassroots and indeed at UCS level, or at least a lot of those players, albeit under a different team name.
Yeah, Drill Peckers, they are looking quite strong. They have been consistent over the previous UCS seasons. They were previously known as Sucreo Sucre. And so I think that's one thing to point out, Relic, is that they've been playing for quite some time together. So not a whole lot of roster changes, and consistency is definitely always key in a game like Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it's an important moment for Lelovers as well. A lot of names that you will recognize, the likes of Potato, for example. We class him amongst the very best possibly in the world on all-rounders. Marv, very storied veteran by this point. You've also got the likes of Kaizen, previously went by Nayat. This is a real opportunity for this team to cement themselves as proper, bona fide top 4 in EU. But let's talk about our first 4 bans of this series, Draku. Miraidon, Darkrai, Psyduck, and Mimikyu. Feels like pretty par for the course, honestly, given the events of today and yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 Pokemon that we highlighted as our Pokemon to watch, that Miraidon, Mimikyu, just so powerful in their respective categories. Marv's going to be pulling out the Umbreon. Nothing too out of the ordinary here for this game. I think one narrative we want to talk about for these 2 teams specifically is that Lelovers, again, a team that has maybe formed in the last maybe 2 to month or so, whereas Drill Peckers, recently known as Sucreo Sucre, again, has that chemistry of playing year after year with one another. Really aggressive start here on the side of Drill Peckers, pulling out Zacian as their first pick, Mew as their second pick. And we've talked about this flexibility in attackers, and Mew is one of those attackers that has been more of a supportive attacker or a mage type attacker, and it looks like here no EXP share on the Mew, most likely going to be the attack damage carry in that bottom path.
Still delivers that backline poke, however. Interesting to see that they now have the front line fully covered with a Snorlax. They were hovering Frigo that Ho-Oh for the longest time. But over on Lelovers, of course, we see that Blissey Mewtwo Y combination now. And we've got the Garchomp locked in alongside Shifu. Lelovers taking a bit of inspiration then from ACL. Very popular Pokemon over there.
Yeah, Safeguard, Helping Hand, Blissey, right next to a Mewtwo Y. I think a lot of us have maybe experienced this pairing on maybe some of our ranked games, but there are a number of Pokemon on the side of Lelovers that love that Helping Hand specifically, right? That auto-attacking melee Pokemon Garchomp also will increase their auto-attack speed with the Helping Hand as well. But Greninja, another auto-attack carrier, which most likely will be in the central area, and it might be more of a comfort pick for this Greninja, but I think they're going to have some troubles maybe getting some of those KOs if they decide to go with Surf. And it looks like they do. Water Shuriken does scale really well with an attack weight. They do not have an attack weight here, so they're going to be trying to go for those resets with Surf. And when you take a look at Lelovers, they are not very easy to knock out, Relic.
No, I think Drill Peckers, just looking at this team comp overall, I see a team that's playing it safe. They're covering a lot of bases, but it doesn't really have a formed identity in my mind. You've got, some dive with Zacian, you have some poke, some kiting with Greninja, you have a solid enough front line, lots of shielding through your Snorlax, through your Eldegoss. Mew can do any one of a million things. But I look at Lelovers and I think, now that's a roster with personality. They've got, I'm presuming that they're going to be running that Wish Umbreon, going to be keeping close alongside that Blissey to make sure that the Mewtwo Y is fed. And of course, you've got an all-in dive front line with that Garchomp and that Shifu, which honestly, Draku, could go one of either way. We've seen Water Bear used very successfully with Luminosity at LAIC. Dark Bear seems to be the more preferred of the two over here in EU, but plenty to find out as we head to Thea Sky Ruins.
Number 1 for our losers bracket round. Lelovers on our purple side, Peckers on our orange side. And as we get into our first game, Relic, welcome back to Thea Sky Ruin.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Thea Sky Ruins. And welcome to Invasion City. Lots of invasions. And already Kaizen has had to watch over this lovely little Cubfu as the Snorlax rotates down into bottom path on top path. A bit of fisticuffs. Health bars low. Not as low as Frigo, though. Gibble there with an early KO. Looking to score to 13. Gets away with it, Kaizen. Gets a KO down there on top path. Galaxy, though, finds the Mewtwo Y. So certainly no conservatism from either of these two sides.
Battle of the Box legendaries in the top path. I think a Pokemon definitely no slouch in this early game is that Gibble, who has now since evolved into that Goodbye. You know, you traditionally think that tier 2 evolution Pokemon like Garchomp or others like Tyranitar, Metagross really have a middling early to mid game. That's not so much like Garchomp. It's underestimatingly strong, especially with those auto attacks, and can do so much damage in a short period of time.
Indeed, his moveset is more to set up its autos, which once we do see Garchomp come online, terrifying. Almost as terrifying as that initial Metal Claw from the Zacian. Gets out of there. No, they don't. The agility will not save them. Snow-O confirming to us then it's the Dark Bear. They take down the Elderos as well. That Mewtwo Y coming online for the first time today. 2 down, 27 down. No more to score for the moment. Slender lead for Lelovers.
Yeah, I'm quite concerned with only 2 minutes into the game for Drill Peckers. You think they are a late scaling team with this Greninja, but I mean, it's the same thing on the side of Lelovers. You have a 2-stage evolution on that Garchomp, already at level 7 relative to the level 6 central area carry on the side of Drill Peckers. Here in the central area, Garchomp finds its way onto the Greninja, is able to escape through that smoke screen. But I mean, Lelovers right now is running over Drill Peckers in this early game.
Eldegoss scattered to the winds there by the Shifu, who continues to raise in level really successfully alongside Potato on this Gabai, real close to that Garchomp. And then we see the Livid Outrage enter the fray too. Benji and Revenge here moving back. The two attackers joined by Frigo. First set of Regis on the way.
30 seconds left before the first major objectives on the field. Galaxy, E-Girl, is going to make some room for their team as they push on forward. Here comes a Psycho attack from the Mewtwo. They are able to stun the Zacian as they make their way back to the top path. A really interesting top path choice, by the way, for Lelovers. Don't typically see a ranged attacker in that top path, bro.
Split push here then for both sides. Drill Peckers immediately going after the Regieleki. Lelovers onto this Regirock 2. Umi looking for the steal. Marv looking for the steal. Jean-Mi not going to be able to stop there. The Metal Claw. Both objectives down at almost exactly the same second. Look at Drill Peckers immediately rotating top path here. Freebies for Lelovers, who take down the first zone of the day, but I think that the second zone is going to fall in quick succession, going the way of Drill Peckers. Regieleki walking onto pad unopposed. 2 points left, but are they going to leave it now, looking for a larger overcap later on?
Really love this rotation for Drill Peckers to that top path. I think one thing to pay attention to, Mewtwo Y is definitely a scary foe, but by itself, maybe not so much. But here comes Lelovers, gonna start the siege on the tier 1 goal zone, bringing the airstrike down. Is that Mewtwo? Another KO going in the way of Lelovers, and it looks like a goal zone may be coming down here in the top path. Do they have enough points? A 13 for the Umbreon and a 7 from the Garchomp. They can, if they want to, Relic.
We're currently in the freezing rush patch. Well, that was the oncoming storm from Lelovers. Drill Peckers faced up and they were thrown to the ground without much abandon. Really enjoyed that Infinite Cyburn in particular. Puts a lot of global stuns down in a really concentrated area since Drill Peckers were all cobbled together. Just makes the job even easier. And although they haven't taken down that zone, Lelovers, look at that. Only 2 points left, primed for a great overcap later on.
We head to the halfway point of the game, Relic. Let's take a look at the field state. Level 10 on your Garchomp has hit that tier 2, stage 2 evolution. The Greninja also hitting that stage 2 evolution, getting KO'd by the Urshifu. I think that's going to be a prime target for that Urshifu's Unite move. Again, it is a Dark Urshifu, a Wicked Blow Urshifu. As you can see with that ability right there, to get a KO streak of 2. Here comes the Ebon Fist into the Zacian, getting a KO streak of 3. And now your experienced leader of the game, the Urshifu.
clutch Bliss assistance as well. That's going to be 32-point overdunk here for Snow. Working very well together, Lelovers. Kaizen going for a little bit of a trip into the tier 2 zone. Not really sure why they went down there. The vision has been provided, but the Blissey has gone down. Now it's just a matter of time as the Reggie Ice goes into the hands of Lelovers and the Reggie Alecki as well. So despite a slight misplay from Kaizen there, doesn't go punished. Excellent phase for Lelovers.
Currently 3 objectives to the 1 objectives on the side of Drill Peckers, as both Reggie Aleckis, or at least one Reggie Alecki, going over to either side. And slowly, Lelovers starting to pull up a lead here as we head into the final quarter of this game. Garchomp, though, is starting to become that raid boss we all know these characters, these Pokemon can be. They need to find an answer for this Garchomp as they start to scale. Maybe it's the Zacian, but currently it is at a level deficit. Level 10 matching the supporters on their side of the field.
Yeah, Slowbro. Sorry, not Slowbro, my apologies. Snorlax. Still only level 9 here. Frigo finds a block, but doesn't quite lock Marvin against the wall as they would have liked. 225 to 116, and Galaxy having no luck whatsoever. This level 13 Shifu simply too strong. Livid Outrage, last chance to use it, might as well. Look at that, Benji having to use the Water Shuriken Burst just to get away. Mystical Mirage popped as well as Frigo moves into the front line alongside his teammates, forces Lelovers onto the back foot a little bit more, or is it more of a tactical retreat? I feel it's the latter. It seems like this team in complete control at the moment, Draco.
Fortunately, Lelovers, or Drill Peckers, has no answer to the frontward approach that Lelovers has on their team. They have a Snorlax, which is that traditional defender type Pokemon, but I feel like the Snorlax on its own cannot defend against the assault that Lelovers can. I think one thing to pay attention to in this top path, bears tend to hang out in the jungle. In this tall grass, there is a very dangerous Urshifu waiting for this Zacian to walk by. It's still only a level 11 Zacian, so it has access to that first plus ability, but Snow on this Dark Urshifu is well on their way to level 14. I don't think they have any idea they're hanging out in this tall grass.
It's a Shifu of the jungle, but it's not so much watch out for that tree, it's watch out for that fist. Lelovers going all in on the bottom path. Drill Peckers going all in on the top path, but check out Lelovers and their positioning right now. They've left Potato to their own devices, but they're setting up shop in the central area already, looking to lure Drill Peckers in. There is that temptation of a back cap, but we're so close to raid, they surely can't afford it.
Snorlax is going to find some vision, and Mewtwo Y is going to go into an early Mega Evolution, which should expire in the next few seconds already. That effort gauge, or that Mega gauge, is already down to half and about to revert back into their regular form. So they lose the damage that they get as a special attack damage when they're in that Mega Evolution. And right now, Drill Peckers needs to find a way in, because right now, Lelovers really strong positioning in the bottom portion of this pit.
Yeah, as much as I was happy with the initial play, I'm not so happy with the follow-up, but look at this. Snorlax has been caught out. That big shielding from the block is dissipated, and now they've fallen as well. We've got Snow-O moving into the backline. Water Shuriken Burst. Zacian takes down the Umbreon, so that's the main support mechanism out of the way for Lelovers. For Drill Peckers, they've now got to face up against Potato. Big Surf. Mewtwo takes down the Greninja. Tries to go in with the Dragon Rush. Potato still can't catch Jean-Mi as Urshifu rotates up top path. Finds one KO. Looking to find a second on Galaxy. The Sword Doggo tries to escape, just about gets away with the agility. Now as Lelovers turn and burn on the Ray, but then they've turned again, full 180 into the 360 as Jean-Mi is forced out of central area.
Oh, here comes a blissful assistance into the pileup, followed by a wicked blow from the Urshifu, their tool of choice, to secure the first Rayquaza of the map. And I felt like for Drill Peckers, they were just so scattered in that central area fight. They lost such a pivotal key to their team, which is that Snorlax rather early on, being pulled by that Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo from the Garchomp, and everything fell after that, like these goal zones are right now.
It did feel like the first real sense of Lelovers weren't in full control, but they actually did recover super well. As you say, splitting up Drill Peckers, ensuring that any attempted steal of the Ray was going to be a hero play. This Garchomp Shifu front line has been destructive as much as it has been effective. Lelovers pick up game 1 here. That's one more dot that they require on that scoreboard to find themselves in the lower semifinals.
This is the lower bracket, so one more game going in the way of Lelovers, and that is going to be adios for Drill Peckers, our orange side team right now. And I really think that this game was definitely lost in draft. A very bulky composition on the side of Lelovers, and some question marks on my end for this Greninja, only able to get one knockout through this 10 minutes of the game. It's a Pokemon that scales really well late into the game, but when the other team, specifically that Garchomp, has scaling that matches that Greninja, but in my opinion gets more value to it. Take a look at Potati, 82,000 damage on the Gabite.
Yeah, 160 between both him and Snow. It just kind of spelled out the game for us there, Draku. I raised my concerns. It felt like a catch-all roster from Drill Peckers. And I'm sorry, but where the meta is right now, that's not going to be effective. You either have to counter what Lelovers put on the table throughout draft, or you have to be confident enough in your own play style to ride whatever rough waves might be ahead of you and simply put, the waves overrode them. We see this, of course, the Snorlax going down super early. And keep in mind that this was after the Mewtwo Y had been expended. A lovely Livid Outrage catches both the Mew and the Zacian, again, forces them apart. Jean-Mi was being chased ring around the rosies. Just, again, apart from that one moment of hesitation in the central area for Lelovers, where they did lose that Mewtwo Y, it felt like a pretty flawless game, honestly. Barely any mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, just more comments on like the team composition here. Greninja tends to do really well in coordinated play when your team has a really strong front line that can stop the approach of the enemy team. And well, when you have the approach that Lelovers had on their team, Greninja likes to hang out in the mid to short range. And if you take a look at all of Lelovers, where do they love to thrive? Garchomp, mid to close range. Urshifu, you land that Unite move on a Greninja, that is going to be sent back to their Pokeball very, very quickly.
Yeah, it feels like they could have done with this character, perhaps Miraidon, but unfortunately, banned away. And I think that was a very good ban in the end from Lelovers. We will see whether those bans do persist going into game number 2, where really all I have to ask for, Draku, is that we see a little bit more personality, a little bit more consistency in the draft for Drill Peckers. I want to see a game plan and not a reactive plan.
Mm-hmm. It's part of the beauty of draft. I mean, you can of course play some of your Pokemon that is most loved, but the beauty of draft is that you can react to the enemy team in their composition. I feel like, you know, in that second pick slot, specifically having the luxury of a 10th pick, that Greninja was picked 10th, you give the opposing team no opportunity to counter. But I feel like with that Greninja pick, it put them in, I guess, in a disadvantageous position in that they didn't need to put them into to begin with.
I'm definitely all for comfort picks when they make sense, when they synergize well with what everyone else is putting together. And so as much as I think the Greninja wasn't necessarily a bad pick in and of itself, it just felt like, given the rest of the draft, it just felt like square pegs in round holes, and it just nothing really properly fit together. But again, they get a chance to run it back here in game number 2, and I'm really interested to see whether they pick up on those all-rounders and whether they actually decide, Drill Peckers, to go for some target bans, since again, Garchomp and Urshifu, very popular bans over in ACL. So it's not like there isn't evidence to suggest that that's a bad move necessarily.
Mm-hmm. There are quite a number of all-rounders that are doing quite well in the metagame right now. Zacian, of course, primed to be one of the best all-rounders in the game. I think they could have maybe even gone with another all-rounder, let's say a Buzzwole, for example. Sure. Buzzwole just does so well in that mid to short range, especially into a Garchomp. You can crowd control or hinder that Pokemon for quite a considerable amount of time. And same thing with the Urshifu as well. You can maybe grab the Urshifu, you can force their Wicked Blow out, but again, trying to match their bulk, I think was the way to go, especially for game number 2 when they have this draft coming up.
It's funny as well, because I would usually associate Buzzwole with Potato. Whenever I think Buzzwole, I think of this player. I think of a year ago where Potato really burst onto the scene as one of the next up-and-coming EU players. And I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if we do see a ban towards Shifu, if we see a ban towards Garchomp. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see them rotating onto that Buzzwole. As you say, it's such a great counter against so many Pokemon, and in any 1v1 scenario, it's practically unmatched.
Yeah. Also very interesting selection for where they decided to put their top and bottom path Pokemon, specifically speaking for Lelovers. I think Zacian is, still the king of that top path, and you don't typically see, again, an attacker in that top lane role, but Mewtwo Y, once they start to get into their scaling, level 5 particularly, they can become a very, very powerful Pokemon.
It's funny as well. I don't think the Mewtwo Y had a particularly excellent game. Which I think is even more ominous for Drill Peckers, quite frankly, is that they could probably extract more out of the Mewtwo Y going forward. But that's also another option on the ban table, and that's maybe where Drill Peckers are just taking a moment to sit down and consider their next options carefully, because there are so many elements of what they have just faced, which either were really good or could be even better going into this next game. We finally have that draft, and Drill Peckers will be first pick, and they do decide to dismantle the partnership. Blissey, first ban on the board.
That was actually where I wanted the conversation to go next. I mean, you can go for a target ban like Mewtwo Y or Garchomp particularly, but why not target the Pokemon that enables that particular attack damage carry? And that Blissey, we were talking about a Pokemon to watch, that Helping Hands, particularly for auto attackers, does really, really, really well. And we were talking about that in the draft for game number 1. Mewtwo Y loves that Helping Hand. Garchomp loves that Helping Hand as well. Even to some extent, the Dark Urshifu, getting those auto attacks and potentially critically hitting with those auto attacks more importantly. Very, very, very important for that team composition for Lelovers. And I like this adjustment here. They're also going to retain that Zacian in this next game.
I don't know about that one, Draku. I feel as if taking the Umbreon away from Lelovers might have been the play. Of course, the bans for Garchomp and Blissey, sticking with the Psyduck and Darkrai, does mean that Miraidon is available. That's what we're going to see Umi pick up, and they are locking down that Umbreon. As soon as they saw it being hovered for that long, they're like, no, absolutely not. Jean-Mi will head on to the Eldegoss. And so I'm imagining we'll probably see a run back of the Snorlax, perhaps, unless they want to prioritize a damage dealer first and foremost. Slowbro, actually a very nice pick. Nice to see Slowbro back in the meta overall.
Yeah, that's Slowbro, obviously one of the best Unite moves in the game. I think one thing that's concerning with Slowbro is, quite literally like its name, it doesn't have the best mobility. It's slow on Thea Sky Ruins, walking around the map, and does not love attack damage carry Pokemon, specifically like Miraidon, that does so much damage in that long range. It's sometimes a struggle for Slowbro to get online to get to level 9 because you have a Miraidon dishing out so much damage.
Frontline compete for Lelovers. Got the Trevenant partnering the Umbreon. Also got Snow Roaming on the Mimikyu with attack weight. A9 locked in for Benji. The Gengar. Whoa, okay. That is a pick and a half from Revenge. Running triple glasses unless there are late adjustments too. And what did I tell you? Profit or what? Buzzwole coming out for Potato.
Yeah, a couple of things to note here. The Gengar could potentially go Hex Gengar. There is quite a lot of bulk on the side of Lelovers, but normally you see something like a full heal and maybe a muscle band to increase the amount of Hex abilities you can dish out in damage onto those defenders. But I really like this Alola Ninetales pick. There is a lot of Pokemon on the side of Lelovers that thrive in that mid to short range, and looking at the build for B&J, they may be going an Aurora Veil Alola Ninetales. So Aurora Veil increases the amount of defenses in the Pokemon that are in that Veil, but also increases your auto attack speed as well for Alola Ninetales. And the faster you can get those boosted autos, particularly out, you can stun so many Pokemon in that mid to short range.
Fingers crossed they're running the Aurora style Holoware, because my goodness, Aurora Veil is very pretty with that piece of Holoware. 3 Pokemon stacking for Lelovers as well. It's worth mentioning you got the Umbreon, Mimikyu, and Buzzwole all stacking attack weight no stacking items for their opponents. So two very different objectives here early game, and one wonders if Lelovers are perhaps running a bit of a risk here. There's a chance of losing a lot of early KOs over to Drill Peckers. Obviously, the example that we're looking to follow here is don't and score when you can, not at any chance you get.
Into game number 2, just to remind our viewers in the audience, the losing team of game number 1 gets the option to select the side of game number 2. And so Drill Peckers want to be in that first pick side. They are now on our purple side team. Lelovers on our orange side team. One thing to remind us as well, one thing that is wanting for these teams is that lovely travel award that is awaiting one of these teams at the end of the Aeos Cup Play-Ins.
Absolutely. Well, early stack over to Eevee to be an Umbreon. That's where we see the small score for Lelovers. Otherwise, pretty simple plan. Marv using the eject button, but does not escape the water gun of Frigo, who finds that evolution onto Slowbro as well. Oh, just saved by the shielding. Unfortunate for the Miraidon.
Yeah, one of the interesting properties of Slowbro, it doesn't take direct damage, it takes more damage over time. If they are bursted down, then they can get KO'd very quickly. A huge team fight breaking out here in the top path for those birds. First to fall is the Umbreon, asleep onto the Buzzwole as retract back to grab those citrus berries, and an early win for Drill Peckers. Really love this aggression in the early game for that team.
You know, this Haunter's wearing a funny hat, but there is nothing sweet about the Dream Eater putting to sleep one, and then that all just cavalcades into a huge top path win for Drill Peckers. So already Lelovers, we see that Mimikyu level 6, but 2 level 6s over on the side of Drill Peckers, pretty even, not in favor of the orange team, not yet anyway.
Do see a superpower on that Buzzwole. Both teams now heading into the central area. Gengar, at least Hunter at this point, currently your level leader of the game at level 7. There are another 2-stage evolution that gets online at level 9, but they do get access to their primary damaging abilities at level 7. Take a look at this relic, maybe taking a page out of our ACL friends in the East. A Trick Room Mimikyu turning the dimensions.
I was going to say, Garchomp and Urshifu game 1, Trick Room Mimikyu game 2. I know a team who's watched the VODs when I see one, but they've got to keep their eyes front and center. Charge Beam, though, slices down the Haunter in combination with Kaizen. A9 falls quickly as well, and Frigo will find that the Mimikyu's a little too strong for them, and now going onto that backline to try and find Jean-Mi into the Unite move immediately. Come play with me. I'll steal your berry too. 3 KO streak for Snow. Ice Cold.
An absolute clip for the Mimikyu player. A couple of things that's really interesting about Mimikyu. It has such obscure mobility tools, both with Shadow Sneak and with Trick Room. While Mimikyu is in that square, they have unlimited dashes, which is always quite interesting. In this top path, a 1v1 turning into a 2v2. Buzzwole, Potati, able to get a KO onto the Zacian, but has to be very careful. They are going to use a Slowbro as their weapon of choice. Unite move from the Buzzwole is going to make some room to score on this tier 1 goal zone. Haunter well on their way to level 9, and they get it with that knockout.
Which means that they got the Unite move as well. Phantom Ambush available. They got a lovely Scarf to join with that hat. Drill Peckers going for the turn and burn. Doesn't matter if there is a zone here. They simply need to get a W in the column, and they do. Hadron Engine goes down. Are they going to focus defense? Surely they must. Drill Peckers trying to look for a free rotate, and Snow goes 1v4. Miss with a wood hammer, though, uses the Horn Leash to get out of there, and Drill Peckers are let off the leash.
Really interesting other property about Mimikyu specifically. Anytime you have a boosted auto, it reduces the cooldown of that Shadow Claw, so they can go toe-to-toe with the front line of Drill Peckers. And it's quite a beautiful decision here on the side of Lelovers to go Trick Room Mimikyu, because the damage that originates from outside of the Trick Room square is reduced for Pokemon inside of the square. I'm particularly looking at the relationship between the Alola Ninetales that sits in that mid to short range, dishing out those basic attacks. That damage is reduced for Pokemon in that Trick Room square.
You're in here with me, says Snow as the bright future meteor storm rains down. Zacian falls. Frigo was before that as well, but they're still struggling to find the score. 16 down, Snow Globe, Super Swole slam into the back line and down into the ground. They're not going to find the KO onto Revenge. Gengar survives, but the zone does not. Draku 29 to 220 as we hit the halfway mark. Lelover's cooking.
I am loving this ingenuity for Lelovers, not only just in game one with really prioritizing their auto attack presence, but the Mimikyu in that central area. It's just so fascinating. We don't see it all too often here in the West, but again, like you were saying before, watching those VODs from the ACL, the Japanese meta has always dictated some of the decisions that these teams are making here in the West.
Imitation is the finest form of flattery, but that is a Phantom Forest that has not been able to stop that Buzzwole from going down. So Drill Peckers will find the Regirock in their pocket. 4 on bottom path. Do they go for the push though? No, Lelovers have set up the defensive stalls. Now we look to the top path. Snow already on the way. Potato already on the way, but look at this Drill Peckers rotate. How quickly can you burn Lelovers, or are you going to have to wait and be patient?
This is looking very much like game number one, a pretty significant lead for Lelovers as we head to the final quarter of the game. This might be an energy amplifier Mimikyu with the number of Unite moves that this Mimikyu has put a blanket over the enemy team. Gengar able to get a KO on that Buzzwole. Really nice Horn Leech there by the Trevenant is going to drag everyone into that tall grass to lead the Mimikyu to a KO streak of 2.
Yeah, Revenge did really well to get into the backline. Actually found access through the Dream Eater, removes Potato immediately, but the problem is that the rest of the reinforcements ain't nowhere to be found. Uses the Phantom Outburst to get out of there, scores 46 bottom path, but the Regieleki has been given over to Lelovers, and just check out the level situation. Drill Pecker's not miles away, but Lelovers definitely in the driving seat through Snow on that level 13.
Yeah. Lacking a tier 1 goals on the top and bottom path gives them, again, access to those Indeedis that spawn behind them, or I guess adjacent to the tier 2 goal zones, whereas Lelovers does not have access to those. You can see in the top left corner of that screen, the mini-map shows those tier 1 goal zones are up, and so in terms of the experience economy, the stocks on the side of Drill Peckers just a little bit higher.
Nervy moments, though, nonetheless, and Lelovers. Look at their positioning here, central area. There is another bottom path Reggie that will be spawning in momentarily. Moonlit. What am I talking about here? We've got the mean look, not the moon look, but it is the mean look. Doesn't do anything. So listen, shut up, Mr. Commentator. Let's talk about this mean look instead. The Metal Claw, though, does a lot of damage to Kaizen. Going to be planted into the ground. It's 3 Pokemon surrounding 1. Zacian wasn't going to get away with it. Meanwhile, Snow going after the Reg Ice. There was vision there via the A9, but it's 4v5 in the central area. They can't afford to make any more mistakes, Drill Peckers.
10 seconds before the final stretch. Zacian will be back in time, but we had a conversation with the other casters about the once categorized EX Pokemons. They thrive off of Aeos energy in their pocket. Once you are KO'd, a significant amount of Aeos energy is gone, and Zacian is trying desperately to fill up that pocket once again, and Drill Peckers trying to find a way in.
Quite unfortunate there, Marv. Missed out on catching Jean-Mi. Lelovers up front and center. Potato waiting, gives himself away. Benji. Unfortunately, that snow warning kind of gives them away as well. So a little bit of an eye for an eye there as Drill Peckers looking at this central area, trying to find an entry point. All clobbering together here on the top path. Galaxy E-Girl using the Metal Claw to get over the wall, and Lelovers have rotated in kind. All eyes on this purple side as the Trick Room into the Trevenant. Bonk goes the hammer, but down goes that Umi. Interest with a bright future. Meteor Storm catches Azation. Still got the Sovereign Sword available. Slowbro has to rotate down central, and maybe now the turn and burn for the Drill Peckers is an option available. Still 4v5, looking for a KO of any kind. Forces that Gengar into the Phantom ambush as Marv brings down the wood hammer once again. Jean-Mi caught in no man's land.
Oh, one KO going in the way of Drill Peckers as Potati going down on the Buzzwole, but 45 seconds left, Relic. This might be the game for Drill Peckers unless they get a number of KOs here. They do not have the best clear on objectives, and with the Gengar going down, that might be the nightmare turn true, and their dreams of that travel award at the end of this tournament falling here in game number 2.
Benji on no health and a dream, but time is very much against them. And look at Snow going bottom path, looking for the Hundo Burger. Will Zacian deny? Yes, they will. Is there a counter score to be had, though? I don't see any Drill Peckers player near any zone of interest. Potato has got that top path covered. Umi has got that bottom path covered. Lelovers burn down the clock. Lelovers progress to the lower bracket semi-final.
And the Rayquaza left standing here in game number 2. And this is what I feel like the metagame for Pokemon Unite has really leaned into. We all know how polarizing that final game objective can be. Rayquaza can win you the game, it can lose you the game, but if you put yourself in a situation where you need to defend that big green dragon, that is the best case you want to be.
I think a better look overall, Draku, for the Drill Peckers. It really felt like they were a lot more competitive at various stages. But unfortunately, Lelovers just with that one step ahead mentality, Umi almost dropping the pure 100k damage. But I want to give a big shout out to Potato as well. Not as much damage as he would have liked, but tanking 64k all on his own. Great calls of engagement, often providing value in the form of scores or KOs towards him or one of his teammates. Just overall, Lelovers showing great maturity, I think, to get this one over the line in 2.
I think if there's one thing to learn on the side of Drill Peckers is the cautiousness around tall grass specifically. We talked about it with the Urshifu and the Zacian in that top path in game number 1. Quite frequently, the Zacian was walking around, not really relying on their team to check those tall grass bushes for things that are waiting in danger. And the Zacian kind of put themselves in a very disadvantageous position by being knocked out around the 220 mark before the final stretch, and it was just that. They were walking through the central area, going through that pixel bush to the right of where Rayquaza spawns. They got KO'd, lost all of their Aeos energy, and now they were behind even before that final fight began.
And hey, I think we need to talk about this Trick Room Mimikyu as well. I think that there is certainly still, just in general, there's always been a lot of hesitation to try something new, but I feel you called it out mid-game immaculately. In this particular case, against this particular composition, Trick Room was an inspired call.
Really unfortunate whiff there by the Gengar. The Mimikyu, I think, was the intended target for both the Dream Eater and the Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball, of course, goes through wild Pokemon. It goes through enemy Pokemon, but not that Dream Eater. I think latched onto the Rayquaza. I think they flashed onto the Rayquaza, got some damage onto the Rayquaza, which was much intended for that Mimikyu. Mimikyu responded with that Unite move, Play With Me, as we saw multiple times during this game, and everything started to fall after that.
So Lelovers progress, and they will progress to face off against Nouns Esports. Their objective is clear, and it has been completed. They are now guaranteed top 4 for the rest of the tournament. But of course, as we've mentioned many times before, yes, you get championship points. You get championship points all the way down to even 12th and so on. You could have gotten championship points yesterday. The main prize for today, that's all about that Aeos Cup Travel Award and priority registration. And well, we're going to find out one of the teams that will be in the grand finals after this break. Panyan will be taking on Gen 5. It's a proper one, folks. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you then after this. Welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series. It's Aeos Cup Play-Ins time. It's winners finals time. And Draco, I feel I've come very appropriately dressed because we get to see on stream for the first time, it's Gen 5 Pokemon Black and White, baby. And it's a team that we are largely expecting to have a big impact on EU this time around. It's Yutao and Megu running it back.
I think these two teams were definitely in prime position to take that travel award at the end. I think these were the two teams that I predicted specifically, but Aion got a lot of my stocks in that first set of the broadcast today. Going 2-0 over Nouns Esports is definitely not an easy feat to do. But again, the big question is all about chemistry for these teams, or for this team specifically. Soreyu coming from Nouns Esports at quite a late time, I think in the last 2 or 3 weeks or so, departing from that team, joining a new one is obviously they've made it this far and have taken down a titan in that team, but really looking for Gen 5 to make a really deep bracket run, potentially winning all of this. A lot of chemistry across the 5 members of their team, specifically Yutao and Megu.
Yeah, and that's really the whole structure of what was Talibobo Believers, then Talibobo Unleashed, and now Gen 5 this time around. Really excited to see Qatar making that step up. Really impressed overall with how they've fitted into things. Lunda, we've seen a couple of Glaceons appear on Thea Sky Ruins via Lunda, always a threat. And of course, Azuru, again, storied veteran, player who you can trust 100%. All French roster, all conquering roster. We'll wait and find out. I do want to focus in on Aion though, because they themselves have got, Gek, Soreyu, Klaus. I mean, Klaus isn't even on the main roster. This is Klaus on the bench. This is a who's who of EU seasons gone by. But the player that stuck out for me, a name that I guess not many people will be aware of. We haven't seen much of it, Leorio. If this is the player which I have seen around previously, this is a player with an absurdly deep move or Pokemon pool, I should say. The fact that we've seen a Machamp, for example, I think I've seen him playing Zeraora. I think I've seen him playing attackers. Again, that's such a great tool in the kit to have for any team. For Aion, it's their advantage.
Yeah, there's a number of Pokemon in Pokemon Unite that have that advantage of unfamiliarity. I think Machamp is definitely one of them. There are some stars in the North American region that love to play Machamp, and they can play it quite well. I think Machamp just very recently has gotten a lot more spotlight in the submission variant of Machamp. We saw that in the first broadcast, or the first set of this broadcast. But, Machamp in that top lane carry role, if they're playing cross-shop, they need quite a bit of experience. But with submission, they can apply pressure very, very quickly. As soon as they hit level 5, they get access to that submission to apply pressure in the form of crowd control or hindrance, or simply just displacing the enemy team.
Again, though, we've got to talk about that flexibility and the ability to have. You can't be a one-trick pony anymore. I'm sorry, because then you are primed for a target ban. And I think, honestly, just the banning phase of draft phase, we've seen so much variety today. Obviously, Darkrai and Psyduck are the two that people are admittedly not excited to face. They will avoid that at any cost. But in terms of those other two slots, it really does depend on who you're facing. It depends on what was good the last game, what they themselves want to play. And so that's why I like Aion in particular. I think that there shouldn't be too many problems for Gen 5 either, but just that knowledge that you can react and you can change up the game plan on a dime mid-draft. Oh, I'd feel good to be playing on that team, let me tell you, and not just because I'm under 1600 at the moment.
They didn't tell us that that was one of the requirements to being a caster. You have to be over 1600.
It's true.
Well, the production told me that, so I had to play
it.
But can we get a shout to a lot of the supporting class in this game? I feel like they don't get enough attention, especially in that last game. I think it was very apparent. Blissey in game number 1 was so strong. In game number 2 was banned outright because it was such a key component in that first game. And supporting class Pokemon have been just so powerful at enabling those carries, and I feel like with this next game, with how powerful these attack damage carry these players are, and as diverse as they are, it's going to be very difficult for teams to ban specific Pokemon. I mean, they can ban the Machamp, or they can ban a Darkrai. They can ban, for example, Utah's Dodrio. But I think the better draft strategy going into this set, and with all the knowledge they have on the opposing members' players, they should probably just go for the key components that enable the player themselves and not necessarily the characters or Pokemon that they play.
We're starving for supports. And I say that off the back of Psyduck, but supports. Please. Like, I want more heals. I want more shielding. This is me sticking the flag in the ground. This is my appeal to Timmy. I'd love to see some more orange background characters. More defenders as well. I feel like this was a conversation a year ago. The conversation right now is who's getting banned, and surprise, surprise, Darkrai and Psyduck. But hey, on the money, Draku, Blissey also selected, and an Absol ban. My goodness, that is a statement.
That is definitely a respect ban for Utah, one of the best Absol players in the EU region, immediately going into the Mimikyu. And we're already seeing 2 out of the 3 Pokemon to watch, and we may expect a Miraidon very early on. Gecko Kami from Connoisseurs last year in UCS, again placing 2nd place in the regional finals, and we could see a very aggressive start. All 3 of the Pokemon that we saw to watch for today's event represented as either bans or selected in those first pick slots.
No hesitation on the Trevenant and the Zacian to pair up with that Mimikyu for Gen 5. Panyan locking in this the Sorayu Leafeon. Oof. And they delayed their pick on the Hooper to prioritize Miraidon. Not punished for it. Lunda and Sazura again insta-locking in here. The Mew and the Eldegoss. So they are very happy with this core. I would be too. Now we see what Leorio the wild card comes out with. If it's a Metagross, you're going to make me a very happy caster indeed. This is a Pokemon that I think is going to deserve its time in the spotlight for this Aeos Cup Play-In. And it is with Attack Weight and Razor Claw. Watch out.
There's a couple of things we can talk about. First, I want to talk about the confidence on Sorayu to pull out a Leafeon as with vision of a Mimikyu on the enemy team. I've termed Mimikyu as the anti-speedster Pokemon with that Play With Me Unite move, pulling the veil over a single Pokemon, doing damage to them, but more importantly, just locking them in place and doing a significant amount of damage to their HP pool. Speedsters, traditionally, not a whole lot of HP in the reserves, are not going to like that Unite move. But Sorayu is going to lean into their confidence in Speedster classified Pokemon, and Leafeon is still a very powerful Speedster, albeit not the Leafeon that we saw on release or maybe 6 months ago, but still one of the best Pokemon in that classification. But Metagross, Relic, I'm gonna lead you to this one. What do you think about that one?
I'm so happy. If it's as we've been seeing in the meta currently, it's going to be a Zen Headbutt Gyro Ball Metagross, as opposed to the Magnet Rise, which was a little off meta last season. Didn't really see too much of it to really even call it a meta build, but Zen Headbutt, lock on target, take you to target. It's as simple as that. Does a little bit of damage, but it's what you do thereafter, which is the important bit. Gyro Ball. You want to catch as many Pokemon in that outer ring as possible. The potential to give you an absurd amount of shielding, which really does just cover off the fact that it doesn't have a very quick auto. We talked about Garchomp earlier, very quick auto. You really don't want to be going close range to it. Metagross, you can get away with it a little bit more, but the more that it finds in that area of effect, the more damage and the more shielding, of course. So generally speaking, great for team fight.
Winners final of our Aeos Cup Play-Ins for Europe UNITE Championship Series. Whoever wins this best of 3 is one step closer to that travel award and their way to the grand finals. In this bottom path, we see Lunder, one of the best Mew players in the world, and we also see an EXP share on top of that Mew Relic. Again, a lot of attackers are playing that flexibility as a support, and we can see one of the supports actually stealing away that red buff away from the Mimikyu.
Yeah, important to talk about the support line for Panyan, actually. So it's surely got to be a hyperspace highway, but there's not many that would benefit off Trick. I think looking also at this Umbreon, I would be shocked if they don't go with a mean look. Trying to counter off that Mimikyu. Again, we're not talking about a lot of auto-heavy Pokemon. Miraidon, relatively slow. Leafeon, leaning heavily on it, looking at Razor Leaf. already gone over Metagross. So a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of both Umbreon and Hooper. A lot of responsibility given that they don't have the chunkiest health bars either comparatively.
Three members heading to that bottom path. Gen 5 using that Kabi-Chan's rotate. Really popularized for a Japanese team in the last year's WTS by sending 4 members to the top path. But unfortunately, the small fent-up tree felling at its roots all alone in the bottom path definitely has made a sound in the impact of those goal zones going down.
Yeah, the simple counter to the Kabi-Chan's rotate is just score in the bottom path. Literally, just do the opposite thing and hope for the best, because if you can't beat them, you might as well join them. And Megu's looking to help Leafeon join the Pokemon Center waiting list. Back they go 4-34, as on this bottom path, Qatar doing a decent enough job to fend off Gek and crew. Birds now in goes Leorio, already up to level 6, verging on level 7 even.
Another Metal Claw Zacian, by the way, in the top path. Another fight breaking out here in the central area. Matang is going to be the first to fall. Really nice Shadow Tag, Shadow Sneak to sneak onto the Hoopa, maybe making them disappear. But here comes the Leafeon. Do not have access to that Unite move. Again, there is that anti-speedster Pokemon. They do get the revenge knockout, but definitely a confident push there by Soraya.
We've got to talk about that Eldegoss. The shielding saving Mimikyu for the most part, which then, of course, the catalyst to Leafeon going down. So value traded between the two. Aion still with the score lead, but Yutao level 8. That Zacian level 8. They're leading the lobby. Going into the first set of objectives, crucial gains to make.
I think that is to be expected, especially in this top path where a Beldum or a Matang really struggles to get those last hits, especially if they're not running a Meteor Mash or maybe not able to get some of those last hits against a Zacian. We all know Zacian to be such a strong top lane presence. Aion starting to work on this Regirock that is formed in the southern part of the map. Gen 5 going to push on forward. The objective secure. Going over to Gen 5, Trevenant going to be the Pokemon that gets that one.
Yeah, thank you, Curse. Thank you very much. And despite getting a KO via the Emerald 2-step, you got to say overall W in the column of Gen 5. They take the points lead through that phase as well. That is very bold from Soraya, especially with Yutao watching brief. And Megu comes in to clean up shop too, just slightly behind the times here. Leorio still hasn't found that Metagross evolution. Computer Crush would be pretty useful about now.
Yeah, I think one thing that Metagross really benefits from is getting, oh my goodness, I mean, take a look at that. The full extension, full activation of the Unite move, Sovereign Sword from the Zacian. Of course, Lunder getting that secure for the team. Gen 5 is going to test the defense of Aion, but the Hadron Engine going to amplify that goal zone, and Gen 5 is going to be sent back over to the left side. Lots of damage coming from Gone, Miraidon, that charge being really good at applying damage to the enemy team, but more importantly, defending your goal zones as well.
Gekko Kami running Aeos Cookie, getting a couple more stacks in. Nothing that Qatar could do against that. Lunda joining them on this bottom path. And here's Gone to help out with the defense of this bottom zone. Very tense situation here. Still Gen 5 with the overall advantage in terms of team game, in terms of level situation at Trevenant level 10. Very scary indeed.
Metagross finally growing the final 2 appendages to become the robot monster that's hanging out here in the central area. The Hoopa Hyperspace Highway is still in full control. I think that is a trick Hoopa, if I'm not mistaken. Did I see that correctly, or was that just a Phantom Force?
You know what? We'll find out very soon. I feel we'll find out very soon. Here they come. It is indeed Shadow Sneak, which, to be fair, if you've got Yutao, that's what I'd go for as well. I'd also go for the come play with me, but they get caught out deep there. Sorayu falls very quickly. There is the Computin Crush. We got the Moonlight Prance as well delivered, but check out the damage output from Megu on this Zacian. Slicing, dicing, thriving, staying in their lane, so demure, but Gekko Kami still doesn't go down. There's the Aeos Cookie stacks in effect for you.
There is a trick Hoopa. I think you were kind of mentioning it before, but kind of question marks for as to why this support Pokemon want that ability. I feel like the healing support from Hoopa is just unparalleled, but on top of that, the mobility as well. Gen 5 is going to start working on this Regice, melting it by the electricity that's falling from the sky. Gen 5 now going to test the defense of Aion. Aion losing Soreyu. It's going to be the first to fall. Hadron Engine going to make that vulnerable, that goal zone vulnerable. Here comes the Hoopa, going to use that unbounded state to defend their goal zones, and defense for Aion has definitely been on point.
Look how quickly Leorio has raised in levels since hitting Metagross. Now on par with Gon on this Miraidon. Just stepping back for one moment, yeah, completely agree. Trick does feel like a complete misplay on Apanyan's side, but here's Confusion Crush again going after Megu, but doesn't quite find the KO. Sazuru doing the Cotton Puff's work here on this Eldegoss, and now utilizing that Zen Headbutt, immediately going in on the Regieleki. Apanyan with a big play forward, Emerald two-step, and miss with the Shadow Sneak. Another 4 points, another stack down for Gecko Kami, but they're now in too deep, or are they? How on earth have they gotten out of that one? Incredible scenes!
Oh, Megu is going to be the spear that pierces the veil of Apanyan as they push on forward. Gen 5 looking very healthy. First team fight, I feel like going in the way of one of the teams here. It's going to crash uncontested on this tier 1 goal zone. 27 points from the Mew. They have quite a number of points. 28 from the Zacian, followed by a 50 banger from Yutao. 45 points. That is going to give them almost a 100-point lead leading into the final stretch.
Yeah, and that was a deliberate call as well. We saw everybody pull away for Apanyan. I don't mind that so much, Draku. If they're going to focus on capturing those wild Pokemon, building up the EXP pool, especially given that they've been behind in EXP this entire game, I don't mind that. Short-term loss for a long-term game. Let's see if it pays off, coach.
Final stretch, 165 to 86. A small lead in Unite terms. It's still a one-score game, particularly in double time, as all scoring is doubled. Metagross using that Gyro Ball to build up some passive shielding, some even more shielding from this trick as they apply, and maybe they might be even going for a rip. They are applying a lot of pressure here in the central area. Trevenant caught out by themselves. Phantom Forest finds 2. Shielding stolen by the Umbreon. First to fall is the Leafeon. Soreyu is down.
Megu finds that KO on the back line. Hooper falls, Leafeon falls. 2 KO streak for the Utah Mimikyu in the end, but look at that, Eldegoss has fallen as well. So 2 down for both sides, 2 very different picks for both sides. The support structure completely removed from Gen 5, but Apanyan don't have the turn and burn capability to get this Ray in the amount of time it'll take for Gen 5 to respawn back in. Big Zen Headbutt forces out the Mystical Mirage, though. Excellent pressure play from Leorio as Apanyan do go for the rip.
Oh, 1 minute left, and this might be the game, Relic. A huge Unite move from the Zacian is not able to find the KO. We might get a reset here. Hoopa is going to be down. Rayquaza already brought down to 50%. Another member down as the Metagross gets melted in the central area. Again, Rayquaza getting really low, and Gen 5 able to find the secure on the Rayquaza.
It just all fell apart at the wrong time. Mid-charge beam, just a little too early for Gon, and now the scores are free-flowing. 337 to 86. 437, 637. Gen 5 has this one in the bag. Apanyan sent back to the room where they got to figure out which blueprint to take out of the draw next, because they got to run it back. Otherwise, they're heading down to the lower bracket, Draku.
It's hard to say where Apanyan went wrong here. You know, I feel like they've lost definitely the first 8 minutes of the game, but they found their Metagross at level 13. It's exactly where you want your top lane damage carry to be at that point. But I think the one character, one Pokemon we really need to shine a spotlight on is that Trevenant.
Yeah.
That Trevenant was a carry in the bottom path. We typically don't see Trevenant as the, I guess, one of the attack damage carries, but we've seen Mew quite a number of times holding that EXP share. And I do want to highlight one of these terms that I want to maybe reference more often, these Pokemon that can be categorically fluid. Right, Mew can be a supporting class Pokemon. Trevenant can be a quote-unquote all-rounder type Pokemon, even though it's categorically classified as a defender. Pokemon Unite is definitely becoming very variable and diverse the way you can approach these team compositions, and Gen 5 definitely leaned into that.
I think it says a lot where this very, oh my goodness, it's reminding me to wake up here, and I do need to wake up because quite frankly, we got to talk about the Mew, which didn't have too much of an influence, but still was doing decent things with the Electro Balls and solar beams rather on the back line. I think that you're absolutely spot on with that Qatar, Trevenant. I just think that the Curse build was the perfect counter to what Apanyan were putting in front of them. Metagross, close range, Leafeon, close range, and not only that, but that Curse was essential in stealing that first Reggie objective away from them on the bottom path. Apanyan, for me, the biggest misstep was on the Hooper. Why trick when surely Hyperspace Hole would have made all the difference in that central area battle to try and take down Rayquaza? This was a team with barely any sustain, Dracu, and it showed.
Yeah, I think this Umbreon was going the classic defender. It is a foul play Umbreon. We can see that ability right there. A huge team fight again breaking out here in the central area. I think we did see the Metagross use that Unite move. It only maybe tracked onto one target as we see it here. Oh no. One of the unfortunate things about Metagross is a Unite move. You can scan a wide array around the Metagross, but unfortunately if you run into a wall, quite literally a crowd control tool that is 100% accurate.
Gotta say, Megu, huge flank onto the Metagross there as well. I love Metal Claw. It not only blocks projectiles, but it leads into that quickened auto as well. Devastating effect when you start to see the scaling into the late game for Zacian. So yeah, ultimately, it all leads to this. Gen 5 take the lead in the series. It's winners final. It's best of 3 for the entire day. So they are one win away now from that final, that grand final, and that one match therefore away from the Aeos reward. But Dracu, they still need to get there. And I think that Apanyan showed enough to me that they are as much in with a chance as taking this to game 3 as anything else. Again, literally change that Hooper to hyperspace. And I think we're talking about a very different game altogether.
I think some of their decisions as a team is kind of shining a light on maybe the unfamiliarity with the chemistry across the 5 players with playing with one another. I'm sure they played a lot with each other, maybe in the ranked environment or just casually in smaller stacks or anything like that. But a couple of other question marks. We were already talking about the Trick Rupa, but same thing with the Leafeon pick, right? Sorayu just very proficient at the speedster class Pokemon, but still Leafeon into a full vision of a Mimikyu on the other side is kind of a huge head scratcher for me as to why to go that particular Pokemon. I think there are some other Pokemon that you can select there that kind of have that similar role, wanders around the field. I think maybe Cerulege, another all-rounder that does really well. It has a Unite move that deletes enemy Pokemon, but can also stay on the field a little longer and maybe give some questions as to whether the Mimikyu wants to jump on a Cerulege versus an obvious jump onto a Leafeon.
I think any all-rounder would have done great. Not to say that it wasn't an awful choice. I think we certainly saw a couple of highlight moments for Sorayu, certainly a couple of big Emerald 2-step picks, but the problem that they had really was they got the pick, they got the KO, and then they were KO'd. And that was their story. That was their narrative. They couldn't do anything after that immediate impact, which is where the all-rounder pick, having that longevity, again, having that sustain. We talk about sustain in the healing sense. You've also got to be able to draw out team fights, to waste away Unite moves on the opposition front, to be able to tank them. And so your Buzzwoles, your Garchomps, your Ashifus, I think that any of those could have fit that role and done plenty of damage all on their own and led to better rewards. So again, lessons have to be learned, Dracu, and they've got to be learned quick.
I know you love that Metagross pick in this last game, and I honestly thought as a 10th gutter pick, and you look at the team composition of Gen 5, and you, for face value, on paper, Gen 5, it looks like they play really well together in small pods or just even as a team fight moving around the map together, and that's where Gyro Ball Metagross tends to thrive. But I saw, for the most part, in the beginning of the game, Leafeon has a really strong early game, same thing with the Miraidon. I felt like they left the Matang and the Beldum in the top path almost by themselves for the most part. And especially for a stage 2 evolution, I think you can leave maybe a Garchomp by themselves very frequently because they are pretty self-sufficient. But Matang, Beldum, definitely does not have that early game presence as a Goodbye or a Gibble does. Relatively.
I mean, look, much as is the case right now, where we're waiting for the next game, took a little bit too long for that Metagross. Took a little bit too long to get it online. I literally highlighted when they were rotating up to Regieleki for the first time. Would have been real nice to have that Compute and Crash Unite move, but they didn't. And so, as much as I recognize that the Leafeon should have gone central, as you say, spot on, early game monster. But removing that Leafeon, again, going with something like a top path Buzzwole or going with a bottom path Gibble or something along those lines, frees up the central area for a hyperscaler, which really does require that central area like a Metagross. Not saying it's a bad path, or I think Beldum's actually a pretty good path, but on this occasion, just too many attack damage carry ideas into the broth. It was spoiled. And it's time to run it back. We'll see what happens on the ban side of things as well, because I'm sure that we'll see Darkrai and Psyduck again, but I don't think there's any necessity to go for a target ban Dracu. Maybe if there was one, it would be the Mimikyu, but Utao's got a D-Pool as well, so I don't think it's not going to make too much difference.
Yeah, I think on the casters decks, our opinions of Apanya were definitely like splitting hairs here. It was still an extremely close game. I think if some other draft decisions were made or their ability choices were changed a little bit, they could definitely see themselves in the lead here in this best of 3 set. Leorio has a pretty deep all-rounder pool in that top half. We've seen them play Metagross, obviously, kind of going down the hierarchy of all-rounders. Metagross, kind of in the middle of the road. Same thing for Machamp. We saw that in earlier on today. Machamp, Submission Machamp particularly, it's not an all-rounder we see very often. I'm excited to see what this player has in their pocket as well. Could they potentially go with something more consistent? Even like Blaziken would have also been really strong in that. We haven't seen a lot of Blaziken today. I'm actually kind of surprised.
I mean, for one of the Pokemon that had one of the hero plays at LAIC on the hands of Falb, very strange that we haven't seen it yet. But then again, it's not exactly, at least from my recent memory, it's not that prevalent in ACL either. And I do feel like there is a lot more inspiration taken from ACL this time around, or at least in the early season going in. We're finally here, folks. We'll get some answers to our questions, I should say, in due time. But I think the Blaziken's actually a really good chap. It's another one of those Pokemon, Dracu, that does require central area in my mind. It's very good for the early game flank, but not much more in terms of early game. Blissey, Darkrai, Psyduck, and what are we looking at, Gek? Miraidon. Okay, G5 with first pick. Let's see what they go with.
Not too out of the ordinary for bans. There is again that the both Pokemon to watch, Blissey and Miraidon, heading up to the ban slot. Gen 5 is going to retain their first pick side on the purple. Yutao going into Mimikyu first pick. And I've had this opinion before. I don't think Mimikyu is maybe the best first pick option. There's quite a lot to counter Mimikyu. Mimikyu has of course, it is an all-rounder, but it has a lot of speedster-like qualities, especially when you have that attack way. It leads me to believe it's going to be maybe a play rough, but that Muscle Band thinks otherwise is going to be a Shadow Claw. I think we've seen mostly Shadow Claw, but Mimikyu tends to not do very well in very bulky compositions, and you can see already here, Umbreon, Zacian, really bulky in that front line. We are going to be stealing the Mew away from Lunder. I really like that they're maybe trying to force Lunder to play something else, or maybe a more traditional attacker, but really like this adaptation right off the bat for Apanya.
Are you joking, Saray? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, Metagross, not last pick, is already wild enough. Phalanx would have been crazy. Lunder Glaceon. Let's go. Let's go. I'm super excited to see Lunder back on the Glaceon. And looks like Megu's going to be going to their preferred Blastoise as well. So Leorio's stolen away. The Zacian, Cesaro has stolen away. The Hooper, Sorayu, what you got in your locker? Can we run it back to Season 1 Luca Sorayu? Maybe Absol, though, with the Psycho Cut. Lots of options. Blaziken, look at are they listening to Coach Draco? You bet they are. Okay.
A couple of things to talk about here. Really love the Glaceon pick for Lunder. They are going to be going the more traditional attacker role in that. I don't know if they're going to be playing that in the bottom path. We may see something like a first rotation in that central area for the Mimikyu, and then sending the Glaceon there, especially with which most likely is going to be an Icicle Spear Glaceon. They love to be at an experience, not an experience deficit, but above the experience of the enemy team. It's a really good option to a really bulky front line. It's a sure hit for that ability, and it also does AoE, attack area of effect damage, across a span around the original target. It does really well into things like Metagross or Umbreon, things with high HP reserves. That Icicle Spear definitely shreds those.
So I've just peeked the itemization there for the Blaziken and the Metagross, both running attack weight. So combine that with an Umbreon and a support me. I mean, I don't know. I'm excited because it's kind of wild, Dracu. It doesn't look like a lineup that should work, but I can't count how many times this season across LAIC and the EU qualifiers and NA qualifiers for the Aeos Cup Play-Ins, how many times I've said, that won't work, and then it does. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut on that one. But Gen 5, yeah, they got great kiting opportunities. Yutao's always going to be a threat. Megu, I'm imagining, will probably go Rapid Spin. They have to surely play Hyperspace Hooper, I'd imagine. Or actually, no. Actually, you know what? No, I take that back, Dracu. They should probably go Trick Hooper on this one. That's going to help out the Glaceon immensely.
Well, we can hypothesize as much as we can, but we're about to see that answer here. I think the big question for me is where they place each Pokemon as we head into the first phase of the game, which we love the laning phase. There is that top lane, that bottom path or bottom lane where Pokemon tend to congregate to capture wild Pokemon. Got to be very careful. They might get burned here. They may get back to the tier 1 goals, and a Gak also might be caught by themselves, are able to make it back to the right side of the field.
Well, there's your answer. We got the Blaziken going central. Currently a Torchic, will be a Combusken pretty soon. Bottom path, that Beldum will be putting on a little bit of pressure. Lots of damage being tanked, though, by Aion on both paths early on. And you can see why. Lunda online, a little bit slow to get going, Glaceon, but once we see that level scaling, it's ferocious with the Icicle Spear. So much latent damage, and of course, it follows you all the way home.
Swablu, Altaria on the field. Nice Blaze Kick to pull that wild Pokemon back to the right side of the field to capture those. We do have a Matang in that bottom path. Both attack damage carries matching each other at level 5 in that bottom path. Of course, that Glaceon doesn't get access to its second primary ability at level 6, and Leoriel is going to start to push on forward with yet another Metal Claw relic.
That's a wonderful water gun from Megu, just to push Leorio away from confirming the KO onto Sazuru, and then again onto Narami. Megu though misses the train home! Oh, and they're going to be run over there, the Hooper as well. Leorio online with this Zacian. Early scores to Aion.
Oh no, that is a disaster for a Pokemon like Wartortle. Again, really struggles in this early to mid game. We all know some of those jokes about a Wartortle stuck at level 8 when there was the scaling for 5 and level 9 for its 2-stage evolution. Yutao in the central area is going to get knocked out by Aion, and Aion finding a really good early game lead, especially in this top path.
Yeah, nice rhythm right now, and great to see that support Mew getting involved as well. Geku Kami's going to be caught out upfield, and so one back there for Gen 5, who have scored 24 in the meantime. And just a moment of calm before our next set of objectives.
We do have a Blaziken online. I think one thing to point out about Aion, they have a pretty late game scaling. Need a level 8 definitely to get the stance change, the quote-unquote Unite move for Soreyu. They have that stance change in that bottom path at level 8 now. They're still waiting for that Metagross to become level 9. I think one of the issues for Aion in game number 1 is the time it took for Metagross to actually become a Metagross. It needs quite a bit of experience. I think across the board, Aion really loves a lot of experience across their field. Take a look at that. A Zen Headbutt is going to find its way onto the Trevenant, but maybe not the train you want to take, as it's going to be kidnapped by the Hornleech Trevenant.
And Aion going to pick up the Regieleki on top path as well. So a phenomenal early game so far from the team in orange. And Leorio goes in on Cezuro. Great use of the Phantom Force, and now they're caught in a really rough place, the Sword Doggo. 3 players between them and Zone in the Flux Zone. Crosses over. Here's Blaziken going in with the Overheat tech, able to find a KO onto Yutao here, and here's Leorio wrapping back around to help out with this siege. Shazuro gets the berry just in time, but catches the overheat, and then the Umbreon and the Mew finishes off 40 down, 26-point overdone. Companion back in the score lead.
Really interesting secondary push after the Regieleki fell. It was almost like they were trying to lure Gen 5 into a false sense of security, as Apanyan was nowhere to be found, but as soon as the Regieleki, that was almost like the green light for the team to push on forward. Now the Hoopa, which typically loves to have that Hoopa hyperspace highway like we love to call it, is now fragmented here on the left side of the field. A really nice KO on the Umbreon. It's going to send Apanyan back over to the right side of the field. Halfway through the game, Relic. Let's go ahead and take a look at this field state. 136-77, almost double the lead of Gen 5 is Apanyan. And like we were saying, a really good early game considering across their team, we consider them to have a poor early game with that Metagross and the Blaziken really needing a lot of EXP to get online.
Yeah, their MO is pretty simple. First of all, get Metagross and Blaziken online, as you say. Also try and restrict Megu from getting that Blastoise online as early as possible. And that they did both times. Again, you're spot on to say one of their biggest problems, Apanyan, was getting the Metagross online in game 1, but they didn't need to this time around because they were restricting that Blastoise, because they were shackling Gen 5 in general. But now all of the shackles are off as this team fight erupts. Metagross slicing down the tree. Big Icicle Spears, Mystical Mirage. Meanwhile, Zacian's already taken down the Regieleki, and there's the overheat to secure the Reg Ice yet again. Apanyan with a double Regi secure, collapsing onto this bottom path. Pressure on the top path. 40 down for Gek, no, stopped by Cezuro. Icicle Spears flying left, right, and center. Cezuro opens up the rings unbound. Surf Megu, hanging 10, taking down the Umbreon, forcing Apanyan back onto zone, of which there is only 3 here. So big overcap opportunity, but there's the overheat tech again with the eject button. Cezuro somewhat saved as they come out of rings unbound. The Hydra Typhoon goes down. Lots of shielding for Gek, who continues to spin for the win. And Apanyan are able to defend this zone, but the Regieleki has entered the T2 on top path.
I gotta say, what an impressive effort on the side of Gen 5. Their defense on 2 fronts looked quite strong. The Blaziken is gonna try to go for a score, and they do. It's gonna expand this lead quite significantly now. Soreu is caught all on their lonesome on the tier 2 path. Apanyan, they are looking for a huge flank opportunity, or maybe just trying to take some central area while Pokemon away from the enemy team. Gecko, Kami, and Gon in this bottom path still making their presence known. And take a look at this Relic. A 22-point dunk is going to break that tier 2. Don't know if there's going to be another Regieleki, but the siege on the other way is going to start.
Mystical Mirage after the Surf, but Metagross and Mew are now no longer in town to defend. It's 3v5, but the Moonlight Prance takes away all of the shielding that Megu had accrued. Back on base, but the small score does the job for Qatar, who disappears like a magic trick through the hyperspace hole. And Gen 5 do get a little bit of a wry smile on the face. Their hyperspace highway has been massively disrupted, but they should have free real estate over this next bottom path, Reggie.
Yeah, but we all know about this. The tier 3 push for the Regieleki. And they might be taking a book out of Hercules, because this Regieleki is going to be going the distance all the way to the tier 3 goal zone. I mean, they are going to expand their lead quite significantly if they're able to score in double time with this Regieleki. Now, some really interesting decisions to make for Apanyan. They are in a significant lead, over a 2-score lead even in double time. But this Regieleki is going to be taken off the field very quickly. Lunder, level 13, very fast objective clear, takes that off the field.
Well, bless my soul, Apanyan are on a roll, but can they get the job done here to take it over to game number 3? No Mystical Mirage, no Midnight Prance, no Phantom Forest to Gen 5, and Megu misses out on the surface. Leorio pokes. Gon got a light screen, got a solar beam, but doesn't find anybody for the moment. Focus blast, a guitar goes back through the hyperspace highway. Got like a Gek ready to try and punish them, but they are not able to punish them, even with the overheat top path though. Come play with me, says Yutao, and Leorio is taken out of the picture.
That is going to be a very significant knockout for Gen 5 as they're still finding themselves over a 150 point lead. Unite moves coming in here in the central area. Midnight Prance to prance all over Gen 5, but Gen 5 might be able to get the final laugh here. They are one Rayquaza away from finding themselves on the grand final stage. Rayquaza looking very, very, very low, and a full ace of Aion is going to give Gen 5 all the shielding, all the glory, and all the scores on these tier 1 goal zones.
It was all looking so good until it wasn't. The problem of sustain comes back to bite Aion yet again. Gen 5 so clinical. Megu popping off with the 3 KO streak. Leorio being removed from the picture just gives them all of the incentive that they require to fight and really just take the game to Aion. But here's the thing. All of Aion were taken down in quick succession, minus the Mew, who's also back on the field. There is a chance that they find some quick scores now, but they've got to do it immediately. And I don't think that they are. Megu going for a back cap. Small 6 points goes down, and this Glaceon and this Hooper, it's more than enough to defend with. What was looking like a certain game 3 has been thrown in the trash can. Aion move into the lower bracket. Gen 5 are our first grand finalists.
Gen 5 one step closer to that travel award to EUIC in February, and what a statement they have made, going 2-0 over Aion. Aion going 2-0 over Nouns Esports. We do a little bit of transitive property. Like we were saying before, Relic, this team, Gen 5, newly released over the last couple of weeks or so, has definitely made a statement as they may be the best team in the European region.
I think we've seen exactly why here as well. Aion had that lead for the entire game, but when it came to the Ray Pit, when it came to trying to manage this G5 threat, when it came to trying to get the one up on them so they didn't have to worry about sustain, they simply couldn't do it. Leorio caught well away from anybody else, and that's a great credit to the shot calling on Gen 5 Draku in my mind. That confidence to say, let's deal with this problem immediately. Yes, it comes with its own risk, but only if Aion reacts in kind, and they simply were too slow.
It's very a key component that they were able to pull away. That is the team of Aion. That Zacian was a terror in the top path. And we were talking about that Zacian in the top path really hindering Megu from getting any sort of experience, struggling to get to their stage 2 evolutions. We can already see here the Zacian having to watch their team fall. And after that Zacian fell, other team members started to fall quickly after that. All 3 all-rounders heading back to the Pokemon Center, and that was the tale that we saw.
Aion guaranteed top 3, fall through the trap door. Their next opponents are the winners of the next series on our screens, Bacon. Bacon, my apologies. Bacon's our wonderful director. Shout out to the lovely Corey, and indeed to the entire production team. Why don't we? They never really get shout outs here on UCS, so it's time to change that. But let's talk about Nouns Esports and Lelover's a crucial game for both, really. Lelover's looking to make a statement. We are one of the best teams in EU, without a shadow of a doubt. Nouns Esports, if they fall here, that is a huge underachievement.
Nouns Esports definitely has a lot of shoes to fill, specifically for Soryu in that central area. Toon heading into that central area, and now Blaine, again, that coach for the team, is filling in for that supporter role. And that team has been playing together for quite some time, and this tournament is going to be a huge limit test to see how well-rounded they are individually as players. Again, Adesu back on that attacker role, and winning 2-0 in pretty dominant fashion over BH3 in the last series for Nouns Esports was, in my opinion, a huge confidence boost outside of the first series that we saw today, where they lost quite significantly to Aion in that last set. So it's going to be definitely a limit test for this team, see how well they can actually respond going into the later part of this tournament.
It feels good. It feels good. as there's more Pokemon Unite action, of course. More on the way. Lel Overs versus Nouns Esports on your way after this. Hello folks, quick little reprieve before we head on to our next series. Relic and Draku, delighted to be joined by one of the folks over on G5, our currently confirmed grand finalists. Welcome, Yutao. First and foremost, I got to ask, this team looks incredible. Do you think that this is the strongest squad that you have played with in the UNITE Championship Series to date?
Yeah, I think like it was a long time that like I don't really have like a team like that. Like I can really like trust all of them, and that like we're all French. That's like help our as well. So yeah.
And
I'm
a
very
question for
happy.
me, Yutao. I do want to kind of pick your brain and maybe get some insight on how the comms were in game number 2. It felt like you were down for most of that game, both in level and in score. What was the comms like when you saw the Zacian out of place? You were able to get that Unite move on it, and then that early KO. What ensued after that in that comm room?
Yeah, I mean the comm was like really chill. We know that like we're just trying like to like farm, try to like get levels, and like when we saw like the Zacian, I just called it for the Zacian, I ult him, and like we just like we just go.
It's as simple as that. We just go, he says. Well, speaking of going, you've indicated on socials that this will be your last season in UCS, unfortunately. It would be a shame to see you go, but in this last season, if it is indeed to be, what realistically do you see yourself achieving? Are we thinking about an IC victory, or are you going all the way? Are you thinking Worlds is on the cards for you in G5?
Yeah, I think like we mostly like aiming for Worlds for sure. Maybe if I win Worlds, I will consider for like staying, but
All or
like,
nothing.
I'm not sure about it. But like, yeah, I like play Unite like 3 years already. I think sometimes you need to like move on something else. And like, I think yeah, it's my last year. Like my time.
Well, we will see whether you run it back in the end. Bonne chance. Au revoir.
Oh,
Good
merci.
luck for the
Merci, au revoir.
finals. No worries,
Merci
no
beaucoup.
worries. I did learn a little bit of French, so I get to flex there. But, yeah, congratulations
Nice,
and
nice,
good
nice.
luck in the grand finals, my
thank you.
friend. For us here, we're going to be taking another short break. But yes, Soph and Kello will be back. Nouns versus Lelover after this.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers and fans, to the Europe Aeos Cup Play-Ins. So, we are nearing the end of the road today. We already have your first grand finalist locked on in Gen 5. What did you think about that last match?
Oh, it was so interesting, right? Because I feel like, again, we had a 2-0 sweep that doesn't do justice to the match that we had. Aion was doing really well, like trying to keep up with, mid-game, but it just felt like Gen 5, especially in the late game, they had things so well coordinated. It's what we could discuss in the pre-show. We had a lot going on in expectations for Gen 5, and they delivered, so no surprise there.
Yes, but they get to just sit tight for the time being along with Aion in the losers final. But up next, we are bringing your lower bracket semi-final. So we have Lelovers going up against Nouns Esports. Now, we've pretty much covered Nouns games today, haven't we, Soph? But in terms of Lelovers, I guess what can you tell me about Lelovers so far?
Well, Lelovers in the bracket, if we can bring that to the screen as well, if possible. Lelovers came in through the upper bracket. Actually, a little bit of a dark horse you mentioned earlier, Callo. Lelovers there did 2-0 BH3 in the previous yesterday. And then Lelovers continued to today for the semi-finals of upper bracket, going for 1 and 2 versus Gen 5. So Gen 5 continued, Lelovers goes down to the lower bracket, 2-0 versus Drew Packers, and now this is where we're going to be. So no, actually, Drew Packers 2-0 versus Los Duros, and then Drew Packers 2-0 versus Drew Packers. So Lelovers have been going for a very long lower bracket run, and this is the moment of very high stakes, considering Nouns Esports came in as a potential first seed from yesterday, and it's got that big name and organization to back it up with. So, Callo, do you feel like Lelovers have enough in the tank?
Oh, I think that is a really good point in terms of seeding. So, yes, Nouns do have that number 1 seed based on their previous season runs, but Lelovers, they're actually placed at that 2nd seed based on their previous runs as well. So, I mean, 1st and 2nd seed going up against each other, but then you have Gen 5, who is a little bit further down already in the grand final. Like, this is a spicy match because, I mean, you know, as we do have our draft phase up here, Zartrion are going to be first off the chopping block along with that Psyduck. Some of these players have some history, Soph.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the side of Lelovers, we haven't seen them almost much today, but we have Marv, we have Potato, we have Snow, Omi, and these players have quite a lot of experience under their belt, but in the orange side, it feels like they're not going with anything out of the box. The Psyduck plus Mimikyu is the way to go, while purple side and Nouns Esports go for the first Miraidon pick.
Yeah, this seems to be such a popular attacker pick to pick up, so Adesu wants to lock that in. But I mean, on the opposite side, I mean, we've raved and ranted about Blissey so much. Considering that is up, you've got to select that over onto your side because of the versatility that it provides in its movesets. And I mean, in terms of Leafeon, it's interesting that they're deciding to lock this speedster in quite early.
I agree, but at the same time, I feel like that has been a little common today in regards to Leafeons. They are just that good at the moment that you can lock them in. Differently for example, from that Dodrio that we just saw there for Godlu. Previously also played by him on LAIC, if I'm not mistaken, that did really well. But we know how things went on LAIC, not the best run for Nouns Esports, but they're coming here to Europe feeling much more comfortable. The roundup on the side of Lelovers is a Metagross that, I'm not mistaken, Relic mentioned earlier, at least in the backstage between all of us, Gallo, that Metagross actually has been filling a very niche but steady place in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, Metagross, same with me. I feel like it is a sleeper pick. Obviously seeing a little bit more play as of recently, especially with that Gyro Ball moveset providing the shields. But I guess the downside with this all-rounder is it has 3 evolutions. So, you know, in order to get that level 9, it can take some time, and it's really going to the others are going to have an important role to play in that early game.
Oh yeah, and as you said, like, the early game is going to be very important with Dodrio, with Leafeon on both teams. Having that on either side makes it even more competitive. Who's going to be the ones to invade? With a Hooper on the side of Nouns Esports, we've seen Blaine take up that role, especially when you have a central area Pokemon that can keep up really well into getting the level 5 curve. On the other side, Blissey has been at least trying as a Chansey to defend a little bit from those invades, but sometimes it just doesn't work as great as you would have wanted compared to the Hooper that doesn't need to evolve. And again, I always highlight that Astonish. We get into the first game though, Kello, for Nouns Esports versus Lelovers, as we are in the final chance of them to keep themselves in the competition for Aeos Cup Play-Ins.
The double Eevees are going to take the central area. I've got to say, I am so happy to see Adesu running the Sylveon. I feel like this is one of their bread and butter picks. I mean, myself wearing a Sylveon pin here. So, Sylveon being one of my most favorite. It'll be really interesting to see whether they're going to end up going for a Mystical Fire or whether they're going to go Hyper Voice moveset this time around, as they have already evolved into that level 4, heading straight up into that top path. Blaine? Hello?
Yeah, super interesting rotation here as Leafeon went to the bot side and left one of the central area Pokemon, and that is just taken and capitalized by the Hooper on Blaine, as you said. But at the same time, we also see Nouns Esports taking quite a bit of an advantage there, especially now that Gadlu has that level 5 Gallo.
Not the only Pokemon that's at level 5 either. We have Adesu also at level 5, where it's pretty much falls across the board for Lelovers besides that Chansey, but the birds are going to spawn up there, and we do have Blissey coming online. So one thing is, have they gone for the shield or have they gone for the eggs this time around?
It's been so versatile all around, right, Kello? You mentioned that for the Sylveon, it's the same thing for the Blissey. It's Mystical Fire Sylveon, as we see here. Desu almost getting that one with the Astonish. Now, bot side with a Heavy Slam onto Marv, dealing some damage, but Bruv is also taking some back for proccing that Focus Band. They're going to be safe for the moment, but we are arriving that 8-minute mark as well, Kello, where we are going to see them converging into the central area. While Blaine is just very interested in that one particular central area Pokemon.
I feel like last time we switched over to Blaine, they were trying to take out that Boltoy, and once again finding themselves in that similar position. Otherwise, a great heavy slam straight on to that player, taking him out. So Dodrio out of the question for now, but we do have that Altaria actually being left in that central area, despite giving the most experience in terms of the group, like the Swabblers and Altaria.
It is, and to be honest, I thought it was a little bit of a, let's keep that thought for the moment, as Marv is very deep in the enemy forces, as they don't have any Aeos energy to dunk. They're just going to go down immediately, and just going off the back of what you said there, Keller, it's funny that they kept that one Pokemon, that Altaria up, and especially when you have so much necessity to go with the Shedinja Doll with the buffer timing on the Electro Drift will take one, but also be taken down.
Yeah, I think they ended up finding themselves in deep waters there, not able to get out of that flux zone, especially on such low HP. But I guess, you know, a KO for a KO, you've just got to take those trades. But, I mean, we have this bottom path here. Objectives have spawned. We're unsure what the basement Reggie is just yet. But, I mean, members, they don't seem to really be collaborating in one specific lane so far.
It feels like 2 and 2, right? Most of the times when we're seeing people together. Top side, Godlu does pretty great there with a Desu on the Sylveon to take down this top side. Will collapse the zone as well with around 16 overdunk. While in the middle, Toon was just completely zoning out the Blissey, and Uni was not able to take it and even just tried to help it around. Now they're trying to converge here for the top side, but now Esports have the positional advantage.
Yeah, 2 members from Nouns have begun that Regieleki. However, that basement Reggie is not receiving any love just yet. But you know what? Securing this is marching towards that tier 2 pad of Lelovers. So that is either going to keep 1 or 2 members preoccupied for the moment, while Nouns are just going to, you know, regroup and figure out what they're going to do next. But we do have the 3 members from Lelovers here down in that bot side. A Blissey soon to join them, but that hyperspace highway is going to send all of Nouns down here, Soph. And finally, we end up finding out it is a Reg Ice this time around.
Electro Drift coming out here by Toon. Oh, and it gets stolen by Umi on the Mew. So very well done there by Lelovers to at least capitalize on the objective. Now Electro Drift onto the backline on Marv with the Shedinja Doll as well. Some damage goes in with the Solar Beam, but it doesn't quite hit most of Nouns Esports as they're still chasing. Snow has the Blissful Assist. The knockback is huge, and they can continue forward, but the Power Nap will knock them up into the air by Bruv. Now still pushing. It's Marv. Oh, with a Horn Leech that doesn't really connect. And with the Hooper and Bound, they can send the rest of the team there to help. Blaine still standing with even more done so by Bruv, but on the back line, there's Godlu. They could try to do something here. Potato's gonna get taken down, and Marv just resetting, recalling. No, maybe trying to bait for a 30. They stay.
What? As if Marv ends up pulling that 30 dunk off, but the thing is, more points are going to end up raining over onto their goal. Tier 1 has been depleted over on the side of Lelovers, and Marv has managed to leave this on 23. They aren't going to go down without a price, and that is being sent to the Pokemon Center there.
A lot of points that were scored by Nouns Esports. That makes me wonder if that was a good shot by the side of Marv. Still, you're trying to weaken that T1. I understand it. With 10 seconds on the top side, now you have to focus your efforts for that Regieleki.
Yes, we do have those members pinging, making sure to gather here, as we do have that tier 1 gone. So I guess Lelovers probably don't want to give this one up too easily. Otherwise, Adesu is going to circle around. Meanwhile, Gatlu getting a back cap, just doing some Dodrio things, trying to just widen that scoreboard even further. Regieleki on half HP here, Soph.
Okay, Meteor Storm comes in, is going to take the damage, but not enough, and is going to get guaranteed by Lelovas as they're still pushing out the Metagross with a computing crash, and that is Blaine locked down in place and taken back to the Pokemon Center. The Mystical Mirage will help quite a bit for Lelovas as well, but the Electro Drift is huge, and they manage to take even more, make it 2, make it 3, and that is the power of Miraidon Toonslim. Very nicely done. Another 2 KO streak goes to Blaine.
Holy macaroni. That was a lightning fast takedown coming out from the Miraidon Sylveon duo there. Gatlu, once again, being in the enemy central area, looking to get on out. However, they end up getting pounced on. The Emerald 2-stepped to finish off the job and take them down for 15 seconds.
Yeah, with the Hyperspace Hall as well, we managed to go to the bot side. Seeing Nouns Esports here already, we know that they want to keep the lead 200 ahead as they have been. Lelovas take the Altarian Swablu's in the central, but time is just running out. We're 30 seconds away from the countdown into Rayquaza. The final stretch is just that close.
I mean, looking in terms of the levels, it's pretty much on par. Bar that Miraidon, who has just ticked on over to level 14, their passive Hadron engine has been popped, consuming a majority of their Aeos energy there. So they're not going to have as much Aeos energy coming into this final stretch, but Nouns Esports, Bruv and Gatlu getting themselves a Reg Ice for the team. So just that extra HP regeneration going into this final stretch.
Very important, especially when you have such a heavy engaged composition. With Gadlu, with Electro Drift, Miraidon going into the pits in a very, very dangerous position. Do they take them down? Marv is still standing with the Phantom Forest. It's going to keep them alive for longer. Mystical Mirage just at the nick of time to guarantee them. Mew is gonna continue there, but Adesu with the Mystical Fire will chase them down. Top side of your screen, Miraidon is still going after this Metagross, and into the portal they go, coming back healthy, and this is very much outnumbered for the side of Lelovas. Nouns Esports feeling so comfortable and confident. Marv is gonna come back to the party as well with Leafeon for Snow, but is still looking quite dire for Lelovas.
Yeah, there's only 3 members up, and Marv ends up getting taken down again. Leafeon has ended up using their Unite move there. It looks like they're not even going to bother with the Rayquaza. Instead, looking to dunk in 31 to double it up, and that is 62. But it's still just not enough to take the lead. So Lelovas, they need to try and collaborate and do something, as we have Adesu trying to get a back cap of their own, but they quickly get pounced on by that Metagross, interrupted, and now they're looking at trying to take him over, but Adesu being slippery and slimy, using their Fairy Frolic to survive all of the bogs on the head. Once again, Gatlu just doing Gatlu things and getting in some back caps, Soph.
Yes, they are. Meteor Storm is going to be a huge health here in the fight, but we know that Lalova still needs so much to score here, and they don't have the numbers, only the Blissey standing. Kaizen, it's not going to be there for the final stretch, 20 seconds, and Nouns Esports keep the lead. This might just be your 1-0 up in the series already, Kello.
This is absolutely wild. We saw this in the previous set that we watched. Nouns Esports just having that dominating performance, being able to just control the map and not even need to take the Rayquaza to go and dunk in some points. But that is 1 up to Nouns Esports there. It's not the end of the road just yet for Lelovas, as it is a best of 3. But there we go. 564 to 159 points.
And Gadlu 12 and 11 is a mighty score on the Dodrio. Deso 9 and 11 as well. Blame with so many assists alongside Bruv too. And we know that Nouns Esports have finessed their strategy all around. And when they have a Hooper, and that is a top pick for Blaine today and yesterday. The Hooper hasn't been target banned, but it has been consistently picked and just so well utilized with the portals to rotate from both top to bottom and also just send people back to base and heal up in such a successful way that it should be considered a potential ban.
Oh, I mean, we'll have to wait and see whether that one, is worthy of a ban, as we do have some of these highlights coming on a fourth. This was such a great defense here from Nouns, just going in and defending their goal. And then after all of this, was this the point where Marv, oh no, it might have been a little bit later, where he had the 30 and hit in that tall grass. That was nuts.
Yeah, most of the times that we saw engages coming up like this, especially with Godler and the Dodrio, it just always sneaky. And as you said, always slimy as well with the Daisy on the Sylveon for Mystical Fire. Everything on their composition in regards to damage was just, we have access to your backline and you're not going to have anything to say about it with the Electro Drift on Maridon as well.
No, it just did so much damage. But you've got to give it to Potato there. They managed to survive this fight for so long after getting pushed up against the wall by Bruv. But I guess when you are stunned like that, you can't really end up getting more shielding from your gyro ball. But even then, it ends up going onto cooldown. And that's pretty much the end of match 1. So Nouns 1 up going on into this next one.
Yeah, lower bracket semi-finals. So we're very much close. Match point, in fact, for Nouns Esports to potentially getting back into finals, grand finals territory, which is, to be honest, a place they are very used to playing in. But it is still lower bracket, which means that the same way you can just go and continue into the bracket, you can also get knocked out, which is something just that adds so much to the nerves, to the tension, to the responsibility and the weight in these matches. I personally feel like Blaine deserves to have a target ban, not just because they have been playing well on a Hooper, because Hooper is that powerful. We saw so much of Blissey and Hooper getting banned on LAIC, and we didn't have a nerve like whatsoever to either of those to think, well, they don't deserve to be banned anymore. I still think they do. So I wouldn't be surprised, and I would in fact be even encouraging of having something like that happen.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see whether Hooper is valuable. I mean, the way that Blaine is playing it as well, just the aggressiveness in that early phase, going in with those invades and just wasting so much time of that central laner and needing to have a supporter by them. But I know I mentioned earlier, so before we got our match started, we're going to have a little bit of a history lesson. History with Kello, we can call it, right? Yay! Nouns and Lelovers, I think going on into our 4th season of the UNITE Championship Series, a lot of these players have either played with, many other players before, and especially considering last season, it was a bit of roster mania. But Blaine, while they have been mainly that sub-coach manager role this time round, taking their backseat in terms of playing, they actually did play in the first UCS. So that was back in 2022, and they were actually teamed up with Marv, who is on Lelovers, right? But that is not the only correlation between these teams. Once again, back in the first season, Bruv actually teamed up with Potato. So
yeah,
that's a history lesson and a half. But I guess in terms of Nouns, the core is pretty much there. Gatlu, I know he had some switch arounds previously, but Adesu and Bruv pretty much sticking together ever since Nouns was formed. And then, Blaine also being there as their sub and coach. So there we go, folks. I mean, 4 seasons of UCS. This is where you're gonna have a lot of crossovers.
Very much so, Cal. I love that. Thank you so much for that history lesson, because sometimes you just start getting confused, like, oh, when did this team play together? When did this player play in this team? Because so much crossover. 2024 with the roster mania you mentioned was definitely a headache to keep track of, but still, you come in clutch with all the information, and we all love you so much for it. So in this game in particular, we saw Nouns Esports taking this very aggressive stance with a Hooper, with a Dodrio. What do you feel like Lelovers could do to bring this back into a tie potentially?
Oh, that is a great question. I think with a roster of pretty much, what are we up to, 70 Pokemon right now on the roster? You pick 10, you ban 4. Honestly, the possibilities are going to be endless here. Whether they're going to end up sticking to those same bans that we saw last time, the Zacian, the Umbreon. I feel like an Umbreon would be a great one to pick up on the side of Lelovers, especially going into, say, an Electro Drift, Miraidon, even Gatlu on the Dodrio, even hindering Bruv with that Heavy Slam, but Nouns Esports, they're aware of that, and that would be why they ended up banning this one out. So I guess in terms of dealing with these Pokemon, what else could potentially deal with it besides an Umbreon?
It's true. Well, the Miraidon you mentioned right there. Purple side decides no Miraidon, we're not gonna pick it, you're also not gonna have it. And it follows by the Umbreon, so unfortunately, Kelly, you're not gonna have Umbreon for this game in particular. Orange side still maintains their Psyduck, looking at their usual Mimikyu for second ban, as it has been all throughout the day, but they pivot to a Zacian instead.
Okay. So 2 former EX Pokemon not available for this time round. So I guess in terms of that first pick, Mimikyu ended up getting banned by Lelovers last time. So making sure to lock that one in, considering we did have Gatlu playing that one in one of the earlier sets as well.
Mimikyu being available, first pick, not surprised. Again, it feels like this matter at the moment, if you can have Leafeon on this first round of picks, you end up going for it. As much as I do agree with you, Keller, that speedsters usually go in a later rotation. It's just that powerful at the moment because the Hooper is still available. We actually steal it away. I think that's what you were reacting about.
Yes, because, you're talking about Blaine on the Hooper and just how well they've been playing it. But I guess, they picked up the Blissey instead this time round. So I'm wondering if they're going to go in with those same strats with an Invade. But I feel like that is a lot harder as a Chansey. But, we get to see some Potato Garchomp today? Let's go, Soph!
Oh my word, that is so exciting. Oh, it's funny as well because this might mean that we have a trick Hooper in this one. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Because I would love to see the extra auto attack Zeraora into play for Nouns Esports. To be honest, I am very, very happy. We know that there's this discharge buff recently. Is it going to make a difference? We'll see. But we have 2 speedsters on Nouns Esports composition.
You take away one electric Pokemon. I guess Miraidon, yes, is an attacker, but I feel like the way Toon played it, it looked like a speedster last time. But you know what? They're not going to let the electrifying stop here. You can see from their build, they have weakness policy, focus ban, along with that energy amp, LaFlyer, and a full heal as well. So I guess in terms of it, it's a little bit more bulkier, more sustain worthy rather than a crit build that you'll normally see with, say, your scope lens or an attack weight, right? They're looking for that longevity, which is interesting for a speedster, right?
I would say so, but I feel like from what I've been seeing of Zeraora recently, it's just still very squishy. That I feel like when you go in, as much as you have that little bit of extra shielding on the discharge, if they choose to go so, you still get knocked down pretty easily. So you need the full heal, which is usual, valid. The focus band, obviously, but then you have the weakness policy just sometimes becoming a must as we get Keller into game 2. Match point for Nouns Esports to advance into the lower bracket finals, or Lelovers taking us to game 3.
We have Potato, a Soul Gibble up into that top path, making sure to prevent any potential invades. But yeah, Toon, on the Zeraora, they're actually going to head on down into that bottom path, while Gatlu on the Leafeon is going to take those central area buffs. So I guess, it is a speedster, but more playing the attacker all-rounder role. I'm not sure what to dub it here, Soph.
Me neither. I will say, me neither. Oh, very quick rotation here on the 9:15. Straight onto Lalovas with that gank coming from Galdlu. And you know the Leafeon can just stack that much damage early on. When you can even stack more on your attack weight, the better.
Interesting positioning here by Snow, potentially just trying to decide which lane they want to actually prioritize. Seems like they're going up into that top half as those birds do end up spawning Adesu, waiting for the perfect time to use their moves, but they didn't actually end up getting a piece of any of that candy.
Potato at least got their second evolution there, so that's very crucial EXP that the Garchomp is collecting at the moment. Right now here on the bot side, Umi is just doing so well in poking out the Snorlax with Mew. That I would say they're doing pretty well by themselves. Now that the first rotation for Leafeon has already concluded in the central area, Toon can have that juicy EXP themselves.
I guess that's a benefit with Leafeon. It does get its Unite move at level 8, whereas Zero Aura needs to try and reach that level 9 to get that Unite move. But those birds are about to spawn in the middle, but Mew ends up getting obliterated by Gatlu there.
It's a trap. It was a trap all along. But because that was the case, we know the Lalovas took the opportunity to take down the Otaria plus a 2 KO streak there for Snow. Building up a Mimikyu is something that they really, really want. Shadow Sneak on Blaine. They're going out for the berry. They take one, take two. They're going to survive with a discharge. Toon comes in, but it's a 1v2. And they managed to take it. Even without Blissy's help, when they come up, they were already out of it.
Yeah, being so low, but even using that, it was the Volt switch, wasn't it, to just finish off the job. But 20 seconds left until those first objectives do spawn. We do have Gatlu, who is about to reach level 8. However, before that, they get sent back to the Pokemon Center for a little while.
That was pretty brutal, I will say. That was a lot of damage. And again, Umi, I feel like doing really well on this Mew so far. Big rotation from Lalovas Kello to the top side of the map. As on the bottom, you still have Blaine going out for the basement Reggie. And even the side of Toon going on the top side to maybe try and do something, but Lalovas were very, very quick on the trigger. Try and go in there on a Desu. They are going to take them out. Potato as well is going to guarantee it and push them out of the zone, so the Regieleki will take place. Nice 18 overdunk as well for Lalovas taking charge, while Nouns Esports take the basement Reggie.
But yeah, this is wild, and the fact that they kept on marching forward and getting some dunks down into that top tier 2 pad as well. 30 points ends up going down from Bruv. Gatlu also looking to dunk in their 19. That way they can get a pretty nice 26 over dunk. But the thing is, Lelovas, because they managed to dunk into that tier 2 base, they left this on 9 points. So they have the advantage here.
Oh, Mystical Mirage that gets forced out here on the side of Lalovas, and Umi is going to escape, placing a very nice light screen to take them out. Actually, out of chasing them in this case. Top side, Brothers in trouble, have to use their eject button away. The outrage is going to come through, but blocked out they are. But Adesu is still in danger. What is the range on those auto attacks, excuse me?
But the thing is, we ended up having the Garchomp getting taken down by Maruv and the Heavy Slam. I mean, looking at the level so far, we have 3 level 10s on the side of Lelovas. No Unite moves for Trevenant and Hooper. Also, Soph, I realized that it is a Trick Hooper this time round instead of the Hyperspace Hole, which we've seen Blaine usually running in the previous rounds.
So that usual mobility rotation that you expect from the hyperspace holes, not available, but it's something that you would expect when you have a Garchomp on your team. So the Trick Hooper is very much so a good choice. Going now here to the top side, Toon. Svote switches out. Now pressing them up against the wall is Bruv with that block. Now going in with the play rough as well. Is going to take damage themselves, but they still lock them in place for Lalovas to take them with Umi. Now the Emerald 2 step is just maybe delaying the inevitable, and Lalovas is just showing up to be a huge force on team fights.
Yeah, huge force, and now that they've managed to clear all of that space, Potato and the rest can go and shred down this Regieleki. And remember, that tier 2 pad was left on 9 points, so Nouns probably don't want to let this crash on in. Otherwise, that's going to expose the home base. Otherwise, we have another fight popping out here as the outrage is coming out from Garchomp. However, they did manage to end up taking out that Espeon there.
They do, and they're still looking out for Bruv, but there's the Regieleki there. They can try to stop Bruv on their tracks. The Power Nap in a very late stage here, but still the final time that they can do it. With the Regieleki getting the pad is not going to be as much of an overdunk, but still a very big push by Lelovas. When on the bot side, they are still massive, but that Hooper Unbound is going to get taken by Toon, and in the back line goes Snow, doing pretty well. Emerald 2-step on 2, and the Mystical Mirage will protect them for more, and look at the Electro Ball. They go in and they save them. Coaching as well on their teammates, now getting blocked out of that path. Potato is safely going to escape.
Oh my gosh, the HP that Snow had during that escape. But once again, Lelovas, they have the shred for these objectives. Bruv circling around, however, they're not going to risk diving on in as they do not want to get sandwiched in. We have a minute left until the final stretch. I mean, another Regieleki is likely to spawn here, so that is going to be a massive throw for Nouns as we're going in with another fight here, so...
Yeah, they are. Now they have the Electro Ball plus the boosted attack taking them down. Goes to the backline with a Wood Hammer, looking pretty darn good. And when they follow it up on the side of Nouns Esports with Godlu on the Leafeon, you can guarantee a 3 KO streak. And that's just how it goes for the moment. Just an equal trade overall. 14 seconds, as you said, for Regieleki to spawn.
It's just trade for trade here. Gatlu is really low as Potato is trying to look for a KO. Blaine trying to run for their life. However, the Dragon Rush is going to chase after them and send them back. Regieleki has spawned. 20 seconds left to go until the final stretch. As I said, home base open, but 2 KO streak for Potato. And now, Lelovas are going to try and prioritize this Regieleki. Adesu, even they don't have the side shot, they have the store power, so don't have the secure, meaning they are needing to retreat here. But Gatlu, some pretty aggressive position here as we have the Hooper and the Trevor coming in with a sandwich. Emerald 2-step has been forced down, so...
It is, but they are going to take one down. But are they going to escape on this one? So little health on Godlu. Snow, if they land the Shadow Sneak, they don't! And it's so close, but in the central area, the fight continues as we go for the Bliss Assassin's from the other side of the map. Toon trying to do damage there, but they have to Volt Switch away. There's the Plasma Gale too, but Lelovas is just knocking them out. Godlu finally back from the base, just waiting for it. Maybe the Razor Leaf is going to take it. Now they're too close. They are very, very close. They are not able to do it. Lelovas with Umi will guarantee the Rayquaza. The points are close, but they have all the gubbins to score.
Oh, really giving Nouns a run for their money here. Trying to fight their way through and send this to a round 3. Points are gonna rain on in. 629 to 106. We still have a minute left on the clock, but Marv still has shielding here in the tall grass.
50 is how much this Hooper has. And if they can get to score this one, then it's just no way back for Nouns Esports in the second game. Now, very close there, Kaizen to getting there. But with the Hooper, well, actually, with the Mimikyu, they go in so deep. And even Toon with this Vote Switch has to step away. Now, when they use the Hooper Unbound, they bring out the rest of the squad. With the Psychic Select, they can get them up into the air. Potato is doing damage, but not quite enough. They're going to be taken out themselves, or are they? And the outrage is just on top of everybody on Nouns Esports. This Garchomp is crazy. Potato is just doing so much for Lelovas. We're getting ourselves into a 1-1.
Are we going to see our first 1,000-point score here on this broadcast? So I feel like so many points just ended up going down. The fact that Lelovas still had 2 shields remaining after all of that. But there we go. The scoreline skyrockets. 1,027 to 106 points. Lelovas, they're still in this, Soph.
4 digits. And if you actually have a look at the knockouts plus assists as well, it wasn't like it was all fighting all around all the time. You had Kai's in there with 12 assists, but most of the damage dealers didn't have double digits on their knockouts themselves. No 100,000 damage, but to be fair, we haven't seen that much 100,000 damage today. We haven't seen that much 100,000 damage yesterday either, Kello. So things are just feeling very meticulous overall on the side of Aeos Cup Play-Ins Europe.
I think when you have so much on the line here, you do have to be meticulous, a little bit more cautious. You don't want to just dive on into fights, not knowing the risks. For those folks that don't know, I mean, at the end of today, one of the teams is going to end up booking their ticket, an invitation to the Aeos Cup at EUIC in February.
Yeah, London is the next destination for the grand finalist champion of this play-ins on Aeos Cup, and that is decided all today. Can you believe that we're actually doing Saturday, Sunday, all around for play-ins on the same weekend? It's just so much action, and as much as it keeps people, you know, more warm in regards to that preparation, it's also a lot of pressure.
Oh, 100%. And it all comes down to these tournaments here. But otherwise, yeah, this team fight here, Lelo versus the Mimikyu, just being able to lock down Toon on the Zero Aura. And you know, Gatlu going in with the Razor Leaf, hoping that would be the last hope. But after all, Umi, the one to lock it down for their team. So, Soph, one apiece here. This is going to be our match point set. I can't remember the term.
Match point game. There we go. Oh, it hasn't happened that much today. If we have the graphics and we have some time to talk about bracket, if we do, if we don't, that's fine. I understand it. We're still mid-series, but I know that sometimes when you get into that game 3, the teams are still like, okay, we need to think about it. Yeah, we had plenty of 2-0s today, but a couple of 2-1s as well. So the fact that we are just getting on another one once again, which includes Lalovers and Nouns Esports with all the crossover on the players you have already mentioned, Keller, is just a lot of fun to cast.
Yes, and I guess in terms of Nouns, they did participate. You mentioned earlier, they did participate at LAIC. They were the sole European team representing over there. And we're talking about the seedings in terms of, you know, the history of these teams and where they placed in the previous seasons. Nouns are ranked at #1 seed because of, you know, the record that they've had, but Lelovers being the 2nd seed. So I feel like if Lelovers end up taking this match, this could cause massive upsets for people.
It would. I think it would make a huge upset for me, for example, not because here for Europe, I am much more unbiased. At LAIC, you heard me, I was a little bit biased, you know, just a little bit biased, you know, towards Brazil. But here for Europe, I do love Nouns Esports and all their trajectory and all their career, but it would be an upset for me just because of how much they represent, right? They represent the usual, like, Luminosity, Nouns Esports, EU, NA, World, stuff like that, but it's all become so different over the years, and we're getting here to Season 4, and Nouns Esports were undefeated yesterday. But today, they're right now on a match point for potentially being out of the tournament. It's a lot of pressure.
I think that's also the brilliance of a brand new season, right? All in all, like, things past is the past. But it's that fresh start that these teams have, and not to buckle under that pressure of, okay, yeah, names and stuff are pretty well known and everything, but you know what? In terms of the names that we have on Lelovers, they've proved themselves in the past as well, and you know, that's why they're placed at that 2nd seed. So it's just, we're starting to create those brand new stories for season 2025, and I think that's probably what's really exciting to us as casters, but just for everybody that ends up tuning in for the UNITE Championship Series.
Oh yeah, new storylines, same players, but new squads and new rosters. It's just so good. And although we had although we had LAIC, I kind of feel like because Unite is built throughout the season in online tournaments, I feel like this is the actual like beginning because you got every region doing their thing, getting their champions, and whoever's going to be traveling to London in February, but. Game 3 draft on your screen, and they hover on a Greedon. That is not going to happen because, Godly, you play Greedon, you don't ban Greedon.
You don't want to try and hinder yourself there, but you know what? Zacian, one of those former EX Pokemon, along with Miraidon, locking themselves in that ban jail also. Umbreon not being let out. And I mean, in terms of defender picks, Umbreon is pretty much up there, not just in terms of the EU region, but I feel like across the majority of the regions.
I would totally agree. It's all down as well to that versatility that makes the Blissey very powerful. Oh, out of jail is the Psyduck.
We're going to
Miraidon.
see?
Yeah. Miraidon is in jail now. Oh no! Okay, they decide to go for priority on the Mimikyu, leaving that available for Lalova's Kello.
Is this the first Psyduck that we are going to see on broadcast here today, Soph? I don't think we've seen it previously, being let out of jail.
Yeah.
So Kaizen, you know what? You can have your Mimikyu now. So I'm going to take this Psyduck. And, you know, this, for those folks that don't know, Psyduck is the newest Pokemon to enter the fray. The Pokemon Unite roster, so we haven't really seen it have its debut because at LEIC it was still in that moratorium phase because it was only just released. We're really excited.
So exciting because, as you said, it wasn't just released. It was still behind that, you know, first week of event and paywall stuff like that. But it's on. It's on. Thea Sky Ruins right now on your screen for Game 3 of Nouns Esports versus Lelovers, deciding who will continue further and who will get knocked out of the tournament. A Shifu for Snow here. Potato still on the Garchomp, but they don't have that traditional support to really just enable it now.
I guess what is really going to tie this composition together? Yes, you don't have the active healing that, say, a Blissey can provide if they decide to go for the eggs, but we have Umi locking down that Mew once again. And I mean, in terms of picks, like Potato and Umi, Garchomp and Mew, they played that so well, both pretty much reaching that 80k damage, but Gatlu taking that away from Snow is an interesting one. And we get to see Adesu on Inteleon this time round as well. I feel like we haven't really seen much Adesu run Inteleon yet.
We've seen quite a lot of evolutions, right? Aspeon, Sylveon for Adesu, and to be fair, it's a breath of fresh air to see Adesu not playing supporters and now going back to his usual attackers. I think he performs really well at those, so we'll see if the snipe shots are going to be on point, because you need to land those skill shots. I'm excited about Galu on this Mimikyu. I think it might make like the hugest difference, because personally, I think this last game, Snow was a little behind on the Mimikyu. They were still running the Shadow Sneak, but it felt like it wasn't truly connecting as much as when Gadlu has in the past.
Yeah, it's really utilizing the tall grass and the walls to try and get the maximum reach with the Shadow Sneak, which is what they did end up playing earlier on in the broadcast. However, you can't discount that potential for a Trick Room. I know during our offset, we actually did end up seeing a Trick Room Hooper coming on out, but I don't know, in terms of the way that Gatlu plays, I'm predicting here a Shadow Sneak Shadow Claw, but here we go, Soph.
Here we go. It's Game 3, Nouns Esports versus Landlovers for the final chance to keep yourselves in the bracket of Aeos Cup Play-Ins, lower bracket semi-finals. This best of 3 will come to an end in just 10 minutes time. And again, we see Blaine always taking that very aggressive stance, but now on the Chansey doesn't have as much as the Hooper would.
No, it doesn't have as much stun there, but you know what? Going into a Cubfu, I guess, is just going to take this Psyduck away from that lane. But even then, despite not having their Psyduck by their side, Potato is still able to get in some ducks considering they're going into a Magikarp.
And interestingly enough, because you have the Psyduck alongside the Cubfu in the central area, you're kind of delaying what the other team has been doing in lane. On the top side, Nouns Esports is showing just exactly that, and overall getting good numbers with the Mimikyu already on 5, plus the Inteleon just almost trying to get there towards the EXP on the level 8.
We do have those birds spawning on there. Toon has managed to evolve into that Gyarados. I think that assist really helped them along in terms of their effort points. They have opted for that bounce moveset, dodging on out, grabbing themselves a berry. So no KOs traded for either side.
A very quick Gyarados that was. Toon doing really well as we have seen them play this today. Safeguard confirmed for the Blissey on the side of Nouns Esports as well. And that might even mean the Safeguard plus Ag Bomb. I don't think that would be a bad call, for example.
I think a Safeguard, especially going into a Psyduck, is definitely the move that you want to opt for. You want to try and prevent that stun as much as you can. And I guess, you know, Blissey also having that natural cleanse. But Gatler here, 2v1 in that central area as we do have Blaine coming and joining the party. Once again, Saltaria left for last, but Nouns aren't actually going to contest that. Give that straight over to Lelovers.
And most of the EXP guaranteed to them is very, very good because you need to have Potato online with this Garchomp. Not as much power as they had in the game 2, but still doing damage. On the wrong side of the map is Toon on this Gyarados, but they can bounce away, having a little bit of shield with Electro Ball and the coaching as well. Wicked Blow will seal the deal, and Snow will take down that shutdown.
The power of the Wicked Blow. Once you've charged it on up, it can do so much damage and sometimes quite hard to escape. But Galu's going to dive on in, slashing and dashing, trying to take them down, even though they are at such low HP. But an Electro Ball to the back from Umi is going to send Mimikyu to the Pokemon Center along with Inteleon. Blaine in dangerous waters here. 4v1, grab themselves a berry. They're just going to have to give up this tier 1 pad. Nouns currently sitting at 0 points, 96 to Lelovers, and they're going to take a Regieleki for free, which is marching towards that tier 2 base.
Basement Reggie is confirmed by Nouns Esports, but Keller, I really want to highlight Kaizen on their Psyduck. As soon as they saw the slingshot charging from Adesu onto the wall, they placed the surf right there. So that little bit of a delay just made Adesu not able to, that made sure that Adesu was not able to escape, and that was just huge. Now waiting in the tall grass, Lelovers, there's the disable, plenty of damage that then comes through with the Wicked Blow, but the bounce and the Shadow Sneak is connecting to all of them. 2KO Shriek goes to Toon, and Kaizen might survive, but at what cost, as Nouns Esports will guarantee most of central area.
How the tables turned during that fight. Lelovers having that great setup, but I guess they didn't end up accounting for Toon bouncing in from behind, picking up those KOs. We have Marv dunking in a little points down in this bottom path, just trying to get ever closer to that level 9. I mean, points are now on the board for Nouns. None of them are actually running any stacking items, so despite them not getting in some earlier dunks, it's not going to hinder them as much.
Plenty of pressure that they can do anyway. Now that they have on the side of Nouns Esports, Mimikyu, level 10, the Inteleon as well, just as the Gyarados, all of those is just 11 as we speak for Toon, and that is just the damage that they need to go not just in, but have the execute there at the end with the Inteleon snipe shot. Kello, 20 seconds for both Reggies to spawn.
The thing is, which one are they going to prioritize? There is no Hoopers on the map this time round to go and teleport the members. Gatlu lurking in the tall grass along with Adesu, charging up that snipe shot. Bruv trying to get in 40 points, looking to isolate and knock and to block out Marv. But they're just playing for time as we do have a Regirock coming on up.
For members announced esports already initiating it with 50%. Kaizen goes in, and there's the Sayayai dealing damage on most of them. But there's the solar beam that does it does not steal it. It's still going to be Gadlu on the Mimikyu that takes it down. Going into the backline is Snow, but Shifu does not survive that encounter. Mav is going to get tagged by the Shadow Sneak, and with another snipe shot, they are in true danger. They're not going to continue pushing any further. Top side, we had Potato going for the Regieleki. It's going to land, and it's going to be a 60-point dunk for the Garchomp. Still going out, focusing the Blissey this time around. Blaine is not going to survive with the eject button as well, but the Shadows Sneak connects, and Potato will eventually go back to the Pokemon Center.
Just the power, the displacement that Dragon Rush can provide to push back two of those members and allow Regieleki to walk on through. But the action isn't going to stop as we have both the Gyarados and Psyduck being knocked out at the same time. But now we have Snow caught in a little bit of a pickle here, ends up getting snipe shot down by Adesu, who has picked themselves up a 3 KO streak. So in terms of levels, they have now reached the level 13 mark, the first one to reach that point.
Yeah, and the plus abilities are going to make such a huge difference in the next team fights. We're still on 3 minutes 15 seconds, and everyone is just looking everywhere across the map to try and find the EX Pokemon, the EX Energy, to take some of the resources back into their own hands. Toon will survive, or do they? There is no way that a Solar Beam doesn't connect. Oh.
That is actually wild. They managed to escape that. But one thing that we have to keep our eye on, so another Regieleki is going to spawn up in 15 seconds. Nouns don't have the buffer of that tier 2, so that is going to be a massive threat for them. They've recognized this. They're going to collaborate up at the top path along with Lelovers. They're going in for another engage here.
Looking super dangerous when you have the snipe shots to your face, and Marv is already on 50% HP, but there they go, really deep. Potato doing damage on the front line, but now the power nap on 4 members is just huge. Lelovers could start collapsing at the seams. The Blissful Assist is into the Inteleon, saving them. Is gonna keep the ADC alive for longer. Wicked Blow straight into the back line as well, but now with Delivered Outrage, they're still going to push. Maybe a little too late on that Unite move, some would say. I don't know. 2 seconds and the Rayquaza spawning.
The thing is it a price worth paying? Utilizing all of the Unite moves over on the side of Nouns. The only one that has the yellow dot above their head is the Trevenant on Lelovers. So that Phantom Forest, that can provide some great displacement if they're able to just get it at the right time when Nouns is grouped together. But Lelovers, they know they have the lead here. They're just going to wait in those bush, waiting for Nouns to try and make the move as they are scrambling about, trying to find some wild Pokemon, hoping to just regenerate their Unite moves come this next fight. Because, I mean, after all, Soph, it's one apiece who ends up wins in the final minute and 30 seconds. They're going to progress on through against Aion.
It's true, yeah, and they're waiting for it, just completely calm and collected while this bracket is still advancing. Marv has to reset, go back to base, because they were on 50% HP now, going into that Snow Urshifu. The play rough is enough with Toon as well on the Gyarados, but here in the center of your screen, you have the Shadow Sneak connecting there for Gadlu, straight onto the Rayquaza, all through those walls, and there's knife shots that could finish Marv here as well. Another tap is next, but they don't land it. Will get taken by Blaine themselves, but now Kaizen is on the back of the pit. Maybe they can try to do something with the Sayayaya. They're going to Sayayaya their way into a victory. No! Nouns Esports guarantee the fight, the Rayquaza, and potentially the game, but 30 seconds to go, Calor.
The headache wasn't enough to try and get the damage, the tick, but 330 to 295 as Kaizen was also able to get in some points into that home base. But, I mean, 430, 295, so I think it's pretty safe to say that Nouns Esports are going to be the team that continue forward to that losers finals against Aion.
Nouns Esports do not drop from the tournament. Europe, you still have your usual Season 1 representatives, and they continue with a flip on Rayquaza. That fight was crazy. I am looking forward to seeing the replays, because if we look at the numbers on knockouts and assists, Callow, it wasn't that much at all.
No, not at all. I mean, there was no double digits there, but looking at this, Lelovers, they pretty much had that lead. They just had to hold it, grabbing themselves both of those Regielekis. But I mean, Nouns, they really turned that around. Desu picking up the highest damage, 78k. But I mean, that was a team-wide effort there. Absolutely insane. But yeah, I want to see those highlights as well, so...
Oh yeah, because most of the time I felt like Toon was super well positioned on the Gyarados. The early evolution they got there from the Magikarp was amazing. Now there's mid-game trades as well. When we thought, Kello, that the Lelovers advantage in the bush was going to be just enough to get them through, Nouns took it back. This was a great push by Lelovers as well with the back cap.
Absolutely insane. Yes, it was such a good Dragon Rush there. And I mean, you know, despite when things are looking dire, as we say, when there is a ray, there is a way. And Nouns Esports were really able to capitalize it. This was really interesting here. The fact that it was at that 2-minute 30 mark. Pretty much all of these Unite moves ended up being utilized by both teams. I guess it's that moment where, okay, we knock them out. Hopefully they'll end up having long enough cooldown timers that will be able to just go in and shred the Ray. But, I mean, it only ended up being a few KOs either side.
That snipe that came through there by Godlu straight into Rayquaza over 3 walls is just crazy. Again, bruv, so consistent with the power naps in the Snorlax. Every single time the Heavy Slams just tackling them on every opportunity. A good attempt there by Kaizen to try to steal it, but 1v4 you can't, 1v5 even, you can't do that much. And Nouns Esports, they always do it. The lower bracket run is where they thrive. That's where they belong. Not in regards to they shouldn't be on upper bracket. They belong in continuing in the bracket.
It's just a matter of sometimes it's that pressure that just keeps you going. That term, you perform your best under pressure. And I feel like, you know, Nouns have really just demonstrated it considering the run that they have had so far. But the thing is, it's not over for us just yet, folks, as there is another big titan in the EU scene waiting in that losers final. Aion ended up getting knocked down by Gen 5, and they're just sitting tight for now. But for now, Lelovers, we are going to have to say goodbye to you for this one.
Nouns Esports advancing into the losers finals against the opponent that has been waiting for a little bit, while Gen 5 is just on the top of the mountain on that grand finals waiting for whoever's going to win this next match in particular. So after this quick break, we're going to be back with Relic and Draku to round out this losers bracket. Stay tuned.
It's time to run it back. Welcome, friends, to the UNITE Championship Series. If you're just joining us, where have you been? Also, if you're just joining us, welcome. You join us for the lower finals as Nouns Esports go up against Apanyan Draku for the second time today. First time round, didn't go so hot for Nouns Esports.
Nouns Esports needs to make some adjustments, and I think there was a lot of learning lessons watching Apanyan in the winners finals. They lost quite drastically to Gen 5, who is currently waiting in the grand finals match for the winner to emerge from this set. But I think if there's one thing to learn about Apanyan, they fall under the trap of somewhat of a newer team. A lot of members of their team are falling into their comfort picks that may or may not be the best in a draft environment. But here we go, right away into game number 1 of our losers final set, Relic.
Extraordinarily, we saw no Darkrai in our last series. None. Not on the ban table, not selected. I don't know whether there was a gentleman's agreement behind the scenes or anything like that with top hats and everything. But one thing is for certain, Draku, we don't see it banned again.
We have not seen a Darkrai come to the Aeos Sky Ruins, at least on today's broadcast. It is arguably one of the best speedsters in the game, and I think maybe one Pokemon that has really maybe deterred players from pulling out the Darkrai is that first pick on the side of Nouns Esports. That Hadron Engine turns off the sleep status condition for all Pokemon in that electric terrain.
Zacian and Umbreon, first picks for Apanyan. To join this, Miraidon. The Clefable was hovered briefly. It's Eldegoss and Leafeon. So Gatlu heading back onto the Leafeon. Perhaps a preview to a double speedster comp yet again, which we have seen them run to various degrees of success. Sorayu. I mean, I talked about the Season 1 Lucario. It's Season 2 Sorayu this time with the Zoroark, and Gon, meanwhile, is going to take away the Inteleon option from 2.
And they were hovering over that Comfey. Sorayu, obviously a friend to Comfey supporters very frequently. I think Zoroark definitely falls into that trap of a speedster that really only thrives when it is quite literally pocketed by a Comfey or another supportive type Pokemon. We don't see that just yet. There's one more pick, and wow, Comfey might be the final 10th pick, and Sorayu, I'm sure, is going to love that.
Pikachu as well for the first time today. Pikachu on Aeos Sky Ruins. And look away, Japan. Comfey has joined the battle as well. That is going to be a pocket Comfey, switching between Leorio and Sorayu, maybe having a little bit of time alongside Gecko Kami as well. Brav moving away from the Snorlax, which we've seen him playing a lot of today, picking up that Trev instant, but feels like a requirement to me, Draku, especially since you're going into 2 very melee-heavy Pokemon in the Sword Doggo and the Night Fox.
Pikachu is going to be that supportive class attacker. We're talking about Pokemon that can be categorically fluid, a term that I was talking about before with the EXP share. Their job is quite clear. It's to make sure Sorayu has a lot of hindrance as they dash in and across the map. They have a couple of tools to prevent themselves from getting hindered. That Zoroark specifically, they have Illusion that has a form of cleanse. They have the full heal, and also the Comfey that can maybe mitigate some of that damage when they heal them back up. But Sorayu, one of the best Zoroark players, I would say, in the EU region and generally in the world. There aren't many Zoroark players out there anymore, especially in the West, but when they do, they can make quite a significant impact.
Gon as well with a really important role this time around, picking up that Inteleon backline poke, the longest range of anyone heading into that game right now as we speak. In terms of engagement options, Nouns Esports has Gatlu, and that's kind of it outside of your front line. Both the Miraidon. I mean, to be fair, I'm looking at this build now for Toon on this Miraidon. Slick Spoon, Wise Glasses, Shell Bell. I mean, that doesn't say Electro Drift to me, so we're really looking at a Nouns Esports that wants to get their business done quick and easy. They can't stick around for too long, otherwise they will pay the price.
Gossifleur heading into the central area, maybe to harass this Excelgor. This Cavalier staying on the side of Apanya. They're going to continue forward as the Comfey using those auto attacks to maybe do a little bit of damage onto the Gossifleur, just wasting the time as best as they can. Let's take a look at the minimap, though. The Leafeon going to be roaming into the central area, finds a blue buff. Gecko Kami heading into the central area to help this invade.
Razor Leaf now a little away, and they most certainly have objective secured for Gatlu, and Blaine's been able to get out of there as well. But Narami, the same can't be said for you. Never mind. With a late stretch, they find Sorayu, but that was a little too close for comfort as the Zoroark's online.
4 members in that bottom path. Zoroark is heading up to that top path with the Pocket Comfey on its waist belt. 4 members here for Nouns Esports. This is Bruv on the attack damage carry for the Trevenant. Is going to be a Cursed Trevenant, most likely going to be a Horned Leech as well, to maybe try to hinder some of the Pokemon on the side of Apanya.
Meanwhile, we see the remnants of the Hadron engine and Leorio with barely a health bar to speak of is escorted back to their own. More scores. I say more scores. First scores for Nouns Esports. Not that there's been much from either side, to be fair. Lovely foul play from Gek, though, as Bruv sees their companion fall. A little bit of a dash away, but they're not able to grab it this time around. Free score, though, for Gecko Kami.
There's not a whole lot of team compositions where a Comfey can do really well, but whenever you have multiple Pokemon that have the opportunity to be a powerhouse with a Comfey attached to it, we think the Zoroark Comfey, a classic pairing. Zacian Comfey, another classic and terrorizing pairing as well. And even the Umbreon as well, if those 2 members do tend to go down, it could be a target for this Comfey. But Sorayu, early game dominance is the name of Zoroark.
I do love the flexibility as well. Comfey allowed to pick up that slow smoke, not exactly a held item you see too often, drops the smoke bomb and leaves whoever you're facing in a world of hurt as Thief whittles down the health bar to 0. 7-39 early game. Another steal away from Leorio, who's going to find these clouds at a canter. Plenty of stuff going down here on bottom path as well. Sorayu still refusing to fall. Plenty of excellent support play from Narami so far.
One thing I want to point out is the tempo for both of these teams. They both have really strong early game presence. The Zoroark, I think, the strongest early game presence. Typically where Zoroark tends to struggle is when the opposing team scales in the mid to the late game. But if you look at Nouns Esports, they scale as well in this early game. So I'm concerned for the late game for Nouns Esports as the Zoroark continues to get levels, and more importantly, that Unite move.
Unable to find the KO with the Electro Drift, unable to find the KO with the Razor Leaf, the Emerald 2-step, and finally another Razor Leaf gets the job done. I'm shocked that this is an Electro Drift Miraidon. There is no safety net whatsoever, and Sorayu puts them to the pain. There's plenty of points scored, certainly, but there might be more on the way. Explodes into Aeos Energy to Sorayu, but they don't feel like they can push any further now in Esports. Safety, the better part of Valor.
It's almost kind of poetic for the 2 supportive class Pokemon to get the knockout there. These are 2 Pokemon that probably don't want, I mean, they would love that EXP, but nonetheless want to hand that over to maybe that Miraidon or the Leafeon that went down just before. The Comfey is going to attach to its other host, that Zacian in the top path, to become that terror in the top path that we all know and probably hate in the ranked environment. But another KO going over to Nouns Esports, a 2-for-1 combo as most Comfey wearers are.
Season ticket to the struggle bus right now for anybody on top path. Sorayu goes in alone. Meanwhile, on bottom path, we've got the Meteor Storm flying down on Gecko Kami. 3 KO streak here for Gatlu on Leafeon, looking better and better as the seconds run by.
179 to 77, a 102-point lead. As we head to the halfway point of the game, another smaller score. Hadron Endrin is going to turn off, at least ever so slightly, the amount of healing and shielding. Really nice shot from Gon as they retreat back over to the left side of the field. 1-2-1 goal zone gone. Side of Apanya in that top path, and both teams now a lot of Unite moves ready to go. Namely, I think that Pikachu Unite move is going to be very strong into a character Pokemon like that Zoroark.
The momentum shifts. Registeel lands. And Apanyan going for the full 5 rotate. Able to blaze their way through the Horn Leech. Electro Drift down onto Registeel. Here comes Soreyu and Leoryu. We've got all in town as the thunderstorm reigns. In the eye of the storm is that Pikachu, and they have set up a storm to be sure. But Soreyu able to steal away the Registeel. Pikachu finds another KO and another KO. It's just Leoryu on their own 3 KO streak. But look at the Metal Claw finding a little bit of value here, the Zacian, as Bruv gets another score, sets up for a decent overcap. Again, Nouns Esports do not bite off more than they can chew.
I do want to highlight this Pikachu. As soon as they got that Unite move at level 9, it was a threat on the battlefield. That Thunderstorm Unite move, so significant at doing so much damage into particularly characters that have a lot of mobility. It might not be the easiest to hit characters like a Zoroark, but if you have a lot of sure hit abilities like that second enhanced version of the Electro Drift, the Thunderstorm from this Pikachu, you can actually KO the moving Zoroark.
Toon having an absolute blast. He says, yo, Nouns Esports, get into the back of my Japanese hot hatch and let's go for a ride. 209 to 77, and another potential steal has been averted for Apanyan, but they are most certainly on the back foot. They've lost both of their tier 1s. And look at Nouns Esports. Look at the confidence to stride forward, looking for a punish. Gatlu providing great vision, doesn't need to pounce. Until now with the Thunderstorm, and my goodness, that's an excellent use of the agility. But the Thief is eaten up. The Razor Leaf catches another stray.
Yeah, really huge team fight for Nouns Esports. I've seen that strategy used a lot more commonly nowadays. Wait for an objective like the Regieleki to fall and then pounce as Apanyan or the enemy team feels a sense of comfort as they move back into the center of the map, getting a huge KO onto Soreyu, who is still now level 12, an experienced leader on that side of the field, but Relic 2. Level 13s on the side of Nouns Esports, and the scoring lead 30 seconds before the final stretch.
Not looking good for Apanyan as a second Registeel, my apologies. Lands on Thea Sky Ruins. The Hadron engine is down, and Gecko Kami is eating up so much damage. The Wish is going to prolong their demise for the moment as Gon, who's not had much of an impact this game, looking for a KO, any KO. And they do find one. It's on to Gatlu. So this is now 4v5, a little bit more favorable, but there's the Electro Drift again, not going to be able to take away the Registeel. The Phantom Forest goes down, and finally Gek falls. Bruv looking for Gon. The Meteor Storm as well, looking to catch them. Having to pop the ASV. Gon, this is a Unite move that you do not want to be wasting, but waste it. They have Draku.
Electro Drift lands onto the Inteleon. They're going to have to watch for the next 10 seconds as the team migrates to the central area for the rendezvous at 2, as we call it. 100-point lead for Nouns Esports, and now going to prepare for this fight to ensue. But I think more importantly, Apanyan has one of the most tantalizing buffs on their side of the field. It is that Registeel buff, Thunderstorm, coming on down only on a single target. They are going to respond with a Unite move of their own, but they are caught all on their lonesome, and that is a very important piece. The bulkiest of their front line is falling, Relic.
Brutal. But they have found a KO Emerald 2-step. Doesn't matter. Gatlu simply too strong. Leoryu losing so much health themselves and in attempting to get a snipe shot. Gon is run over by Toon. This Electro Drift has been a menace to Apanyan all game long, now sitting pretty with less than a minute to play.
Looking quite desperate here for Apanyan. Again, loser of this set will be heading on home. The winner moving to face G5 in the grand finals. Bright Future Meteor Storm coming in from the Miraidon of Bright Future, looking really strong here for Nouns Esports as they almost get a full team wipe. The Rayquaza falling, and the first Rayquaza of our losers finals going to Nouns Esports.
Just felt far too inevitable, didn't it? Nouns Esports, the turn of the tide, 5-6 minutes in, and Apanyan simply couldn't find the surfboards in time. 3 reigning Aeos energy scores for Nouns Esports, a much better look. They've got 1 game on Apanyan. They need to find a second. Apanyan just 1 game away, of course, themselves from elimination for the Aeos Cup Play-Ins.
Would be quite poetic if Nouns Esports reverse 2-0 sweeps the team that sent them down to the losers bracket to begin with. But I think the thing about Pokemon Unite is it is very much a knowledge game as it is a micro game, the technical proficiency of the individual players. And I think in that first set that we saw on broadcast today, where we saw Aion go 2-0 over Nouns Esports, well, Nouns Esports has the advantage of knowledge, watching the kind of the downfall of Aion to G5 in the winners final set that we saw earlier on today, and they are making these very clear adaptations, and it is paying off in dividends.
They're playing serious now, aren't they? They're playing incredibly strong. And despite a rather brittle attacking force, they use that attacking force to great effect. And in particular, allowing Toon and Gatlu, very experienced players, destructive players when allowed to roam free to do just that. Yeah, Aion, I feel like they just didn't have the correct response mechanisms. They didn't team up in the right places, and then when they did team up, it was too late because Nouns Esports had already scaled properly. But we also have to compliment Nouns just in general on their shot calling. It's something that we saw against Lelovers, Draku, of course. It was an incredible shot call by Gatlu that won them the series in the end. And here, once again, making sure that they don't oversell themselves, that they're not giving over free KOs to their opponents.
I think this is, honestly, this is a very advantageous position for Aion. Able to get the secure on the Registeel going into the final stretch. They do get a KO on the Leafeon. They have that Registeel buff. They lose Gecko Kami here, so they don't have that buff going into that final stretch fight. They are able to pull out that Miraidon Unite move. The team's reset, but we'll see here in the next few seconds if we have that replay. This Umbreon right here, Gek going down. It's actually earlier on, but Gek going down early in that final stretch fight led them to a very disadvantageous position.
And it's worth mentioning that Aion were caught between a rock and a hard place really as well, weren't they? Because not only did they not have the confidence at that moment in time to try and take the fight to Nouns Esports, who didn't have their supportive Unite moves, both Eldegoss and Trevenant, and indeed Toonslim with the Bright Meteor Storm, all of those Unite moves were unavailable for the first 30 to 60 seconds. And Aion just didn't feel like they could respond. I almost feel like going for the rip there would have been better than what ultimately happened, but that's all got to be washed away into the past right now. Aion can't think about that. There is only one prize aside from the championship points at the end of this road, Draku, and that's the travel award to go to the Aeos Cup. That is the priority. So that's the priority registration at the Aeos Cup, and so it's very much go all in or go home with just a consolation prize. Aion need to show us something different in game number 2.
I think for Aion, I think, like I said it before, the biggest enemy for this team is quite literally the team itself. I think that's quite commonly said about teams that are new in any esports or any competitive activity. They lack the chemistry, and I think it's very obvious. Nouns Esports have been playing together for quite some time, even though Blaine is rotating from the coaching position onto the team. They still have that chemistry of communication, where I feel like Aion tends to break down in situations where they lose a key component. We saw that in their set against Gen 5. We're seeing that here when they lose Gecko Kami, and of course, this is a fairly new team, and the sky is the limit, but at least for today's event, we are seeing the disintegration of their communication because of their newness as a roster.
Yeah, you have Lelovers and you have Aion, and there was a team in off-season for the longest time. It was A1 and then A2 and then A3 and A4. But the crucial component there, Draku, is that it was all with Snow. Snow, who's now on Lelovers, Snow, who's now out of the competition. So I guess if you are an Aion fan, you can say, well, look at me, I've supported the team that's gone the furthest. But I think that there is absolutely credence to what you're saying in that you've removed a key component of why that A squad was so successful in off-season, and we saw why. They were amazing today, caught out in the very last embers of a series that was on a knife edge. You've got a great leader, of course, in Gecko Kami, and you've got great players overall, but maybe it's going to take another couple of weeks, maybe another couple months before we start to see the best side of Aion.
Aion is going to be on our purple side for game number 2. Again, losing team gets side preference for subsequent games. Rhydon, first Pokemon heading up to that ban slot. Another EX Pokemon, Zacian, heading up there as well. Could be seeing a Psyduck, maybe a Blissey, that we've seen very commonly in that ban slot. Taking a lot of time, but Leafeon. Not really liking the Leafeon that Gatlu's been performing with on their side of the field.
Does mean that Psyduck is available for first pick, although, to be fair, given that, again, Darkrai not on the table, so maybe we'll eventually see Darkrai. I mean, its passive is still pretty good. But also, Gatlu on the Mimikyu feels pretty good to me. Blaine locking in that Blissey. To partner this Psyduck, we're looking maybe at the fellow frontliner. Lots of options on the table. Maybe getting in one of your main damage dealers as well. Could be good this early on in the draft. Maybe looking at the Crustle. Looking at the support Mew potentially as well. Certainly got the EXP share on this point in time. And no, we're going to switch over to the Trevenants, taking that away from Bruv.
So definitely going for the lack of a traditional healing support on the side of Aion, with the Mew and the Psyduck most likely going to be the supporting class Pokemon on their side. And typically with this type of team composition, you want to make sure that the other three members, because they don't have a healing support, they have some sort of ability to heal themselves. You think Blaziken with its Blaze passive, you think Zoroark, it has its own sort of healing factor. Even Water Urshifu has its own healing factor with Surging Strikes. We'll see if Soreyu decides to change that or if this is the ultimate pilot of this. But Garchomp is a really good pick because it has that lifesteal with the autos. It can heal itself, and even coaching from the Mew can kind of secondarily help with that healing because it boosts the auto attack speed.
Ooh, Mamoswine. Yeah. Okay. Now, this is something that we didn't see played against Lelovers. Aion, they might not have Snow, but they're going to take inspiration from him. There's that front line once again. All in dive, ready to thrive. But Ice Fang is the 1v1 master. Finally, some sort of competitor to Buzzwole in any competition. Very much in the heavyweight category, Draku, and can set up for so many nasty combo plays, both that Garchomp and Urshifu, Leorio, and Saryu whatever. They got to look out. That's the main point. It's a scary threat. Tune on Mamoswine.
Adesu on the Inteleon. I think Adesu, in my opinion, is most known for their sniper-like Pokemon. You think Decidueye is really popularized by this player. Inteleon is another sniper-esque Pokemon. This is a protected president composition if I've ever seen one, right? There are two defenders, there's a supporter, there's that Mimikyu in that frontline space as well. Clearly my dog enjoys this composition, but Inteleon is one of my favorite Pokemon to play. Very high skill ceiling to land those snipe shots, but it's going to be feeling very protected. I'm concerned for Aion. How are they going to find their way to the backline? Maybe an eject play from the Garchomp, or maybe he's hiding in tall grass with that Urshifu. But I wonder where this Urshifu is going to land that Unite move, because it's obviously going to want to land it on the Inteleon. Just getting there is a lot easier said than done.
I wonder when we're going to see Casper's first appearance on the UNITE Championship Series, personally. More on that later. Sorry, got ya. Aion in the purple, then Nouns in the orange. And it's last chance saloon for Aion. They got to win this. Hopefully take it to a game 3 for their sakes. Nouns Esports, though, looking so strong in that game 1, and a really good-looking composition to counter the Garchomp and the Urshifu. Let's get going on Theia Sky Ruins.
No one to help the central area Kubfu clear the wild Pokemon. Mew, a little slow to the rotation to the central area. Really good last hitting with that Electro Ball. Should be able to push Blaine back into the right side of the map, or just send them forcibly back to their Pokeball. Swine up in the top path, going up against that Gibble. A really good auto attack pressure from that Gibble, of course. Toon is going to be a top lane carry on this Swinub. Quite literally an all-rounder. It is kind of round, generally, as a Pokemon.
It is spherical in nature. I will agree. But we've got a Shifu now rotating top path to join the Mimikyu and Blaine, who has cancelled off their invade. Drizzile online. Dark Bear, Soreyu goes in, got the Shadow Claw, Revo onto the bite. We got the Surf that's not going to quite find its mark. Relatively tame. I was expecting a huge team fight, but nope, neither side willing to bite.
This is could be the final game for Aion, so I definitely don't want to make any too aggressive of plays, especially when you have a Swinub has a lot of abilities to hinder you back over to the left side of the field. We did see the Gabai actually approach this tier 1 goal zone. Focus band popped on Toon. They're going to lose that for at least the next 50 to 60 seconds or so, but very conservative game for both teams. No scoring, 2 donuts in that score column, which also means no team or no Pokemon have been stacking for the last 2 minutes.
Well, that caution was a huge boon for Nouns Esports. That's certainly the case. I'm also worried about this Mamoswine late on in terms of disable. The length of cooldown on the Ice Fang could be a real problem as Gatlu swings and misses with the Shadow Sneak. No scores on the doors. We're 2 minutes in. If that isn't a sign of how nervy this particular situation is, I don't know what is.
Not only do they have the nerves, but again, I'm sure this is quite an emotional game as one of their members of their team, a past team member, is on the other side as well. 30 seconds before the first major objectives. We do have a Desu, the snipe shot on lock and ready to go. So Gabite's still sitting at level 6, so should have their second primary ability in the next few seconds here as they capture this wild farm. A 1v1. Ice Fang finds its way onto the Garchomp with a Gabite at this point. Eject play there. Don't know if that was a gratuitous play, but definitely will not have that eject button for the next 90 seconds.
Did you see that Shadow Sneak as well? Ever so close to Leorio, who is burning that Regieleki down. Narami, though, caught by the snipe shot. But it's a sacrifice that won't go in vain. Regieleki secured for Aion.
Do not push forward with this Regieleki. They might consider a secondary push as the Regieleki goes down, but it's just the Gabite that's up here. Urshifu taking the short way through the central area. They're going to start working on the southern Regi that is spawned on the map. It is going to be a Regirock, and like we were saying, very anxious for both teams. Nouns Esports, as you can see in the top left corner of your screen, we're going to zoom on over there. They're going to break that with an 18-point overcap on the other side with vision of many members of Nouns Esports up there. They're going to pivot to this tier 1 goal zone.
I like it. I like it a lot. It maintains the level advantage for the moment, but just how much longer will they be able to maintain this defense? Toonslim doing an incredible job. 20 points left. Narami with the surf into goal, into the boosted auto. Not even going to matter. Desu on the back line hits Gek, but the 5 points are down. Leaving 15, looking for the 4-point overcap. Watch out, Gatlu's here too. Phantom Forest, still no score. Another stack though for this Trevenant. Come play with me. The shielding not going to be disrupted. Sorayu taken down, but in the meantime, Narami does get their points off. It's back to a 20-point game.
Actually do like, even though Nouns Esports did lose that tier 1 goal zone, they were able to KO the Urshifu. Want to give a shout out to Blaine on that Blissey, a beautiful play to save their Inteleon, who's currently at level 10, from the Urshifu. Urshifu was able to land the Ebon Fist, that Unite move that punches them up into the air, leaves them vulnerable to a Wicked Blow right after that. Safeguard stopped all that, and Inteleon took a little bit of damage from the initial hit from the Unite move, but saved them from getting knocked out in their own Speed Flux zone.
5 minutes in, still no Mamoswine. Aion have done so well to put the brakes on this breakout player doing his thing. Lying in wait, Nouns Esports. Miss with the Shadow Sneak. Leorio goes after the Regieleki. 180 into the Snorlax. Puts up the block. Electro Ball. Score on the bottom path. Regieleki now surrounded by 3 players. And look at the Sayayay. The big waves disrupt the Nouns Esports defense. Forces out the Bliss Assisters into the backline. Sorayu goes looking for a big old punch up. And they're still not able to find any KOs. Not yet anyway. Shadow Sneak onto the Garchomp. Finds the mark. There's Gatlu. And there's another KO. It's going to be the Blissey that falls, thanks to the Mew. Power Nap unleashed as Regieleki so close, knocking on the door, still unable to find its way through. Ice Fang throws Gek into a pretty precarious position. Phantom Forest, though, will finally take down Toonslim in all of this. Finally got his Mamo Evo, by the way. This Regieleki almost being pushed back further than where it started. The Psyduck with a 2 KO streak now. Absolute carnage in the top path here for both teams.
Toon Slim, a wonderful job at defending that tier 1 goal zone from Regieleki crashing into that goal zone, and it gives them very optimal position for at least one more Regieleki in that bottom path. And pretty classic team strategy across the two teams. Apanyan really trying to devote a lot of resources to that bottom path. Of course, they got the Regieleki in the top path, but Nouns Esports, they are thriving with a small point lead at the moment here. An aggressive play by the Blissey, stopped by the curse, and Blaine is going to pay for it.
Little too risky for my liking. Narami providing vision central area 101 to 137, and Apanyan fancy another top path push. They are back for more here on the zone, which still has 80 to whittle down. Adesu finds a big hit onto Gek. Surf onto the blocking Bruv, but again, they have to retreat and set up shop for Regieleki Part 2.
1 minute left before the final stretch begins. It's going to be one more Regieleki. Not a whole lot of value. It's either going to be sent to a tier 1 on the side of Nouns Esports or the tier 2 on the side of our purple team. Toon right now, if you take a look at their positioning, they're in the central area, but lots of vision, fog of war being revealed for both sides. Garchomp working on the Regieleki in the top path. Really strong form of secure. Wicked blow. Mew getting that secure on the objective, capturing the Regieleki, and now this time the Snorlax is not going to be here for the defend.
They're going to be back in plenty of time for the Rayquaza, that's for sure. But what about the rest of this? Finally, they get some joy. More scores, no waiting about. 40-point overdunk. Apanyan take the lead. Trevenant will be back in play as well. All Unite moves online, Draku, as honestly the most important 2 minutes of Apanyan's tournament waits upon them.
This was where Apanyan found themselves in game number 1. Pretty significant objective secure. Registeel in game number 1. Regieleki in that top path. Level 14 of the Garchomp, highest on the field so far. Toon is building up some auto attack stacks, maybe working on this Rayquaza by themselves. A fight is kind of breaking on either side of the Rayquaza.
Oh my
all
word.
on their lonesome is the Trevenant. Phantom Forest finds 2 members. Unite moves responding back on the side of Nouns Esports. Urshifu the first to fall here, and it's going to send Apanyan scattering back over to the left side. This may be the game. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Leorio going to be the next to fall.
Gatlu is doing all of the heavy lifting. Come play with me into the KO on the Garchomp, but there is a response, finally, from Mew onto Blaine. Lovely Horn Leech. Toon Slim just about surviving. Oh, it's another fight from the Shadow Sneak as Gatlu eliminates the Mew. Psyduck able to take down the Inteleon, but this is all in the favor of Apanyan so far. Despite losing more team members in this fight, somehow they're delaying the Nouns push enough to stop anyone from scoring. Another clutch disable coming out from Narami. Just 45 seconds left for Nouns to save this game.
This game is not over. They still have the rip potential for the Garchomp. As you can see them on the minimap approaching that central area. Of course, they do not even need this objective. We may be even looking at a Game 3 scenario. Nouns Esports are down by 100-odd points, and they are going to finally push onto this Tier 1 goal zone. 24 points is definitely not going to be enough. Another 40, though. It's 20 seconds left, and they're going to walk onto this. Blaine is going to be the first to fall. Trevenant is going to the Tier 2 to try to go for a score. No one on the side of Nouns Esports are going to be able to make a score. It is a very close game, but Relic, shot heard around the world. We are going to a Game 3.
Oh, buckle up, folks, because that was as close as you would want it. To be clear, even had Blaine scored that 10, double it up to a 20, that would have only equaled Apanyan's 2-1, in which case Apanyan wins the game because they hit that score first. However, Apanyan were on the ropes for so much of that Ray fight. They were always 1 KO behind what Nouns Esports was able to put up, but because of the amount of time that they were able to burn off the clock, Draku, they just about get away with it.
Oh, man. I'm sitting at the edge of my seat, Relic, and I'm sure, as we saw throughout this series so far, I can just feel the anxiousness of the players not wanting to take an overstep into the enemy team's territory. A couple of times Apanyan pushed onto that Tier 1 goal zone. They knew exactly when to make the push in that last engagement before the final stretch, the Slowbro going down, but throughout this game, it was an incredibly close match.
for the first 2-3 minutes, there was barely anything to speak of, in truth. Both teams playing it very safe, and then we had this moment exploding into life. And to be fair, there was the whole Regieleki push before this as well, like literally a 1.5 to 2 minute fight that just would not stop. But then we got down to business. Shifu eliminated by the come play with me, got the Bliss assistance and the power nap used in tandem. More surfs, pushes back Toon before Gatlu finds another astonishing shadow sneak, and then another shadow sneak onto the Mew. Spoiler alert, he finds yet another one after this, but not before Mew removes the Blissey. And that for me was the key KO in all of this, because that support mechanism was eliminated because of the time that it took to try and take that Mew out as well. It allows Shifu to get back into the fray, and Nouns Esports starts struggling for ideas.
Yeah, I think as soon as the Garchomp and the Urshifu goes down, it's a pretty clear opportunity to take the Rayquaza off of the field. They have pretty decent rip across their team. Mimikyu does quick work of that, quite literally resetting those Shadow Claw, doing massive amounts of damage, but not a whole lot of opportunity for Nouns Esports to take that Rayquaza off of the field. Urshifu was the first to fall, which means they are the first to respawn, and that's the biggest threat that takes away objectives on the field. Because of its prowess to secure objectives, you can never take down objectives when that Pokemon is still on the field.
Well, a bit of a useless stat for all of you at home. Aion has never faced Nouns Esports without winning 2 games. Admittedly, there is only 1 series to go off, but nevertheless, worth throwing that out there. It feels like a little bit of a Wild West situation, though, going into this next draft phase. I genuinely don't know which way both of these teams are going to go in terms of bans, in terms of what sort of play style they want to go for, because admittedly we could see another snooze fest in the first 2 minutes, but I feel like that's counterintuitive. Surely in this game 3 you want to take it by the scruff of the neck and really imprint your impression. You want to take it and run with it. You want to have confidence going into that final 2 minutes.
I think if there's one thing that Aion has really leaned into, at least in this series, is a pretty classic team composition. It's rip and secure.
Yeah.
They've almost gotten Garchomp every single game, and I feel like if Nouns Esports tries to go a different direction here, maybe trying to take some of those key components that the Aion has tried to lean into, maybe trying to take a really strong securing option themselves, even pulling out a Slowbro would be really interesting to stop either the Garchomp or the Urshifu or the securing option for Aion. But these last 2 games have been incredibly close, and I'm excited to see where they take their draft direction here.
Here's a thought, Darkrai. Just going to put that on the table. Darkrai does still exist. I know it got nerfed, chat. I know. But it's still really good. It's still really very, very good. I don't know whether y'all have been checking out the Brazil broadcast as well. Shout out to our wonderful colleagues over there, but we've already seen a bit of it, and it does look very good again. But then again, maybe that's just something which is readable, Draco. I think sometimes there's a bit of an overreaction to any new Unite license that drops in this game, where everyone thinks it's the most overpowered thing in the world when it drops, and then 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, hey, we've actually figured out how to play around this. And so I think it's less so the case for Psyduck. It's a very hard thing to play around, especially with the AoE, like the big old waves and whatnot. But I don't know. Am I barking up the wrong tree with Darkrai? Is it insane to say, why haven't we seen this yet?
Yeah, it's really fascinating to see I guess see the absence of Darkrai. It's one of the speedsters that it's interesting to say that a speedster can be considered safe, because it does so much damage naturally as a speedster, but I feel like we can have those 2 words in the same sentence. Darkrai, a safe speedster. Of course, Dark Pulse has been nerfed. Its cooldown has been lengthened quite significantly, I think by 2 whole seconds. It's now a total of 8 seconds of cooldown. Its damage has been reduced. The amount of damage it does in its Unite move has also been reduced as well. But even like Nasty Paw plus Dark Pulse, or Dark Void, I apologize, it's still such a powerful tool. Status condition sleep is just so strong. So I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, let's not forget the Unite move, of course, as well. That literally just zones you and one other person off, and then best of luck. hope you make it through that one, because not many do, especially if you find the right target to go for. Speaking of targets, Scatlu, and to be fair, anybody that's been on the Mimikyu, really, if they're using Shadow Sneak, it's been often to devastating effect. Out of all of the options which I could see going into this game, at least when it comes to the bans, I can't help but feel like that is a dead cert for a Panion. I feel like out of any of them, you need to get this one off the table, unless you're planning to first pick it yourself.
Yeah. There have been two Pokemon that Gatlu has really been favoring in today's event. We saw Gatlu play very briefly against Panion in the first series, a Greedent. But as you can see here, Panion, at least in the last game, they banned Leafeon out. I mean, could you see a possible Mimikyu ban in this next set, this next game?
Yeah, I think that's where I'm leaning personally. I feel like, especially with, I mean, look, I'm going to take the presumption here that Darkrai we will not see them again, whatever the situation is. It's clearly something that's not going to be seen unless it will. Feel free to make me look silly, players, but yeah, it depends what side we're going to see a Panion on. If a Panion is first pick, I would not ban it, and I would take it for myself. If a Panion is anything but second pick, or if they're not planning on playing it anyway, just take it away. Just don't worry about it. It's not worth the worry, and they are second pick. So, yeah, I think ban it for my money.
Thank you all for your patience as we get into the final game between these two teams, at least for this event today. Now in Esports, on our first pick side, they're going to be banning out the Blissey. So we saw, as we talked about, a supporting class Pokemon to watch, but double supporting ban on the side of Nouns Esports. This means that Psyduck is still available for play. Miraidon is going to be taken out as well. These two Pokemon, Blissey Safeguard, Miraidon Hadron Engine, the two biggest hindrances for Darkrai's sleep condition.
Do you think they're listening to us? Do you think they're listening to us with the Mimikyu? That was a late switch to the Mimikyu ban. They were hovering that Slowbro for a while. Geku coming, but yeah, Blaine with no Blissey rotates to the Psyduck. First time we've seen him on a Psyduck. Very interested to see how that one runs out. We got an Inteleon for Gone, and we got potentially support Mew. No, we're going to be locking in that Umbreon instead, which I do enjoy, especially in terms of limiting that Psyduck influence, let's say.
I would love to see a huge draft shift for Nouns Esports. I know they have a very deep team composition, I guess, variety. They're going to be going with two sword-wielding Pokemon. Of course, that Solar Blade with the Leafeon, typically not used, but Zacian in that top path once again. Now, what do you think about this draft so far, Relic? And we're seeing potentially another submission Machamp, as we saw in the first series between these two teams. They have an XP. They're going to be moving pretty fast on Theos Sky Ruins.
I think we're about to see whether Leorio really is that guy with this Machamp. That is a really bold pick this late in the series. Bruv, with the Snorlax, that's your front line. Toonslim running back the Greninja. Wow, okay. Season 1 vibes. And Soraya, we've not seen the Ceruledge all day long, but really? I love this. Revenant Rend into a Greninja, Zacian, Leafeon, and Psyduck. That spells danger Will Robinson to me.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say a bold, and maybe not even a bold prediction, but these team fights are going to be very quick.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah,
these Unite moves are quite explosive. Leafeon, Emerald 2-Step, Sovereign Sword, even just increasing your auto attack speed by getting that buff. Water Shuriken Burst, Greninja, Revenant Rend, like you were talking about, Barrage Blow. So much damage in short amount of time. Do not blink, ladies and gentlemen, because you will miss out on a very fast and explosive team fight.
And then Nouns barely has any sustain, by the way. Just going to put that out there. They are relying on quick autos with the Zacian and with the Greninja. They're relying heavily on the burst of the Leafeon. The Psyduck for the disruptions is really just trying to set them up. The only sustain that you do have is the Snorlax, and that's just a little bit of shielding from block, unless you're willing to throw out the Power Nap. Opinion, it just feels like they have something a little more concrete to work off, including that backline poke with the Inteleon as well. And let's not forget the good work that Gon has put in so far today. Found some really good shots there from the backline. Soreu and Leorio, it's exactly the same case as what they had with Garchomp and Urshifu. Got to pick your battles well, otherwise it's free KOs over to Nouns Esports.
Yeah, I think an important decision to make for Toon, as any Greninja player knows, at least proficient Greninja players, is when to engage. You typically don't want to use your Unite move early. You want to use it at a point so you can get those resets off of Surf. I believe it is going to be a Surf Greninja. It has 2 auto attack boosting items, auto attack speed boosting items, but game number 3, Relic, losers finals for the Aeos Cup Play-Ins. We're here in the European region. Winner of this game after these 10 minutes, we will find out who is our second team in the grand finals.
Big names giving big support to Toon Slim, the likes of Zoinks, Big Bridget, and Junkie GS. That is certainly a very healthy crowd of support for this Greninja pick as we exit the first minute, and no major evos to talk of besides that early Leafeon, of course, who's looked to rotate slightly to top path, but now giving over the rest of this central area wild Pokemon to Toon, who has already found that initial evolution.
Frogadier, level 5, tier 1 evolution, heading up to the top path. I really love this Hollower, by the way, the most recent battle pass. Fight breaking out, very explosive once again, not only in their Unite moves, but just generally with the abilities that they have throughout the match. You think all the abilities with the Cerulege, Metal Claw, tons of burst damage as they approach forward as well. I'm going to love these team fights once they start to scale Relic. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Nice surfs. Pushes back Narami. Pushes back Leorio. Gatlu looking for some sort of value from the central area. Will find absolutely nothing there. Black Friday has come and gone. The store shelves are clean. A little bit of vision searching here from Narami as the surf goes down. 3-player push. And Leorio and Narami should be pretty safe here, but not so much the case for Soreu, who puts down a lot of damage and finds the KO alongside Gek.
Okay, Kokami gonna ruin that 1v1 Pate in the central area. Bird spawning on the field. A lot of that wild Pokemon being captured by Nouns Esports. Toon still a little slow to get to their level 7 evolution to become a Greninja, and more importantly, their signature ability, Adesu. Gonna push on forward with that Metal Claw, increasing that auto attack speed, but more importantly, that damage and that burst and the EXP, all in the glory of Toon Slim now at level 7.
Yeah, that's rough. That's real rough for Opinion. Leorio is still marooned on level 6. Long way to go before Machamp, let alone the Unite move, and we've only got 20 seconds less than before our first set of Reggies. Good news, though, is that they have found the level 7 for Inteleon. Not that it's going to be making as much influence in the middle of a team fight as Greninja. Got the one shots, the one opportunities here and there as Adesu slices up these Baltoys, and we look to the bottom path.
The first major team fight, and Registeel already brought down to their knees. Of Chikir going in the way of Opinion. Only 2 members in this bottom path. Toon, only level 8, does not have access to their Unite move. Nouns Esports working on that Regieleki, captured and now sending that to the tier 1 goal zone. Unfortunately, Machoke cannot hold this point, and it looks like they're going to trade goal zones on either side. I don't know if they have enough points in that top path to break that goal zone, but Opinion takes the first goal zone off the field.
Works really well for Opinion. They get the EXP boost, and so far at least they don't lose the zone, although that might change. 2 points down, no. I'll tell you what, if Zacia wanted a quick turn, they could set up the 1-point zone. They're not. They're actually going to burn some of their Aeos energy. Was that the Revenant Ren? Wow, caught nobody. Soreu just using it to survive more than anything.
I hate to see that thing happen, but Panyan able to take at least the score lead as we head into the 6-minute mark. I think the Umbreon is going to be next to fall. Another Unite move. Oh, you hate to see that thing happen, especially with a Unite move as impactful as that Umbreon. So it looks like they are able to reserve that. You can see on the right side of your screen, Relic, the yellow dot still above that Umbreon's icon.
Fortunate. Oh. And there's
Yeah, a
Golem
gift,
finding
really.
the Greninja 59 to 1-2-1. Level situation though, again, looking healthier to Nouns Esports. Fine balance opinion. I've said it once, I'll say it again. Cannot afford to make any major mistakes. And so for the moment, look for the wild Pokemon and then set up for this next phase of Reggies.
Machamp has grown 2 arms and a lot more muscles. Relic heading up to that top path. A lot of Unite moves available for both teams. This first team fight here is most likely going to be the first team fight that decides who's going to dictate the tempo of this game. Like we were saying, in the draft phase of this game, expect really fast, really short team fights, especially if there is a defender lacking on either side of the field.
Geku Kami now uses the Midnight Prance. There's the Revenant Rend. Oh, again! A swing and a miss, although Snorlax is able to clean up alongside Toon. Means that it's now 2v2 in this bottom path. Meanwhile, you got jockeying for position on the top path, looking at that Regieleki, but perhaps a push here from Nouns Esports on the bottom path. Gatlu heading back to base after stealing the blue buff. Regieleki goes down. Leorio looking for the barrage blow, and they find it with a mighty Asunder.
Well, they're going to respond with a Sovereign Sword of their own to at least retain their HP bars as they retreat back to their tier 1 goals. And Regieleki is going to bounce on over there. It's they're going to let that Regieleki walk. They're actually going to be able to take the Registeel in the bottom path as well. So Aion, even though they have lost a couple of team members in some team fights, they have found the score lead and 2 objectives in the middle point of the game.
I don't understand what Nouns Esports was doing here. It just feels like they either should have defended the pad or they should have all been going in on the top path, and instead they've lost the T1 zone and they've lost the bottom Reggie as well. 2 KO streak for Toon. You got a KO here for a Desu on the Zacian as well. Leaves the defense a little bit light. Heavy slam, Revenant Rend, but taken down there. Gatlu on the Leafeon, trying to defend it well. Power Nap comes out. Snarl from Geku Kami, and they are able to defend this T1 zone in time. 59 to 199.
It's a very important loss there for Nouns Esports. I feel like they really need to get some points on the board. We're getting into a scenario, 1 minute left before the final stretch, where one team really wants or really needs that Rayquaza to keep themselves in this game. Uh-oh. A huge KO going over to the Machampion, well on their way to level 13 now.
And breathe. Another moment of quiet in and amongst the storm. Another Regieleki up for grabs before we hit Rayquaza at the 2-minute mark. Aion setting up for this. Chance to potentially counter score on bottom path, Draku, but is it worth the risk?
Probably not. It's going to be sent either to the tier 1 or tier 2 goal zone. And Nouns Esports is going to gamble on this Southern Reggie. They have 6 minutes to take this off the field, but I think they have their eyes set on taking this goal zone off of the map. Really nice body block there by Bruv, soaking up 2 of those snipe shots, and the team's going to rotate to protect Bruv as they take that off of the field. They're going to pivot down to the Southern Reggie. They recognize that these team fights are really, really close, and the gamble pays off, Relic. A Registeel going over to Nouns Esports.
I feel like Aion have missed a trick. Now Machamp goes, now Leorio goes to score the Hundo Burger, but that is the green light for Nouns Esports to go into the back line and attempt to finish this before it even started. Gondo gets out of there. The Sayai finds the Eldegoss. He wasn't even to get the Cotton Cloud crash out there. Gatlu solo health has to TB back to base on the top path. Gon watching over that T1 zone, and everything settles down again ever so slightly. Metal Claw, heavy slam into the back line. Out they go with the submission. Misses the surf there, or rather just walks through the surf. Does that Machamp. Revenant Rend onto Blade, but they don't find the KO.
Oh, Nouns Esports was in this trapping game number 2. They had a lead here in the central area. They need to make a decision here. They are down by almost 200 points. 2 members down on the side of Aion. Auto attacks from Toonslim is going to start to work on this Rayquaza. Metal Claw onto the objective. This might be the game right here. Barrage Blow, not able to get it. And Nouns Esports 1 minute away from making their way to the grand finals.
They have just about gotten away with it again. Less than a minute left on the clock. long countdown timers for Aion for both of their attack damage carries in terms of the long range and the very, very close range. Plenty of scores. They take the lead, but it's only 355 to 319 because we've got a score from Gecko Kami. Does equal things up slightly. 31 points. I wouldn't pick up any more energy if I was you. Lying in wait, Gatlu in the tall bush finds the Razor Leaf, takes out half the health, finds the Emerald two-step. Snarl looking for 30, desperately looking for 30. They still don't find it. Eject button dispelled by Gatlu with the 2 KO streak, and there's more scores to be coming in from Nouns Esports as Bruv stamps down on Aion's heart, breaks them in two. Nouns Esports, ghosts of the past, be gone. We're heading to the grand finals, they say.
The final stretch, some would say, is a time where dreams are made on, and Nouns Esports is one step closer to finding their dream of winning the first major for their region. And they have felled their demon here in the second appearance of Aion against Nouns Esports, and they have finally found some joy. A huge team fight win and a gamble that paid off. Taking that last objective in the bottom path was the weight that tipped the scale.
Oh, Aion. I do feel for you, but you've also got to respect Nouns Esports. Two major options on the table before that Ray fight. Contest for Alecki, or go for the scores on bottom path Draku, and find that Reggie buff going into the central area. Aion, though, also played into their hands rather than going for the Hundo Burger. Could Leorio have stayed in the central area? Would it have made a difference? Or would they have been caught in the crossfire? Regardless, just felt like Nouns Esports had made the right decision early enough to be able to counter whatever this orange team had to say.
Eldegoss the first to fall, a number of team members going down in this end-game team fight, but I think it was definitely by favor of this Reggie Steel buff that does so much damage. It gives your team global EXP, but it also gives them attack and special attack buff for 90 seconds. Barrage Blow was on the button. Really good timing on that ability. It's unfortunate that the Secure going over to Nouns Esports, they may have had more damage, but they have definitely found some joy here in game number 3, and they're going to find their way to the grand finals where Gen 5 is readily waiting.
Soryu might have been smiling in the upper bracket, but who's had the last laugh? It's Nouns Esports. And they head into that grand final, as you say, Draku. Gen 5. What a matchup. I think it's the one that everyone wanted to see at the end of this particular bracket. But we do have an interview coming up for you with our winners, Nouns Esports, after this break. Thank you for your patience, folks. I promised you an interview, and that we have the coolest man in Germany right now, Gatlu. Welcome, welcome. How are the vibes in the camp after 2 Game 3 clutch ups? I can't imagine you're feeling as cool as you look, of course.
Like we have the energy back, I think, because in the beginning of the games, like it was like 9 a.m., 10 a.m. for people. We were like pretty tired. So after losing, we just had like a wake-up call. It's always this like Nouns energy, losing and then having the wake-up call to play the game.
Question from me, Gatlu. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Question from me, Gatlu. Obviously, you've had I wouldn't say a significant roster change. You've retained 4 out of 5 of your members, but how has the transition been like for Toon going into the center, Adesu back on attacker, and Blaine filling in for that supporter role? How's that been? Challenges or even advantages that you want to talk about?
I mean, after Worlds, we decided to try new things after LIC, depending on how LIC goes. We tried Toon on the supporter role for 1 week after LIC. It didn't go that well. Sadi decided to part ways with us to play with his friends. So we decided to get like Odessa on the attacker again, Toon in the central area, and we are kind of legs. And obviously, like we don't really have the best performance or the best showing in this tournament. We are right now in the grand finals, which we are really proud of. It's just like if you roll swap and like 1 week, it's gonna be a pretty tough raid. And we just picked up Blaine again from the sub role to the main roster. So it's definitely like a learning experience, this tournament, I would say.
You're setting up my questions for me, Gatlu. I was going to say, going into this one, I think that there is the feeling in the area that you might even be the underdogs, which seems like a very strange place to put Nouns esports. But do you actually kind of relish in that? Do you like the idea that you're not favored, that this is something that Nouns esports can actually play upon with Gen 5 looking so strong?
I mean, like usually when you go into a tournament, you can say if you are the favored team and you have the confidence to win. We obviously had the confidence to win, but being the kind of underdog because of the world swaps and then you support our for Blaine, it feels kind of good. But at the same time, we want to have the confidence that we can just win the tournament straight up. But we're gonna build up over the season, so we are preparing for EUIC. Obviously, this event is very nice and Travel Award is good. But we are looking more into the bigger picture. So even if we lose now, we're just gonna stick together, refocus, learn from the mistakes, and see what happens.
The long-term vision, love to see it. Well, listen, I'm gonna let you get back to your team. Got a big grand final ahead, and folks, to cast that grand final, it's my pleasure to reintroduce to you Kelosaurus and Sofchan.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you both boys, and thank you, Gatlu. Congratulations on making it to grand finals. That was such a lovely interview, Kello.
It was. I mean, they've made that lower bracket run. I mean, a little bit dicey, but I mean, to make it this far is quite an incredible feat. But Soph, there's still another Titan there that have been waiting for a fair bit. Chilling back, watching these matches so far. Gen 5 have been sitting in that grand final spot for a while, and now Nouns Esports are joining them.
Really fresh, I would say, like Relic mentioned, off the back of 2 Game 3 series, so plenty of that steam and that feel getting into this grand finals. And of course, everybody, being this a double elimination, we got a bracket right. So if we actually see Nouns getting the win on this best of 3, they're gonna have to win once again to get into that first place that everybody is aiming for. But Kello, I really like the perspective that Gatlu said. Even if we don't get this, we're already aiming for EUIC, however we get there.
Yeah, I think that is great there, but obviously that travel award is going to help out immensely for the team. And obviously, I mean, this is the first cup for the Europe region, so not only is it, you know, the travel award, it's after all that title, possibly the bragging rights, you know?
Yeah.
First cup, gotta get.
It's quite a lot on the table, I agree. The prize, especially on the travel, is just it just feels really, really nice if you get to a EUIC that way. So here where we are on your far right, Gen 5 versus Nouns Esports, and the lower bracket run for Nouns Esports that Keller just mentioned, and all the lovely teams that have been with us here all throughout this Sunday. And Keller, we had a lot of expectations for Aion. Unfortunately, they just got knocked out, but we also had plenty for Nouns Esports as well. Le Lovers were pretty up there, but they got eliminated on lower bracket semis.
I think the exciting thing about this match is these two teams haven't gone up against each other just yet. So that is really going to set the precedence going into this grand finals. What do both have to bring here? But you know what, Soph? We are going to head on into our first draft pick phase for Nouns on the purple side, that first pick side, and Gen 5 on that second pick side.
We've seen plenty of Miraidon first pick here on purple side, but sometimes also pivoting to having an Umbreon there. But consistent bans on the Psyduck for the orange side. Nouns Esports running back with the double supporter ban phase that we've just seen with Draco and Relic. And first pick, I wouldn't be surprised if it was, goddamn Miraidon.
I was going to say Miraidon likely has to be this first pick here, otherwise potentially Umbreon is also available. But it looks like Gen 5 are going to lock in Trevenant and Zacian this time round for this side. So Blaine is hovering over that Umbreon pick, I guess considering they've negated both of the previous picks that they've played. But ooh, Eldegoss and Bruv on the Umbreon, okay.
Interesting here, and as we have been seeing recently, if you're going for more of a aggressive attacker, or for example the Blissey when it has Safeguard, you go for the Wish on Umbreon. In this case, when you already have that Polen Puff, you don't really need a Wish. You can go Snarl and Foul Play. Adesu, we have been seeing quite a bit on the Miraidon. So have we seen Galu on the Leafeon so far, and the performance has been awesome. If they lock in a Blaziken, I would actually feel like that is a wonderful play, but we'll see which type of... Oh, they don't go for an all-rounder, instead the Espeon.
I'm wondering if they're going to do the old switcheroo here. I feel like Espeon is usually played by Adesu, but maybe they might end up just locking this in. But Utao locking in the Absol as that final pick. So earlier we saw the Speedster being that of the Zoroark and the Comfey, but now Absol and the Comfey duo are going to come on out. And yes, so there's the old switcheroo. So Toon is going to be playing Miraidon this match and Adesu on the Espeon.
And I agree with you, Callo. Like, that is the shout that you need to have always when you're talking about Adesu. They just do so well on evolutions, especially the attacking ones. So having Toon, in this case with the Electro Drift, because of that Ninja Door in the build, makes a lot of sense. They did really well. But let's talk about Gen 5 and that Zacian plus Absol and Comfey. They have so much sustainability and the way to get into the backline that you got to protect your Espeons, you got to protect your Miraidons if you are the side of Nouns Esports.
I guess the question is, are we going to see Electro Drift Miraidon come on out here, or the Charge Beam? I guess considering they do have Leafeon and the Espeon, I think we might end up seeing some more Fast and Furious action on the battlefield with that Drift.
I agree. Most of the time that we have been seeing that Ninja Doll is the survivability that Electro Drift needs, right? When you go into the backline, you are still an attacker, you are pretty squishy, and you need that way to survive. Getting into game one of your grand finals, Aeos Cup Play-Ins 2025 is here. Nouns Esports on the purple side, Gen 5 on the orange, and Keller, let's get on the way.
The 2 EVs in the central area, now make it 3 EVs there that have gone and split up those buffs. Leafeon already coming online at level 4. And Blaine, you know what? Hooper, Chansey, what about a Gossifleur Invade as well, paired up with the X-Speed, but unfortunately, they're not able to escape that Electro Ball once it's locked on.
Speaking of Electro Ball, it's just the combination of that with coaching that just matches incredibly well into the early game. That's what they do here. They don't actually get that EXP from the wild Pokemon. It is this one, confirmed by Gen 5, but 21 points already collected by the side of the Espeon on Adesu.
I think one thing to point out as well is Lunda is playing that experience share Mew. Something that we have seen quite often is those attacker supporter roles, but we are going to have a dive onto Qatar, able to eject their way out of that sticky situation. A Shedinja doll for Toon, however, it isn't going to save them in the flux zone as that Metaclaw is going to dive on fourth. Some more points are going to rain on through, but you know what? Considering these pushes, 56 to 53, only a minute and a half into this match so far.
Yeah, proactivity is the name of the game here, and Toon is once again very deep into, well, actually not deep, they were in their own territory. It's Gen 5 who's deep into the invading role. Now Adesu do the exact same mirrored on the enemy side as they're trying to get as much EXP as possible, and all around action is raining on the battlefield.
Oh, the dodge from Gatlu to avoid the sledge from the Absol. Otherwise, up in the top path, Megu and Toon are just hacking at it. Megu is needing to retreat on the back as we do have those birds in that central area. Foul play coming out from Bruv this time round as well, rather than the Wish move set.
The Emerald 2-step as well, just quickly, as soon as you get a level 8 there for Godlu, once again, might take another 3 KO streak for this Leafeon, and just the amount of pressure that this evolution can do in the early game is devastating.
I mean, the fact that Gatlu is already at level 9, utilizing their Unite move, and we know how quickly that cooldown can be. So it's just a matter of getting the experience from the wild Pokemon. But 10 seconds left to go until our first objective spawn here, Soph.
Super close, Mego and Comfy here on the top side. They are maintaining a Regieleki position, but you know that we have been seeing Zacians just being by themselves and soloing their Regieleki while the rest of the team joins on the basement. Now going out here for bottom path, starting out Qatar, Bruv as well, matching that front line, Electro Draft by Toon, so you gotta be careful. It's not gonna get blocked by any of the defenders, and there he goes with the Trevenant. While they zone out, that was the Absol just taking the basement Reggie very successfully so, in exchange for the Trevenant going down themselves. But there's 2 objectives on favor of Gen 5.
Yeah, taking both of those, Regieleki ends up crashing on in, considering Nouns are nowhere in sight. But I've got to say, that took that Midnight Slash on to the objectives. Took me a trip back to Season 4. Do you remember the Fluffy Tail Midnight Slash era? That was wild. But some more action happening here in the central area, so...
Yes, Ninja Do immediately to try to get away. Toon is still standing the Flowery Fields forever, and they're gonna help quite a bit on Utah, the Mystical Mirage as well. But Adesu is going to have to pay for it, and Gen 5 come on top of that fight. They are just so proactive everywhere. Aggression all around.
Aggression matching aggression, but the thing is, looking at the levels, Gen 5 seem to have that one up, considering they have that level 11 Absol, level 10s for Zacian and Trevenant here. They're just being able to soak up all of this experience for themselves, and I guess that is the name of the game. Starve your opponents, that way they cannot end up matching you come into these team fights.
And most of the time, we actually see Utah and the Comfy plus the Absol together as a duel instead of being on the Zacian, because it just feels like, in general, the Zacian is just faring fairly well by themselves.
We do have another 13 seconds left to go until these basement Regis. We do have Toon lurking about up in that top path, making sure to just prevent any backcaps that may come. But the thing is, that means Nouns Esports are outnumbered here as we have that Regirock come on up.
Yeah, 4v4 looking very promising for the side of Gen 5 in regards to that HP bar. Going into the back line with a Psychic Solaire while Regirock is getting attacked too. Now Gen 5 has priority over it as they have taken 2 of Nouns Esports players and yet another objective that they guarantee for themselves. But the fight isn't over yet, Kello. Blaine is going to take their Horn Leech to the face while Gadler has arrived in a Midnight Slash. Is not actually going to hit anybody. Mystical Mirage to try and get the Trevenant away, but they're not going to. So maybe they just overstayed their welcome when they were victorious. Now they fall.
And that is going to provide us some experience over to the side of Nouns. But I've got to call out Bruv there on that Umbreon on such low HP, utilizing that tall grass and for the perfect moment with their cooldown to foul play back onto that base. That way they don't end up getting knocked out and caught amongst the brawl.
And it's very important to do so because you have an Electro Drift Miraidon on your team and you cannot overexpose your own side. Mego here on the top path. Coming up is the Mew plus Absol config together, and Gen 5 will take priority of this objective again. Unbothered, Nouns Esports decide to go for EXP around the map, although there isn't much, and they're going to have to focus their efforts in defending that tier 2.
I think this is just demonstrating the knowledge of these players, just having their macro down pack, making sure to be on time to wherever there is any experience to spawn out. Otherwise, Gatlu and Utah are brawling it on out. But you know what? Having that Comfey on that Speedster, they are outnumbered, ends up getting taken down. But the action isn't going to stop as Bruv is next on the chopping block. A 2 KO streak for Utah, who's now at level 14.
Oh, that is huge, isn't it? Just, no, going very, very quick, just as an Electro Drift to the top side, almost taking down that Zacian, but Gen 5 has a very successful push here on the bot, and that tier 1 is going to get collapsed, or is it? No, super close to it, but they managed to defend it for a little bit longer. Godlu with Bruv as well, and they're going to try at least to buy time so that Gen 5 doesn't take this Regirock before Rayquaza, but it's already on 50%. Electro Drift goes in, maybe they're going to try to steal it too. Midnight Slash to confirm the objective, and they do, but still, no, actually they don't. It was a Daisu who got it in the end. Midnight Bronze with the Mystical Mirage are just going to clash upon each other, but Bruv will collapse, and Gen 5 are standing on a 3v2. 4v2.
Oh, but Gatlu ends up falling down as well. It's only Blaine left standing here as Gen 5 are going to bolt towards that Rayquaza, but Toon has something different to say as they do end up landing down the Meteor Storm, being able to pick up 2 KOs, looking for a third onto that Comfey as it had no host to attach onto, and now they're just trying to drift their way away back to safety as the Trevenant, Megu, slashed them down.
They did, but here comes Godlu with the Emerald 2 step. Qatar's gonna get taken, and only the Zacian remains. Megu with the 50 Gubbins, with a Mew, with a Comfy coming back to the central area. But so did Nouns Esports. They had to reset themselves. The points are terribly close, 174 to 186, and Rayquaza is still standing.
The thing is, Nouns, they have that tier 1 pad, so that potential for a back cap, a small one even from Gen 5 is potential. They really have to keep the pressure on. Do not want to let Gen 5 move on forth. However, Utah and Cezura have something else on their mind. The Rayquaza looking to secure it, considering it is a close match. Another Psychic Slayer is going to pop on out from Espeon, but Gatlu is taken down once again, raining absolute cats and dogs here in Thea Sky. Ruins and Absol is the one to lock it down for Gen 5 in this first match. But ooh, Blaine going in for a 50 dunk. Adesu also has 25 but doesn't have enough time to go and dunk it as it was already started. You can't stop it.
Oh, you cannot. The 50 was already coming through, as you said, 275 to 426. And Gen 5, as much as they want to go for more scores, is still, well, Gen 5, they have everything already on their sleeve, on the table, laid out, silver platter. The first game is Gen 5's. After such an incredibly close and competitive match, they managed to change everything on the Rayquaza, and now they're 1-0 up in the series.
Wouldn't expect anything less coming into the grand final. I know we'll end up having a look at that graph, but the fact that it was so neck and neck between these two teams, the aggression matching the aggression, the invades. Oh my gosh, Soph, look at this graph. Like, so close right up until that moment. Rayquaza secured, and then they just skyrocket.
And it was a decision, wouldn't say by Utah, but was Utah who started the Rayquaza at that point, just saying we need to rip it, we need to make something happen in this Rayquaza fight. And at the end, it was a 50-50, it was a flip. it could have been either way. We know that you have plenty of good secures with the Electro Drift, with the Espeon there, but Gen 5 at the end, it was UTowel and the Absol who managed to do it. And Absol has been so prevalent, sometimes just named as a niche pick, just doing super good Aeos Cup Play-Ins.
Oh, yeah. I think it's the assassin type plays that we ended up seeing Utah just utilizing the tall grass, making sure to dive in at the right moments. I mean, that clutch play, I think it was the Eldegoss basic attack, the shielding from the team, and then that way they can just dive on back in. And it's having that comfy pocket as well. Even if you're super duper low, just having the consistent heal coming out for you.
Yeah, and this in particular, the Bright Future Meteor Storm by Toon was just so huge. Getting 3 KOs, I thought it might have been the way that Nouns gets back on it, but Mega, they were there. And when you have a Zacian, you really can do so much. But now, it was just enough threat for both teams to go back to base and reset. So when they come back to the central area, it was 1-on-1, 50-50, and a very close call for both of those central area Pokemon to take it down. It was Absol who took it over the Leafeon, and Gen 5 just looking incredibly strong as we had pictured.
Look, I know that breakfast is over, Soph, and I know we had no Blissey on this map this time round, but I feel like they were really serving up scrambled eggs on a platter, because that final stretch was just so back and forth between these teams. It really could have been anyone's game, but I guess that's, yeah, the risk. As soon as you see at that 1 minute mark, it's a close match. Do you risk it and be defensive, or do you just end up going in and risking securing the Ray?
I personally think that when you see that it's a close battle, you go in. You go in. You need to make a decision. You don't have any safety net. You cannot know if you're slightly ahead or if you're slightly behind. There is no way. Just the idea that you have with the amount of points that you know yourself and your team have scored. So, to me, apply the pressure, which, to be honest, was literally all we talked about throughout this game, right, Kello? Just everything from minute 1 to the end of it. Aggression.
I must say, I am personally one of those fingers in game that does the keep the pressure on. I feel like that was just the resounding sound between these two teams here. You gotta keep the pressure on either side. So I can even hear the voice in my head coming through.
Absolutely, me too. Oh, Draft 2 is on your screen for your grand finals of Aeos Cup Play-In finals. Nouns Esports on the purple side, Gen 5 on the orange once again. We'll see if Maridon is going to go through Lakello.
No eggs. Breakfast is over, so no eggs.
No eggs. No eggs.
Oh. Ooh. But once again, the same bands that we saw last time. Blissey and Hooper, chosen by Nouns and Psyduck and Mimikyu, not being let through by Gen 5. So are we going to see that Maridon pick being first up? Yes, Adesu locking that bad boy in.
And so far, something very similar, very familiar about these two, this draft and the Game 1 draft. Still maintaining that with the Eldegoss, Umbreon. If we see a mirror matchup, that's going to be crazy. If I'm not mistaken, I did cast with Zoinks one mirror matchup at LAIC. I don't exactly recall which one it was, but there we go. It is a mirror so far.
Deja Vu, hello, we do see the notch over on Gen 1, so they are 1 up. Now the thing is, I feel like the wild card in these teams is Toon. He has played so many different Pokemon today. Greninja, Mamoswine, Gyarados, Zeraora, Maridon, Blastoise, Absol, and Urshifu. So they're looking to break the deja vu that is happening here, locking in Mamoswine and Absol as their last pick. So it'll be interesting to see what Utah picks up. The Urshifu. Okay, with the Comfey, do we have that potential for a surging the water there. The liquidation surging strikes, right?
It's possible. Yeah, I think you have a great point there, Callow. And actually, although we don't have an exact mirror matchup, we have a running back of the Mamoswine, but they are not switching around. Wait, okay, we're gonna wait for them to switch it around, right? Right? Because Toon played on the Mamoswine. Why is Godler on the Mamoswine? I am confused.
I am very confused, and I guess this just demonstrates the flexibility that Nouns have. They have such large pools in terms of their Pokemon picks, and you know what? It's the same with Gem 5. But yes, we do have Absol being played by Toon this time round, and Adesu is locking in that Miraidon. So no evolutions for them this time round, but I mean the power of Miraidon, that is something that you likely want to have on your side, considering we've seen how many times it's been banned today.
Plenty of times, yeah. And for example, I was thinking about the Darkrai, and sometimes it was banned, a little bit it was played, but he didn't show up at all. Miraidon really is one of the most powerful Pokemon in the meta at the moment. Mimikyu up there as well. But in this game, we only have the Miraidon, no Mimikyu. This is match point for Gen 5 in the grand finals as they came through the upper bracket. They could just be your champions of Aeos Cup Play-Ins, but Nouns Esports, you can take it back to a 1-1 and potentially bring us to a Game 3. Callow, here we are with Blaine being an invader once again.
Oh, we may have had deja vu during that draft phase. We're having deja vu once again with Blaine on the Gossifleur going in with an invade, leaving this Swinub all alone. But I guess it is a defender, so it has quite a HP pool that it is able to just stay on pad. But you know what? Once again, deja vu. Electro Ball takes out the Gossifleur.
Yeah, same old, I would say. Going out here to the bottom path. Oh, with the Umbreon. Super well done, but it's not going to take down the Phantom. They managed to escape, and they're just going to go for the bunnies.
Ooh, Ice Fang is the selection here from Gatlu, which is a great isolation choice. But you know what? I was wrong, Soph. It is actually going to be the Wicked Blow set, the Dark Bears. So no Water Bears this time round.
Yeah, it would have been maybe a Luminosity special, so might see it later on NA. So stay tuned for more Pokemon Unite as soon as we finish our grand finals. But of course, we are not finished, not even close to finished. Nouns Esports is going to make sure of that. And going out here to the top side, there's that smoke screen slowing them down. But Mega's still standing with a comfy, so survival. So easy to survive, and they managed to escape.
Yeah, I guess having the benefit of the shield and the healing from their pad. But I mean, so far, Nouns do have the point lead, 63 to 7 points. Those Swabbles and Altaria are going to spawn here in the middle as we are going to collaborate here. But Toon able to just slash most of those down. And I think Bruv managed to secure that last one as well.
It's always important, as you have been pointing out, Callow, to get the Altaria the most amount of EXP and, of course, the energy. Now the Ice Fang onto the Mew definitely puts them in a bad spot. And now with the smoke down by the Comfy as well, they're going to be on the other side of the map. But now Esports super interested in still pushing out this tier 1. They are outnumbered on the side of Gen 5. The Charge Beam does quite some damage. Qatar still standing. And that Trevenant is just, well, it's gonna get cut right now because that Midnight Slash is doing work. Toon with a 2 KO streak, and now Mew retreats with the Comfy.
Oh, and this is huge for Nouns as well, a 15 overdunk, but this is also going to open up the space for them to go and secure that basement Reggie. Meanwhile, Megu is going to solo down this Reggie Alecki. Ends up being a Reggie Rocker this time round, and I like how they've decided to just leave these two members here while the other ones are just going to split on up, making sure to send up a Gatlu and Blaine to defend this Reggie Alecki.
And we have been seeing this over and over again from the Zacians just taking down the Regieleki by themselves. So that was expected by Nouns Esports, as you mentioned, take down the trading with the basement Regi and then defend top. Now with most of the EXP coming back into the board with the wild Pokemon spawning, the Horn Leech with the Midnight Prawns connected there by Bruv, maybe thinking that they were going to commit to something more, but that cooldown is not going to be available for the foreseeable 30 seconds.
Oh no, it didn't end up getting much of value or any value out of that Unite move, but just for the sustain. But Toon caught themselves in a pickle here, ends up getting a wicked blow to the face, send it back to the Pokemon Center, and for the moment, Gatlu just waiting in the tall grass as these birds do spawn on up once again. An Ice Fang isolation onto Megu, but nobody there to follow it up.
Yeah, it's just Blaine at this moment, and you don't have that much damage as well. We know the artillery that can come from an Eldegoss, but it's not that much in the patch at the moment. Qatar is just going to go for the central area Pokemon just to start it off for Utah, as again, it feels like both teams are just so proactive in how they play that every single time you look at the map, there's no wild Pokemon because all of them have already been taken.
I do feel like in comparison to the last match, the tempo is a lot slower. Nouns Esports seem to be playing a little bit more passively this time round. I guess considering how much is on the line, they don't have that safety net below. But oh, a great Ice Fang onto Megu. An absolute no way. They end up making it out of that with such a minimal HP.
Crazy. Criminal, some might say, and especially there at the end with the coaching as well that came through on the Mew. Now starting out Regieleki, we have both teams facing each other. Godlu taking their front line, but the mystical Mirage will continue further. The Flowery Fields Forever is not really healing anybody, and Nouns Esports are feeling so strong about this push. Mew couldn't even get into the fight properly, and they are now separated. Qatar will use the Phantom Forest, getting a 3 knock-up, but the Midnight Prawns will steal those shields away, say thank you very much. 3 KO streak and going out to 2.
Oh, okay, you've got to give it to Bruv there. Dunking in that 20, leaving that goal on 1 after the Regieleki crash. That is a 49 overdunk. That is the most perfect overdunk besides during the final stretch that you want to see. I mean, 229 to 7 points. Gen 5 really have their backs up against the wall here. We do have another Registeel spawn, as we do have some members looking to brawl it on out once again, so...
Qatar is in trouble though. The Midnight Slash will tear it down, and again chopping the tree by the root. Bruv gets caught out there by the light screen alongside that grass knot, but they're still going to be able to escape. Nouns Esports confirm the objective for themselves. Now here on the top side, Mega is going to be battling against Godlu, and there's Gen 5's backup, but it's not going to be there for much longer. The Mew gets taken immediately, and the numbers are totally in Nouns Esports' advantage. The Flowery Fields Forever will help, but every single time the Ice Fang will take them out of the Unite, it just makes it a difference. A little technical pause here as we are getting back into the game pretty shortly. Thank you so much for your patience. But as soon as you said that Nouns Esports were getting, you know, a little more premeditated, methodical, they just started completely ripping it.
I think considering the level lead, the points lead that they are having so far. At the beginning, it's kind of that slow simmering style, right? And now they're coming up to that boil. Things are starting to get hotter. And I mean, considering they have been able to secure themselves the objectives, being able to secure that Regieleki as well, and dunking such a hefty overdunk in that top path. I also did spy an Absol at level 14 just before that pause as well, Soph.
If I saw a level 14 Absol, I would pause as well. No, I'm just kidding. That's not how pauses work in competitive, everybody. It seems like there was a game crash, so we're gonna get that sorted as soon as we can. But so powerful that Tuna has been in this pick, and to be honest, I'm quite happy that they're not on the Mammoth themselves, although Gadlu has been doing pretty well on the Mimikyu, on the Leafeon, more aggressive backline access picks. You still love to see Toon in these picks because it's doing a lot.
Yeah, and it's the flexibility that he has. He has played so many different Pokemon today. Some working out well, others not so much. I mean, the fact that we have Greninja winning a match. I know we had a Greninja earlier on, but now that is a 50-50 win rate there for those Greninja players. But I guess while we are waiting for this match to come back in, it's time for another history lesson, Soph.
Hold on. I got my notebook. This is my notebook.
Grab your
That's
notebooks,
my phone.
folks. It's history lesson with Kilo time once again, right? So in terms of Nouns and Gen 5, yes, we are in season 4, so there's going to be a lot of crossover. But back in 2023, Toon Slim actually teamed up with Yutao and Megu, who are now on Gen 5. And they were previously known as Talibobo Believers. So I guess those folks that have been in the UNITE Championship scene for that long, you probably remember that name because they actually had such an incredible run during that season. They ended up coming first multiple times at the top of their region, and they even qualified for the World Championship Series. Now, mind you, they didn't actually end up making it to day 2, as they ended up losing to 0-0 Nation during their group stage. But, I mean, to make it to the World Championships and play on the big stage, that is just such a huge accomplishment. So I guess this comes back into, you know, those rivalries, the roster mania that we've seen, a brand new season. Toon going and joining Nouns during that 2024 season after all of that, and has stuck with them ever since. So yeah, that is history with Kello, done and dusted. So any questions?
Thank you so much. No, teacher. Thank you so much. That was perfect explanation. And to be fair, it's just so nice to have this amount of just extra information and topics. Do I hear that we're going back? Are we going back, production? We might have our game back on your screen for Grand Finals Game 2. Again, the match point for Gen 5 if they do manage to take this one. But Nouns Esports a little bit away from a bracket reset, but still in the realm of possibility. And into the game we go, where Yutao with Sazuro are in the middle of 3 members of Nouns Esports, but Yutao, now with the grass not healing, with a smoke bomb as well, are going to be okay, especially with Lunda bringing in that coaching.
Whew. Coming back straight into the fists of fury from Yutao, picking themselves up. That KO streak is wild, but 20 seconds left to go until this Reggie Alecki spawn. I mean, Nouns Esports, they do have the advantage here. Both of their tier 1s available, the points lead. I mean, in terms of levels though, Gen 5 has seemingly caught up and have managed to keep pace.
A very good pace, I would say, even because this game, differently from what we have been seeing previously with Muse, that supporters, they don't have EXP share on this one, so you can expect more damage from this Mew, especially when the backline is not existent, it's just the Mew. Top side Nouns Esports take that uncontested on the Reggie Alecki. And Kello, do you feel like this is still a moment where it could go either way?
The tension is rising. I mean, so far Nouns have the upper hand. The Reggie Alecki ends up crashing in, but no one from... Oh, actually, Absol ends up getting taken down, so Gen 5 do have the numbers advantage as the Mammoth Mash is going to earthquake the ground, trying to get the knockups, followed up with the Moonlight Prince from Umbreon, and trying to get the stuns. A great Horn Leech coming out from Trevenant to just push back Nouns, and it looks like Miraidon was almost getting isolated, but Gatlu here to save the day with such low HP, eventually ends up getting taken down. So, but 3 members of Gen 5 are knocked out. Only a support Mew, Lunderu, is left standing with the Comfey.
And well, we know how that can be with a Electro Ball. Midnight Slash is still gonna be enough. Nouns Esports take the Rayquaza, and Lunda has to try to back away, but it's not going to happen. With that, 249-7 will become a even bigger lead. Megudo trying to shed through those shields. Toon was sneaky, gets the 100. 349 is the score right now. When you are being chased, that's gonna be the shield down for Toon, but still, they have already scored that Hundo Burger. They might pay for it with their lives, or maybe they won't.
I'm pretty sure not only my heart, but several hearts probably just skipped a beat just then as you had the Mew boosted attack launching on forward along with the Solar Beam. But even with that, it just ends up being Toon on the Absol. We've seen so many Absol secures this time round. But folks, that means Nouns Esports are still in this competition.
1-1 is the score. There was no time whatsoever for Gen 5 to come back with any points on the enemy base. Nouns Esports take us to a tie and a Game 3 in your grand finals of Aeos Cup Play-Ins, and a potential bracket reset that could come through, but we're still one game away from this best of 3 to end, 453-7.
We were talking about this earlier. It's the pressure that Nouns seems to thrive under, knowing that the competition was on the line. The fact that they managed to flatline Gen 5 only at 7 points throughout that match, pretty much securing all of those objectives. But really, this composition seemed to work out so well for them, as we are going to flick on over to some highlights.
Replays on your screen showing that Adesso was doing fairly well on the Miraidon with the charge beam all throughout this game. Toon, definitely a highlight on the Absol plays early on as soon as they have the level 8 popping the Midnight Slash, and that was one of the key points that had them win Rayquaza as well, right, Keller?
Yes, that was right. The Unite move coming on in clutch once again shown and demonstrated there. And I guess, yeah, that's the thing. They didn't need the Absol Comfey. Like we actually saw from Gen 5 in the previous round, Eldegoss really having their time to shine, even though we haven't really seen it much in the beginning of the competition. So Blaine just being the absolute supporter connoisseur so far.
A lot of versatility, as you said, from the Blissey to the Hooper to the Eldegoss, and having the Umbreon on that team as well, even if they're not doing Wish, has been such good addition for Bruv in this comp. I don't think there was anything particularly wrong with Gen 5's composition, not at all. I think all around the last pick of Urshifu made so much sense, but that was just something about the way the Nouns started to shut down Gen 5 from the 6-minute mark onwards, that, like you said, early game, they were calm. Up until a point, they were like, nah, we are online.
It's the pedal to the metal, right? And things start looking dire. You've just got to go full speed ahead. I mean, even though we didn't actually have the Electro Drift Miraidon this time round, we had the Charge Beam, but I guess it is still that car that is just trying to surf on through to a potential bracket reset here. But so, for grand finals, if Gen 5 end up winning this next match, they would have sealed the deal, their ticket over, the invitation to the Aeos Cup at EUIC. However, if Nouns ends up somehow a miracle, the losers bracket run, right, bracket reset, and it's going to be a clean slate.
It will. And they are already established that they are kings of lower bracket runs, right? We all know that. But if they do it again, it's just marking. And it's a staple. It's a staple for the team, for them, and for their mental. I wished that they weren't under such incredible pressure all the time. But if that's what it takes to unlock the next level, so be it. That's fine. But Gen 5 getting themselves through the upper bracket into grand finals the way they did, knocking down the teams that they have now on game 3. As we have mentioned, Nouns Esports would need a full bracket reset, so there's enough time for Gen 5 to go to the drawing board and get everything ironed out.
Yes, definitely. We need to take those deep breaths because there is just so much on the line. I mean, yeah, there is a full season of competition up ahead, but I think it's just knowing that, hey, we've won the first tournament for our region. Like, that would be such a great feeling to experience. But Soph, we're going to head on into our draft pick phase. Gen 5 are actually in the first selection spot this time round, and Nouns in the second.
Gen 5 on purple. We have only been seeing the last few games, Keller, but right on first pick. The things might switch around because of the side swap. Firstly, Blissey plus Umbreon instead of Blissey and Hooper on this purple side. And Nouns Esports not going for the Psyduck plus Mimikyu. They go Psyduck plus Zacian.
Ooh, this is interesting because Miraidon is available. We also have Mimikyu available as well. Utah is going to lock down Mimikyu. And we have seen some incredible plays from the Mimikyu, but Adesu, you know what? If you're going to lock in the Mimikyu, I'm going to lock in the Miraidon once again. And Blaine circling back after playing Chansey, after playing Gossifleur for those past 2 matches, back into that Hooper, which I think in terms of the invades does a lot better.
It really does. If they have been keeping, which they have, that invading stance, the Hooper just does so much more, not having to evolve and having that Astonish very quickly. Gen 5 locks in the Trevenant plus Mew, so a lot of Mew that have been happening so much. And yes, Nouns Esports have strayed away from the Hooper in the recent games because it has been consistently banned even by themselves.
Ooh, Gatlu is going to go back onto the Dodrio. When I think about Gatlu, there's 2 Pokemon that come to mind. Greedent and Dodrio. So this is when you know that things are starting to get serious. Locking that in. Otherwise, Mega Blastoise. I haven't really seen much Blastoise throughout the tournament, but it has popped on up. And it is looking to be more that all-rounder type build, considering it doesn't have that experience share. And Zazuro is going to lock in their Eldegoss for themselves this time round as well.
I like it. And I think this switch around here on Nouns, for example, getting tuned back into a potential Electro Drift with the Shinichiro Miraidon plus Desu on the Espeon works quite well. We're just so, comfortable and confident that Godlu can perform a Dodrio that this feels good for Nouns Esports. On the side of Gen 5, Utah on the Mimikyu is just going to be such a big threat. Lunda on the Mew as well has been just doing really well all around in regards to early game Electro Ball plus coaching. That I feel like both teams have a beautiful draft on their hands.
They really do, and I really feel like going into this third match, it could pretty much be anyone's game. Both compositions are looking quite solid here, but you know what? This is where it starts. Yes, you could have the most ideal composition, but things can always happen on the battlefield that can be quite unexpected.
Quite unexpected indeed, especially when we saw Greninja earlier, when we saw Toon on a Mamoswine. Plenty of things that can go differently, but this time around the meta and the drafts are not so different. Game 3 on your screen for the grand finals of Aeos Cup Play-Ins, as Gen 5 is on your purple side, Nouns Esports on the orange, while we see Mimikyu and Doduo in the central area.
Well, using that jump pad to speed on forward towards that central area. This is a common occurrence from Blaine. However, going on into a Mimikyu, this one might be a bit of a risky run, but they do manage to take away that Boltoy nonetheless.
Yeah, indeed. Now backup from Luna comes through in the Electro Ball plus coaching as well. They're not going to steal the second Bow Toy, but because they are 2v1, Blaine needs to be careful about how they position themselves. Auto attack boosted is going to proc that focus band, while Utah is just trying to focus on that red buff. One auto attack, it's not going to be a takedown and invade successful Nouns Esports. Instead, Gen 5 will come out on top.
Yeah, but all in the meantime, Gatlu was already up in that central area, applying that pressure. 14 points have already gone on in, as we do have those first lot of Swabblers and Altaria spawning up, but we have 4 people push up here from Gen 5, leaving a little Phantom all alone to deal with Snorlax and Espeon, so can't really do much but just sit on that pad.
It's kind of what you need to do, right, Keller? And to be fair, it was a good push by Gen 5 as well, because they got 2 evolutions off the back of the Altaria push, so it made quite a lot of sense. Blaine is going to survive this one, going back to base with the Electro Ball and boosted auto, just following them back into the Pokemon Center. Now, bot side, that pressure the Nouns Esports could have done, they are finally doing it against Qatar on the Fandom.
Yeah, some more dunks are going to come on in from Nouns as well. We do have Gatlu that is running the attack weight stacks, but down in the bottom, no stacks for just yet. But I guess that's the thing. You want to try and get as many points earlier on when the scoring speed doesn't take as long in comparison to when your pockets are full.
Yeah, sometimes it's just too heavy of a wallet, and I wonder how that feels. No. All right, we're getting into past the 8-minute mark, so we saw a transition there from the side of Gen 5 in the central area, guaranteeing that EXP and getting the good levels. But we gotta point out that Godlu so comfortable now alongside Adesu on the level 8 already.
Level 8, we have the Unite move on hand, as we have that 4-person push down in the bottom path. It is left on 9 points. They have enough, but they're going to make sure they maximize the overdunk, prioritizing Adesu getting the 30 points. And so far, it's a donut being served on the side of Gen 5.
And now Esports with a lot of great rotations, with Reggie still being taken here by both attackers. Top side, when you have Godlu plus Blaine as well for the Drew and Hooper combo, they have fine rotation with the Hyperspace Hole. Just really helps all around. And they're in prime position to contest this one on Reggie Lucky.
Yeah, but instead they're just going to leash it, let it reset, as we do have Trevenant jumping over the wall, bruv. The future sight for that is just insane. But we do have Qatar making a run for the heels. Meanwhile, Gen 5 were able to take the lead up in the top path and secure themselves that Reggie Alecki. But 3 members here left to defend, plus a Snorlax as well with a block. This one is not making it past this time round.
Reggie Lucky gets taken down, and I'm still stunned by the prediction there on Bruv. That was just huge. We know that Snorlax is one of his favorites, and it shows. Sometimes comfort picks are the one pick to go for in the grand finals. Again, Godlu just doing so well as well on the Doge Rio. They weren't able now, Esports, although they had good positioning on the top side to get Reggie Alecki, but they defended it, which is just as good as anything if you have the rest of your team still collecting levels all across the map. And to be fair, they have been.
I think this is really interesting how we have a Gatlu circling around down in that bottom bush. They're just trying to get eyes on where their opponents are before they go in towards that T2. But Trevenant is making sure to lurk about. Meanwhile, 4 members of Gen 5 are up here. Once again, yeah, they're just trying to figure out where their opponents are. It's the calm before the storm, really, isn't it, Soph?
Totally is, Callow. And with the Hyperspace Hole, you can't really tell where anybody is at any given moment. You just know that they're going to be there much faster than you will. Blocking Qatar into a tough spot. Now taking damage there from the Charge Beam. Phantom Force just to heal it up. But they are going to get taken down themselves. And here on the side of Nouns Esports, they had started Red Ice, but it might reset. No, it gets taken over by Gen 5. Meteor Storm going to do some leashing as well, but it's not going to nail any of the enemy Pokemon. The Hooper Unbound to bring the rest of Nouns Esports to the fight, and the Fairy Frolic is going to come through, actually, the Psychic Slayer, excuse me, and it's gonna be just enough to confirm Red Ice, plus push Gen 5 away from their own bases.
Being able to secure a Reg Ice plus 4 KOs, that is a pretty nice prize to the side of Nouns. I mean, looking at the levels so far, 2 level 12s over onto their side. Miraidon at level 11, where the highest level so far on Gen 5 is level 11, but they're just falling behind in levels. I mean, even in points, it's 160 lead. Gen 5 still haven't managed to make any dunks, and, well, this is a big hindrance because Yutao is running attack way along with Qatar, but more dunks are going to rain on through from Galu in the bot side.
Oh,
my gosh,
and Blaine steals it. How in the world does a Hooper do that? But they did. They're still going to push here on the top side as they're all trying to defend it from Gen 5. There's the charge beam. The Cotton Cloud Crash will knock them out just for a little bit. Nice Hydro Typhoon, but it doesn't really do that much when they don't have the damage to back it up. They're all defenders and supporters together. They don't have their attackers with them, and Galu is going to take advantage of it. They're trying to do the quick maths, and the quick maths is 90 over 60.
Hey, I mean, 290 to 0 points right now. Only a minute left until that final stretch. So Gen 5, they really need to buckle down. Think of a game plan and moving on forward, because right now, the only win condition that they might be able to see is going to be securing that Rayquaza.
And it's an important flip. It's so difficult to do that if you are behind in levels like Gen 5 is at the moment. Nouns Esports taking a very good position here at Gardlu. Around the bottom, Reggie. The Shadow Sneak was dangerously close to the Dodrio, but is not going to land on them. Trying to chip away with the Solar Beam is Lunda, but starting Reggie Rock, Nouns Esports, they want to take it away from Gen 5 as much as any other.
No, they do have a bit of time here. Regirock is at a little bit below half HP. Otherwise, a Hornleech to go in with the engage. But the Trevenant ends up getting taken down. Bruv gonna go dive on in, and it ends up being a Desu that locks down the defense and special defense buffs for Naz. Triple Trample ends up missing their target there. But this isn't going to stop Gatlu from diving on 4, looking for another KO. And 3 members of Gen 5 are down. Meanwhile, Bruv taking a sneaky little nap while Naz are just gonna go and rip this Rayquaza. Oh my gosh. They have gone and done it, Soph. 100 goes on in, 390. Their shields are still hefty. We're going to have ourselves a bracket reset for the grand finals.
It looks like Nouns Esports is not very much content with not being in the upper bracket. They are going to make you fight for it, Gen 5. 482 to 0. This donut is not part of the breakfast, as we don't have the Blissey for scrambled eggs. We sure have donuts. Maybe we'll have waffles and pancakes, but that is a story for another day, Kello. Looking like such a unit, Nouns Esports, when they go in for such a big fight, use the triple trample with it and still manage to take it up in the end when they can just go back with the Hooper Unbound and rip the Rayquaza.
These points aren't really going to make much of a difference for Gen 5. At least they are not ending on that 0, because I feel like that would just be an absolute blow to the heart for them. But Gatlu going to just go and pick up some straight Aeos energy, while the rest of the members of Nouns are going to go and defend these goals. But you know what, Soph? When the going gets tough, Nouns Esports gets going.
Yeah, they get tougher. They really do. And they make it happen every single time. That's what they're known for. And they have a mighty composition to do so in this game 3 in particular. A bracket reset is confirmed, as there is no way whatsoever for Gen 5 to score enough points. 400 points lead for Nouns Esports is how we take ourselves into a bracket reset. Nouns Esports is back onto the grand finals once again.
Absolutely speechless there. 682 to 156, and I mean, you know what, it almost was a donut for the score. We do have Utah not able to pick up any KOs of themselves. They do have some assists, but majority of those objectives going over to Nouns, just trying to demonstrate their aggression this time round and demonstrating that they are not going to give up easily.
Absolutely not. And although you didn't have any knockouts there for, no, actually any points scored there for Toon, it doesn't even matter when Gadlu scored over 200 points themselves alone on the Dodrio. Masterclass over Dodrio that came by this player. Overall, Blaine as well, just performing incredibly well on the Hooper throughout the day in general, Callow. And we've been saying it, sometimes the bans on Hooper come from Nouns themselves. If Gen 5 doesn't like make a run for it or just steal the Hooper for themselves either, it makes a huge difference for Nouns in their rotation.
I guess that's where things start to get shaken up when you end up landing yourself in that second pick. So you've really got to be careful for what you select, knowing that they are giving up that first spot, but then having two picks straight after that. I mean, the team composition that they were able to build, the fact that Blaine was able to lock in their Hooper themselves once again, and picking up Maridon. I'm actually wondering, you know, what is the win rate of Maridon so far today?
I wonder as well. I'm pretty sure the pick rate is super high, but considering how well it has been doing, the win rate must be matching on the same way. This rotation was so good. Blaine just going for the Hooper Unbound and bringing back Gadlu from being super far deep into the enemy base, ripping it instantly. The damage was already there with the Desu, with Toon on the Maridon, but when Gadlu comes in with the Dodrio, the health bar on the Rayquaza just woo.
It just got depleted, and then, you know what, the eye on the prize is those shields to just go and take that win condition away from Gen 5. Yes, they did attempt to make a push up in that top path, but you know what, it's a bit difficult giving the shielding and the healing that Nouns are also getting from those pads. But you know what, so I think you know, we're talking about scramble. My brain is just an absolute scramble. For those folks that actually didn't tune in earlier, this is the second bracket reset we are having today. OC also had a bracket reset during their run today, so a great job over to the casters that ended up covering that. Kyle, Lobo, Fu, and Zerin on Alex as well. And you know what, after this one, we are going to have our OS and our EU champions amongst all of the other champions for the Aeos Cup.
Yes, for the Aeos Cup Play-Ins, we will. And Keller, we're close. We're close because both of these teams look incredibly prepared for it. Nouns Esports, more so than ever. So if you're not just tired of Unite, like how could you be tired of Unite? If you want to keep on watching the action here for Pokemon Unite Aeos Cup Play-Ins, we still have a full bracket reset to another best of 3 that will be played by Gen 5 and Nouns Esports, so stay tuned. We're going to be right back.
Soph,
Now, okay, now,
bracket reset? I am shocked.
this is Nouns. This is
Oh.
Nouns. Welcome
Oh.
back, everybody.
Hello.
Nouns is pretty happy about the bracket reset as they came in through the lower bracket and they are continuing their run into grand finals. Once again, your best of 3 for the final time on Aeos Cup Play-Ins Europe. I am Surf Chan. This is Callow with me, and we have a banger again. We have another banger. That's all about Unite. Bangers, bangers, bangers.
Pretty much. I mean, you know what? The action just doesn't stop over at the UNITE Championship Series. We have had such incredible matches here today on the broadcast. I mean, we've had that iconic losers bracket run from Nouns Esports. They're not given up just yet, as we do have that bracket reset. And this is what we're saying. It's a clean slate from here on out, Soph. So whether we are going to see ourselves a 2-0 to either side, or are we actually going to go the whole distance and have another round 3? That is a big question, I guess, in our minds. And of course, the question of who is going to be the champ of EU for this cup. But you know what? We are heading into our draft pick phase. Blissey and Mimikyu on the chopping block, along with Zarshan and Psyduck here, which, to be honest, is not really a surprise.
No, absolutely not. Miraidon first pick on purple side, also not a surprise. But looking at Nouns Esports, they have the Hooper now on the table. That's what they're going to do for Blaine. And Umbreon was banned in game 3 of this last bracket reset. So Bruv will come back to it. So Gen 5 also bringing the Eldegoss and the Trevenant. So far, so good for either side, because we both agreed on the fact that neither of the drafts were bad in any way.
No, and this is just going to show the level that these players are at in terms of their teams. And, you know, with such a large roster pool, it really starts to become a difficult task of which Pokemon you want to prioritize. But we have the triple evolutions over on Nouns Esports. Gatlu running down that Leafeon, Lunda being the sole evolution on their side. And you know what? I feel like Glaceon is that sleeper pick here. I wish we saw more Glaceon here today, but you know what, Lunda, you're making my wishes come true, I suppose.
I guess they are. We're looking at Toon on Zero again. We saw it earlier today. Refresh my memory, Keller, but I think they did not win.
That is, I'll have to double check. No,
We can double
they
check that in a
were
moment.
defeated by Lelovers when they did play this one. So yeah, once again, you know, in terms of the speedster bill having the weakness policy, the focus band and the energy amp, but I guess Lunda isn't actually going to be playing that support attacker this time around. They do have full attack items on their side, leaving that job over to Qatar and Suzuki, who have that experience share.
Funnily enough, you already had a speedster on the side of Nouns Esports, but they decided to go with double speedster again, as we have seen previously from them. But maybe it'll work this time around compared to the other game. We'll see. Because personally, I much prefer the composition on the side of Gen 5 out of just versatility in general. Yes, because you have 3 evolutions, you always have that level 4 power spike. But I don't know, as much as I was like, I would love to see Zeroro and LAIC, I don't want to see here. It was just a Brazil special. We're not in Brazil anymore.
We're not in Brazil, we're in EU here, but you know what, Toon, they're going to stick with it, and we have just seen an absolute plethora of picks coming from this team. But Soph, we are heading on into our first match of the grand final reset. It is a clean slate, a best of 3, sending both of those speedsters into the central area for either side. And once again, you know, the triple EVs in the central lane.
Very interesting, as you pointed out, with the triple EVs in Central, you kind of guarantee that everybody gets that split EXP Sazuro, slowing down Blaine, and this might be one of the most disastrous of invade attempts that they have been trying to do in the tournament so far, and it might just be the case topside. A lot of aggression because Godlu has already gotten that Leafeon form, and they managed to score quite a bit, although Toon doesn't need to stack, you still have that on the Leafeon.
I suppose when you go and try the same strats over and over again, eventually the opponents are going to learn and be prepared for that. But we do have those birds spawning on up in about 10 seconds or so. Gatlu has decided to retreat on back and get those Boltoys that they didn't get beforehand.
Always important to do so and not deny any energy and any EXP from yourself. The Altaria first has already been dealt with, and Megu here finally next to an Elder Goss and not a Gossifleur anymore. We might see all of the evolutions gathering in the central area soon for the next Altaria 80 minutes.
In terms of reaching their evolution, oh, there we go. It's just ticked on over. We do have that Trevenant reaching that level 5 turn left alone here. Does have a pollen puff exposing their positioning in the tall grass. Sticking onto him isn't going to do a lot of damage, but it does mean they have to retreat on back. But yeah, you called it here, Soph. We do have those birds spawn on and up. Sazuro almost got dove on by Gatlu, but no, they're needing to retreat around and circle around those walls.
Very well done by Utah there to guarantee most of the Swabblers as well. And Nouns maybe got there just a tad too late, which is something that you don't want to see happening when you have 3 evolutions and a Hooper.
Well, it's that early level advantage. The fact that they all get their Unite moves at level 8. We already have Leafeon at level 7 along with that Zoro Aura almost got the wrong Zed Pokemon there. But you know what? In terms of the beginning, it does seem to be quite passive from either side. Not a great score lead like we saw in the previous match from Nouns, only leading at 15 points this far into the match.
With 8 seconds for the Reggies to spawn, most of the players gathering here for basement. Brev taking quite a lot of that damage and even ricocheting that to Blaine from the Ice Cold Spears on Lunda. They go back to the Pokemon Center, return, 50% on a Registeel, and Utah's there with a level 9. Midnight Slash is available. They're going to confirm it. No! Wow! It's actually a Desu who does it on the Sylveon, so they're going to not escape this time around. Gonna pay for it. 2 KO streak. Blaine, I don't think you should have returned.
You know what? Nouns may have secured themselves a basement Reggie, but I feel like Gen 5 got the better deal of that bargain. Having Utah pick up 3 KO streak, plus being able to eliminate that bottom tier 1 pad is massive. Gatlu making sure to just pick up any straight Aeos energy on the floor to get those stacks. The Icicle Spears have locked onto Adesu, as we do have the Mystical Fires also locking on in. Berry there to save Lunda, not getting taken down this time round, but they are going to take out their evolution counterpart.
Qatar with a great counter there on the Horn Leash. Now with the Electro Drift, they're going to take down Toon on the side of Nouns Esports. And we finally got ourselves from barely any points on the block to 100 to each team. The Elder Goss gets taken out just as we blink out of the bottom area. Qatar going very, very low with Bruv also taking that frontline stance. Has to be careful considering Hooper is on the other side of the map. Godlu will finish the enemy defender though.
Yeah, taking out the tree with leaves of their own. It must be a little bit of a burn. But you know what? Yeah, in terms of point, 102 to 113, it is quite close here. Even considering the levels right now, pretty much on parity. But we do have both of those objectives spawning shortly. And we are heading into that halfway mark. So those jump pads are going to be available.
Very important to have those. A portal that was used on the bot side, but not really utilized by anybody else. The Shedinja Doll with the Electro Drift that was pre-charged. What a play! Meteor Storm to lock it down on Toon, and they're gonna have to pay for it. What an amazing play from Megu. Bot side Nouns Esports have started it with the Hooper Unbound, maybe trying to get Toon back into the bot side, but they haven't been able to do so. Utah with a Midnight Slash will confirm it. Well done for Gen 5 at this time, not letting it slip by to Nouns Esports.
No, this moment in the game, you don't want to let any of those objectives slip it through your fingers. You want to make sure you score them for yourselves. Otherwise, we do have those flubbers on Altaria spawning up here in that central area. Gen 5 are going to be able to get all of those for free. While we do have another Reggie Alecki up in that top path, neither team have gone and prioritized it just yet, considering there are a few yellow dots, the wild Pokemon that they want to secure up first.
Level 13 for Godler on the Leafeon is incredibly dangerous, followed up by Toon on the 12 for the Zera Aura, as Nouns Esports is fully rotated to the top side. Just the Umbreon that stays down, and they can rip it fairly quickly with Godler plus a Desu as well. Toon uses the discharge, who's going to be on cooldown. The Glacial Stage doesn't really steal it. Meteor Storm to lock some of them down, a knock up onto Toon and Blaine, but they're still going to survive this one, and Nouns confirms the objective.
If there's a better shred in the game, I mean, Icicle Spear, Glaceon. I mean, Garchomp, I'd say, is also quite a shredder as well, but not available in this match. Gonna go in for the reset. This is just going to buy a lot of time for Nouns here to soak up all of the experience that has spawned up over on their side. But yeah, Gen 5, that Reggie Alecki, not too much of a threat, more just as a decoy, a distraction for the time being.
Speaking of decoy, I feel like Toon has been playing like that quite a bit on this Zera Aura, pushing quite a lot of forces to the top side of the map, while Nouns Esports can quickly rotate with the Hooper to the bot side. Speaking of, 10 seconds for the basement Reggie to spawn, and the Woodhammer chips some of Bruv's HPs away. Let's see what I did there. And as they are continuing for the push as well, Toon is in the backline onto the Elder Gods, but Zero is still going to remain very, very healthy for the moment. Reggie still on 50%. Godlu is going to go to the back line. The Ice Cold Spears are ticking. Maybe they can do something about it, but they are not. Utah confirms it with the Absol.
This is massive going on into that final stretch. The attack and special attack buff going over to the side of Gen 5. Nouns Esports, while they do have that points lead, they're going to have to play this one carefully and not look at getting caught on out. I mean, we have the bottom pad advantage over to Gen 5. Nouns Esports have the top pad advantage, and you can really tell by their positioning across that middle section that they want to kite the members over to their respective lanes.
As they should. Need to be careful when the lead is not that far ahead. Lunda has started attacking here, the Rayquaza. Quite some damage even. I wasn't even expecting that to be that much commitment. Adesu though going for a sneaky 50. Bruv has a 40, also very close to that. And on the backside of the pit, they're going to get interrupted there by Utah. Adesu might be in a very, very bad position as a Midnight Slash is available, but it's not going to get baited into being used. Toon going on to Megu, but they're not going to be electrical on electrical this time as they don't take each other down.
No, we're hitting that 1 minute mark, and Gen 5 need to try and make a move. Toon with some aggressive positioning, however, it ends up being electric versus electric. Utah locking down the secure, and now Gen 5 are recognizing this, making their way into the Rayquaza pit, and the rings are going to come unbound, Soph.
Ooh, the Fairy Frolic to dodge out the Midnight Slash is huge by Adesu, but they are definitely on the wrong side of the map. They're going to take down Utah, which is huge, while the Ice Cold Spears by Lunda are hitting Bruv, but that is a defender. They can still have some HP to come back. Blaine goes back to base, and now Godlu as well as the Leafeon. They have to be careful about their positioning. Midnight Prance is procced, but the shielding is not there. The Electro Drift with the Phantom Forest could try to do something more. Godlu is going to get taken, and they do. Gen 5 will confirm this one by Lunda. The Ice Cold Spears are going to take Rayquaza, but bruv, they're still trying to get some of those scores. Are they going to bait it out on the bot side? No, what a raid by Utah going to the top half, but Blaine still manages to score a little bit. 1 second to go. Lunda is not able to score.
The question is, Soph, did Gen 5 end up dunking in enough points considering we had that counter dunk coming in from Blaine? Woo! Oh my gosh! Nouns Esports, even with the Rayquaza, still holds the lead at 350 points to 272. The first match goes over to their side during this bracket reset.
That is insane. The dancing around Rayquaza became too slow, and they didn't keep up the pace with how much they needed to score. Gen 5 weren't fast enough, and very good attempts by Nouns Esports into backcapping to pull some players away from Gen 5 in that central area helped quite a bit, but still, even though they lost the fight, they lost the Rayquaza. Nouns, the lead was already too much, and such a big push they had on either side, sending Blaine and sending Toon to opposite sides of the map, Gallo.
Yeah, I think that was a really great play from them. I mean, Absol can't be in two places at once. Did end up prioritizing Bruv, who was on the Umbreon that had the 50 points, but, you know, with, I can't remember, it was like 30-something points from Blaine just to be able to secure their lead. But, you know what, in terms of objectives there, it ended up getting traded on down, and this is where things just started to become a little bit of a scramble. There were just fights here and there breaking out all over the map. I know Adesu ended up trying to attempt the back cap, which ended up preoccupying Utah for quite a fair bit, and Gatlu ended up coming on down, the Meteor Storm. But yeah, this is where we all held our breath. Who was going to get it? The shields for Gen 5. They had, the light was there, they were heading towards it, but Nouns Esports, they were just able to snuff that one out with their counter scores.
Counter scores is the name of the game, isn't it? All around, that has been the case, and honestly, that Rayquaza fight, with all that you broke down just now, Kello, was just beautiful to watch. Top to bottom, amazing strategy from Nouns Esports, and to be honest, very good reads by Gen 5 as well to consider they needed to act fast. I know they're going to try to score. Adesu did score the 100, but they still needed to take Rayquaza. It was just the lead that was built. It was too grand. It wasn't even that much, really. Around 100, 150 points, maybe 200 max. And it still was too grand for the amount of time that they had on that final stretch.
Yeah, it was such a nail biter, and I think Lunda, they didn't actually have the Rayquaza shield. We saw at during the last 10 seconds, it flicked on over. They didn't have a shield. They had 100 points. I'm just wondering, you know, if they actually had that shield, increasing that scoring speed. That would have really helped him along, but, you know, without the shield, the scoring of 50, like, that is going to take a fair bit of time, especially when you are on that pad yourself with no allies to actually speed it up.
It makes such a big difference. So props to Nouns Esports for reading all of that, seeing who had the shields and what was the next course of action. They made sure that the lead was not going to just be enough, it was going to be more than enough. And that is, once again, if you just tuned into the broadcast, the team that was on lower bracket. We just been through a bracket reset because Nouns Esports took Gen 5 on a 2-1 fashion. So we're getting back into the second best of 3, and Nouns is already 1-0 up as we get into our next draft.
It has been an absolute roller coaster here today, but you know what? We might be reaching that tip of the roller coaster, and now this is where the speed, the momentum starts to pick on up. But we have our first lot of bands coming on in. Hooper and Mimikyu, no Miraidon this time round, paired up with that Zacian. So, I mean, Miraidon seems to be a lot of that the glue that holds the team together, but taking that out of the picture is going to be really interesting to see what these teams pick up. But we get another Psyduck match here, so
we do. Yes, we do. We got a Psy. It's wonderful. And it's the first time in quite a couple of games that we actually see the Psyduck coming through. That Miraidon, as you said, very nice choice by Nouns Esports because they are on orange. They take that possibility away from Gen 5 on their first pick. Nothing different from what you would expect from Nouns Esports with the Umbreon plus the Blissey for Blaine, considering that Hooper is out as well. And next, we're looking at a Garchomp, Keller.
Yeah, we did see some Garchomp a little bit earlier on in the series, but that was played by Potato over, I believe. And also, actually, Leo Rio played it as well. So I'm really interested to see Megu's Garchomp come out to play. But Adesu, the snipe shot, as Lobo would call it, the 007 coming on through. And we saw in the previous matches that it can do a pretty good amount of damage, but landing those snipe shots can be quite difficult.
Yes, it can. You gotta be very crisp and clean on the trigger. We know that Adesu has been doing really well so far today on those attackers. Toon locks in yet again another double speedster composition for Nouns Esports with a Darkrai.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. We haven't actually seen Darkrai being banned for the last couple of matches. So to opt for this Darkrai here, I'm wondering what the thought process is going through their heads. Don't think they've actually showcased their Darkrai here today either. But you know what? Over on the other side, Utah, yes, they may have lost that previous match, but, you know, they've had some great secures on objectives, some great KO streaks as well, but it's just a matter of whether they can keep up their momentum, the assassin style. But, Soph, we could potentially come to the end of the day here if Nouns end up taking this win.
It's match point. Match point for Nouns Esports. They are 1-0 up in the best of 3. And Gen 5, the team that came through on upper bracket, might see themselves in what you usually say, Callo, in much of a pickle, because they need to take this to game 3 or else they are done for that journey. A reminder to everybody that the champion of Aeos Cup Play-Ins will get that travel award to the Aeos Cup on EUIC in London in February 2025. Plus, of course, the 300 championship points. This is match point for Nouns Esports. Game 2 of a bracket reset best of 3 Gen 5 on your purple side, Nouns on the orange. Keller, it's now or never.
Everyone, take your deep breaths because we are in for quite a ride, even though we have no Miraidon on the match this time round. But you know what? Blaine, they still haven't learned. They're still going to go in with the invade here, so...
I don't know how I feel about it. Maybe there's still something that comes out of it. Just the fact that you're slowing down Sazuro. We'll see. Oh, that pound was never gonna get it.
It was a tad too early there. I think it was interesting to see that they actually held that boosted auto or the pound for the longest time, just taking the hits from Sazuro, healing themselves, but it wasn't up. But otherwise, we do have Toon coming up into that top lane, eliminating that Gibble, and Sazuro on the Gossifleur going up into 3 members, especially a Darkrai. That is a very scary sight, but thankfully, there is that berry to go and replenish that HP pool for them.
Safeguard as well confirmed here for Blaine on this Blissey. They are going to confirm Gardner on the side of Gen 5 to be taken down. A 2KO streak that goes to Sazuro themselves, while Blaine is on the pad trying to heal up as much as possible. They still have the berries, but plenty that was scored from either side.
I mean, considering how earlier on in the matches in the previous games, Gen 5 weren't able to get in the early dunks. The fact that they've already got 52 on the board so far is looking a lot better. But we do have Darkrai ticking on over to a level 7 as they are going to make their way into the central area a little bit earlier before those Swablu's and Altaria appear. Oh my gosh, the eject button from Qatar followed up into the surf to take out that Drizzile. They end up getting taken out of themselves, but still, that is a much better trade for the Psyduck there.
Very nicely done, but unfortunately the timing was, you know, as you said, just a little bit off because Nouns had already positioned themselves early in the central area. So when the Psyduck goes down, there was just numbers disadvantage for them, Gen 5, to try to take that Altaria in the central. So most of it goes to Nouns Esports. The level 8 for Toon on the Darkrai is beyond my worst nightmare.
Oh, yeah, you do not want to be caught in the nightmare there. And you can see just on that bar, it is really close to level 9. So if they're able to pick up some of these birds for themselves, they tick on over, have their Unite move, and are able to go and isolate a member. But Safeguard is going to go and protect Blaine there, but not for long, as you have Gen 5 rushing on 4th. Galu has decided to actually leave that tier 1 and give it on up.
The side shock doing quite a bit there to help out the side beam, even coming from the Espion on Luna to stop out and take even the side of Nouns Esports. But as that was happening, big effort from Gen 5, uncontested, to take Reggie Alecki and reposition to the bot side.
Yes, that is going to distract him for the meantime, as Reggie Steele is taking a trip, giving a high five to that Indeedee, and now going back into position, while Gen 5 seems to be dominating this field so far. Half HP, Nouns Esports are being zoned on out by Psyduck, just being an absolute menace, popping their passive there just to go and give him that cleanse, and now they're trying to surf on out, but they end up getting stunned, using the Psy-I to just go and make sure they can survive it, but no, water ends up taking them down. I feel like that was a bit of revenge from the altercation they had in that central area beforehand.
I agree. That was, just looking them straight down in the eye. I got you. You're not going to run away from me. What a shot coming there by Adexu. Very nicely done. As we're still going to push here on the bot side with 4 members of Nouns Esports. Both teams still very close in score overall, just 20 odd points in between them, while the wild Pokemon are respawning, and neither of the teams are totally focused into invading, but much more just guaranteeing their own farm.
Yeah, you've got to try and play it safe. I mean, Nouns do seem to have the level lead here, considering they have those 2 level 11s. Everybody has their Unite moves on hand, whereas Psyduck and the Eldegoss do not have them just yet. But Suzuro is pretty close to ticking on over, is going to get that naturally because of the experience share.
5 seconds for Reggie Alecki to spawn, and a rotation for Nouns Esports towards the opposite side of the map, potentially giving that away to Utah on the Absol there on the Reggie Alecki, especially with the Garchomp as well. But massive threat with a triple trample into the darkness they go. Darkrai as well, gonna do damage, but gets taken out by the Psyduck themselves. Saya to deal damage on both the defender and the attacker, while the backline was being protected by Megu on this Garchomp, and Godlu wasn't able to get too far. Gen 5 played that really well.
They really did, and now they have the prime positioning going, as this Regirock is going to spawn on up. Megu isn't going to delay, along with all of the other members, to go and soak up the experience along with the defense and special defense buff. We do have Garchomp caught in a dark nightmare, but is going to push back Toon, utilize a Unite move of their own, and actually end up surviving it.
Yeah, but Shedinja though will only save them for just a little bit, as they were literally in between a rock and a hard place with 5 members of Gen 5. Nouns Esports are looking for the brawling and looking for the fights, but at the same time, it feels like Gen 5 is just navigating that just a tad bit better. They know that Gadlu are such a big win condition, and they're shutting their trio down.
I think this is where things are going to start ramping up. There is a lot on the line here for Gen 5, and they are recognizing that. I mean, despite having both of those tier 1 pads available, they are behind in points, but that is going to somewhat benefit them, but also hinder them, because they're not going to have the comeback experience with the Indeedees like Nouns have in that top side.
Trying to get as much EXP as possible as we're getting to the 3-minute mark. 30 seconds for Reggie Alecki to respawn. Qatar, ooh, nice dodge there on the snipe shot while surfing. This tier 1 bot side on both ends has been protected, has not gone down. Is 1 point on the 80 though. Plenty going on to Blaine here of those resources, just waiting for Toon, and they are gonna get knocked down. Feels like maybe the double speedster is just not working as great as they envisioned.
Oh man, there's still 2 minutes and 35 seconds left to go. Yutao and Mego, the dynamic duo, are going to go and shred down that Regieleki. So that is going to create a little bit of pressure for Nouns, considering there's 25 seconds left on the clock until Rayquaza does spawn. So they have that risk of letting it crash on through, but also the potential for some backcaps. But you know what? All eyes are set on this Registeel for now, Soph.
They are up 30%. Maybe can get something with it with the Psyduck. And it's gonna be the Blissey who gets it. And there's just something about Blisseys and how they can confirm objectives. The outrage goes onto the back line. What an eject button to connect the third hit with a mid-side slash as well for Yutao, making sure that they take one, take two. Shinichi will only keep them standing for just a little bit longer. And 3 members of Nouns Esports are down. Triple Jumper to go in between every member of Gen 5. But that only means that they are going to use their Psychic Select. Gadlu will come back, but there's no Hooper to bring them back into the action faster.
No Hooper, 2 points difference between these teams, and now we have Gen 5 going and shredding down this Rayquaza. Bruv trying to snarl their way through, but it ends up being a Lunda that gets the shields for Gen 5. So they are still in this competition so far. Dark Nightmare set onto the Absol, looking to try and survive as their shield has been broken. So no dunks are going to come out from them. But down in that bottom path, Espeon was able to get in 100. Megu knocking out that Blissey. There's still a minute left on the clock here, Soph, as Psyduck seems to just be surfing around. Surfs up, dude, on that home pad.
Ooh, that last 100 was definitely huge by Sazuro on the Eldegoss, because if there was any space for Nouns to come back, it would have been just 300 points differential. Now with 400, it gets much more complicated. We were looking at a couple of points. Well, ooh, look at the zoom. Look at that. Look at the dynamic camera. Love to see it. And extra dunks as well for Sazuro makes the lead even bigger for Gen 5. And Kello, game 3 is on the horizon.
Oh, Sazuro living on cloud 9 there. Just flying over the top of them going, hey, I'm an Eldegoss. I can go and dunk in some more points, just making it even more difficult for Nouns. But you know what? Given all of this, Nouns Esports, they didn't even really attempt a push. Instead, once again, they're just going to cop that loss on the chin. But Soph, we're going the full distance here. We are heading on into our 6th match for the grand final because we are one apiece. 560 points to 104. Gen 5 having that notch pop up next to their name.
1-1 is the score of your grand finals bracket reset, everybody. Nouns Esports Gen 5 on match point each. This is all or nothing. Finally, we keep on saying that for every single opportunity, but this is the actual all or nothing. We love the fact that we are seeing all of these games being so competitive up until the end, but in this case in particular, I have been highlighting all compositions so far, but I am not the biggest fan of the double speedster that Nouns had on this one and felt like Gen 5 had the upper hand on draft.
Is that because of the squishiness between the team? I guess in terms of their front line, Blissey and Umbreon to try and hold down the fort. But then even then, Absol being able to get into the back line towards Desu. Even Megu with the Dragon Rushes there. I don't know, in terms of this Darkrai pick as well, is it, I guess, did it really bring as much power as we thought it did? I mean, some great plays with the Dark Nightmare, but also, I mean, Megu, they actually ended up surviving one themselves.
And sometimes it's just very difficult to survive one like that when you are a Garchomp and you have to go so deep into the backline, but they did incredibly well most of these engages. And overall, I felt like Gen 5 was super on top of their game for the team fights. Qatar was huge on the Psyduck for most of them as well, which is something that we had to take into consideration since it's the first time in our grand finals that the Psyduck was available to be played instead of that Miraidon. So we'll see how things are going to go in the second and last and third draft, Gallo.
But that is where the tricky thing comes into play. Each team only have 2 bans each, right? We've seen a lot of Hooper, we've seen a lot of Blissey bans, Mimikyu, Zacian, and Miraidon, along with that Psyduck. It's which spot do you end up giving up if you are looking to ban that Psyduck? I guess in terms of Gen 5 going into Nouns, if they have that first pick, Hooper seems to be a given for them. May we actually see some more Mimikyu gameplay come out this time round for the final set, or is that one just too strong to actually let out on the field? I mean, all of these questions are probably rummaging through our heads, but, you know, the biggest question here, I mean, Gen 5, arguably, in terms of the generations of Pokemon, some would say is the best generation. But,
bold,
is Gen 5 the best team in EU for the beginning of the 2025 season? I don't know. What are your favorite generations there?
I am just a big fan of Cyndaquil. I'm also a big fan of just your usual Kanto first generation as well. So I am, you know, like an earlier girly. Stuff like that. Oh, Kello, I want to ask you, in regards to this, I have at least my opinion. I want to see what you think about it. You were mentioning a couple of changes for the ban phase. I'm thinking that if Nouns chooses purple because they lost and they have side selection, they are not going to go for the Blissey and Hooper again, because they have been constantly banning Blissey and Hooper on the purple side, which kind of forces out that Miraidon or the Psyduck or the Mimikyu on the orange. Maybe they're going to do something different on their bans so that they can guarantee the Hooper, so that they can guarantee the Miraidon, and we'll see how it's going to go. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you know what? This is why I'm not a pro player, Soph. This is why I'm here behind the desk, because unfortunately, I cannot answer these questions for you. And you know what? I think we're just going to end up leading with a demonstration here, just to prove it as we head on into our final draft pick phase of the day. Nouns Esports have selected that first slot, just like you mentioned, and Gen 5 over in the second pick on the orange side.
The Zacian here feels different for Nouns, but as we were mentioning, the possibility of them going for the purple side was there, and that's what they do. When they choose the Psyduck, it just leaves Gen 5 with the necessity to ban out the Miraidon, which is what they do. In this case, I pick Mimikyu first any time of day, or you go for a Hooper if you think that Blaine really, really needs it. Oh,
I don't think Blaine really needs
Oh,
it.
Mimikyu's banned, I'm sorry.
I was going to say we've seen Blaine play it, either the Hooper, the Blissey, or the Eldegoss, but Suzuro is aware of that. They're actually going to counter and take the Hooper for themselves, considering Bruv has locked in one of the top picks for today, the Umbreon, when it's available. Trevenant, Qatar playing that again, and Gatlu. We've seen Gatlu select this Leafeon quite a fair bit today as well.
I'm excited for Meku back on the Garchomp in this one, because I felt like as much as they did win the match, I still feel like the Garchomp didn't shine as much as you would expect a Garchomp to shine, but we'll see. Maybe we'll see Trick Hooper because of it, or they just still stick with the versatility and rotation potential that you have with the portals. Now, Metagross picked on the side of Nouns Esports. Very interesting take here, and a rainbow composition.
I know Relic who would be wriggling in his seat seeing this Metagross, one of those sleeper all-rounder picks, providing a lot of shielding, but also the isolation tool that it can use with the Compute and Crush. But you know what, Utah, they're going to answer back with an all-rounder of their own. They did play this a little bit in one of the earlier sets, the Urshifu, but this time round, they don't have the Comfey Pocket by their side. So I guess considering this team composition, I wouldn't discount that Suzuro is actually going to play Trick Hooper here.
It's very possible. It's all of these versatile Pokemon. They are on the meta for this specific reason, because they can just do whatever you wish in whichever way you wish when you go into the game. Now, are we going to see the given Blaine going for invades on the Chansey? I think we still are, and I think they are still going to get taken down pretty swiftly. But what is the strategy and still keep doing the same thing if you're not going to be actually able to steal the buff?
I guess it's just that time waster, potentially. And you know what? You don't know what you can do if you don't try. So sometimes you've just got to go ahead and try again and try again.
Again. Maybe it's just trial and error, right? Maybe they're just trying to push the computer crash and the algorithms as much as possible. This is our final game of Aeos Cup Play-Ins. Grand Finals Nouns Esports Gen 5 on your screen for the final moment of this bracket reset.
Oh, look, Blaine going and trying again. However, we do have that Hooper to go and assist the cover. But you know what? We actually have Lunda coming in for a little bit more assistance here. Blaine has been forced to pop their X speed and just looking to waste some time. But they're nowhere near that blue buff to get the secure.
So trying to push and just annoy as much as possible is Blaine's lifestyle for all the entirety of Aeos Cup Play-Ins. And, well, it's doing well for Nouns Esports. They are in this lower bracket run, bracket reset for a reason. Adesu doing really well here with the Mystical Fire. Will be able to take this one down, even dodging one of the...
Yes, we do have the evolutions coming on. They are online here, as we do have Espeon also just circling about. Blaine is still only stuck as a Chansey, weren't able to pick up any experience of their own. As the pressure is on, we do have that Metang headed on back into their central area, making sure to pick up their buffs. Meanwhile, so far, it is a pretty slow match, 23 to 2 points. But Bruv has been able to get a few Aeos cookie stacks. Alright, we do have those birds spawning up shortly, but Gen 5 seem to have the positioning. Gatlu isn't going to give this one easily, but the Wicked Blow is just going to soak up all of that experience for themselves. Gatlu not able to find that opening. So it's just a matter of seeing if they can try and get a KO onto this Trevenant, popping that curse, but they do end up falling and collapsing. Nouns Esports, 2 members have been taken down in a trade. We do have Soph not with us here, so we are gonna go in. We have those birds spawning on up here, but the Wicked Blow secure to just soak up most of that experience. Nonetheless, Adesu does have level 8 here, so has the Unite move on hand, and Gatlu has also just ticked on over to level 8 as well. But Relic, you're gonna replace Soph here. What are you thinking so far?
Well, first and foremost, I could never ever replace Soph, but what I can say is that this is exactly the sort of game 3 that we have been expecting up until this point. But no one ever expects the Blissey Steal still. Huge play from Blaine as they try and rotate up Kello. 2 KO streak here for Bruv, but phenomenal defense from Sazuro utilizing that Phantom Force. Unable to defend the zone in the end, however, 18-point overdunk and Nouns with the points lead.
Yeah, they have the points lead. They also seem to have the levels lead so far. Otherwise, Megu, being a Garchomp, going to shred up this Regieleki, considering none of Nouns Esports are there to contest. One of the hardest things is to get this Metagross online, but they have managed to reach that level 9 as that Regieleki is going to march on 4th. They are defending this pad really well so far.
It's a really important milestone here for this Metagross, of course. Comes with the Unite move too. Gen 5 poking, prodding. but not really showing too much interest either, through the hyperspace highway and back to safety, then straight back into danger because the computing crash, as if on cue, arrives, but the Livid Outrage has to utilize an eject button to try and access that backline, unable to do as much damage as they would have wanted. 2 KO streak here for Adesu, and Nouns continue to roll on with confidence.
You've got to give credit to Blaine there with the Bliss assistance at the perfect timing as Blaine ended up launching forward, picking up those KOs. 201 to 81 points so far. Thing is, Gen 5, both of their tier 1s are now depleted, so they do have the advantage of having those comeback indeedies over on their side. But Blaine just stir up a little salt of the woods, going to get another 3 points in that tier 2, but they end up paying the price and taking the quick route back to the Pokemon Center.
I've had the pleasure of talking with all of the wonderful North American lads. Blaine, just no fear right now. Absolutely no fear. But that's also not a bad thing either, I think. Nouns definitely looking to try and take control of this map, no matter which way they wish to try it. Of course, we've got that bottom path access via the Hooper. Trying to push onto this top path, Psychic Solaire again into the compute and crash, but Toon taken down. They will prioritize this top path. I think the right call. Amazing Phantom Forest, by the way, on this bottom path. And now Gen 5 rotate, looking to crash in on this zone.
Yeah, I guess that's the benefit of having that Rings Unbound to teleport your members after they end up eliminating that top tier 1 pad. Another Regieleki has spawned. Megu has decided to retreat on back, get some heals, just reset. But you know what? Galu and Utal, they're just hacking at each other in the central area. Adesu and the rest are also going to join the party as Utal ends up getting taken down.
It's so interesting, isn't it? We look at draft, we say maybe Gen 5 has the advantage, but unfortunately that front line, this Hooper only just getting to level 10. The Espeon's still marooned at level 9. Nouns, it's just the machine that keeps on going. Lower bracket demons, Kello. But we got to be careful. We got to hold our breath for a moment, because 204 to 152, any team fight flying in favor of Gen 5, the entire narrative is flipped on its head.
I mean, there is so much on the line. It could be anybody's match here, but we do have Toon getting stunned using their compute and crush once again. However, the Phantom Force is going to trick them as Hooper didn't end up getting taken down, being able to get a reset. So not getting a much banger for your buck in terms of the Unite move. Another great portal placement coming out from Suzuro to go and save 2 members of their team.
Yeah, Captain Clutch right now, Suzuro, some really impressive plays. Now trying to zone out the Regieleki, keep Nouns and their grubby fingers off it. And that's exactly what they've been able to do. Final Livid Outrage before they've got to go back into the central area and find those wild Pokemon. Unable to claim any KOs here, Megu, but they're looking at Adesu, they're looking at Toon, they're desperate for something, and still they've been able to capture Toon, finally taking them down after a prolonged attacking phase. Now they're going to try and crash in on this T2 for themselves. Big backline poke here from Qatar, using the hyperspace highway to great effect. But already Nouns Esports on the defensive battlements. Gen 5 rotating to bottom to try and get some value out of this T1, or even take the Reggie, of course, Kello.
Yeah, instead, they're not even going to go and dunk in their points. They have their eyes set on a Registeel because this is going to be huge coming on into that final stretch. Nouns Esports, they're going to respond here and ends up being Utah that gets the lockdown. However, they end up getting taken down. 13-second cooldown here. Adesu is really low, does have to leap on out of the way as Nouns Esports are looking to try and take their prime positioning. Are we going to see a flip here? Relic, they are. Rings Unbound is going to come on out as some more Unite moves. The question is, who is going to secure it? It ends up going to Nouns Esports. The Bliss, they secure! Does it once again. But 3 members have been knocked on out. It's only Blaine here that does have a shield. Wait, no, Toon does have their shield as well, just to bulk it on up with that gyro ball. 2 members are going to reset here. I mean, 50 points in their pockets, but they do have the 101 point lead so far, Relic.
This is Nouns playing ultra safe, master ball safe as you could possibly be safe. You can see Blaine peeling off to the top path now, but Nouns Esports are all too aware that they've got to wait for Gen 5 to do the full send, and that's exactly what they're doing right here. But look at Suzuro, caught out. Razorleaf has to pop the X-Speed getaway back into the Hyperspace Highway, and there's that Hundo Burger on top path, there's that Hundo Burger on bottom path. Livid Outrage unleashed, as with the Emerald two-step, going after Lunda. Massive KO for the Leaf Beyond, as they now turn 180. Gen 5 have to do this with 4.
45 seconds left on the clock, but the thing is they have to try and deal with the double evolutions and the power of the Blissey slap. Megu trying to push above of that pad as they are going to go in with a Moonlight Prance. 50 dunk coming in from Qatar, but it doesn't matter, Relic, as Metagross, Toon and Gatlu are going to go and dunk in some more points of their own. However, 2 members are down here. They have to try and deal with the bulk that Toon is demonstrating right now. The compute and crush once again coming in to just crush the dreams, the hopes of Gen 5, making it to EUIC. They've yoinked it from under their noses, and we have your first champions for the season for Europe. Nouns Esports making an incredible losers bracket run.
Nouns Esports eating good, Kello. They do like their pasta, and this particular game was all macro, no cheese whatsoever. I love their shot calling. I love everything about what Blaine brought to the table. You could look at him quite rightly before Saturday, and say weak link. They've lost Soreyu. This is the manager we're talking about. Well, manage your expectations, folks, a little bit better, because he played sensationally, and a lot of that was down to, okay, we've got shields. If we go in now and try and score, those shields are going to be gone before we even have a chance to score. So they wait it out. They bait in G5 before finally dunking loads of points, securing that win with a big old safety net. Phenomenal grand finals here, and big congratulations to Nouns Esports. Phenomenal win all round.
Look, they went into this cup as the #1 seed for the European region, and they are not going to give up that title easily, making that incredible run. Look, I mean, we were talking about Metagross, one of your top sleeper picks. You've really got to give it to Toon here, going on into the Urshifu and the Garchomp, even the Trevenant, the front line. It really benefited them so much, along with having, I mean, look, no pasta, no cheese, but one thing is for certain, we have the eggs, and Blaine definitely brought those today.
Oh, and breathe, everyone. And we're delighted to bring back our fellow casters, Draco and, of course, Sofchan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully going to have an interview with one of Nouns Esports after this as well. But let's start with Soph, of course. You casted the majority of this series. Just an unreal lower bracket run, and to be able to clutch up 4 times back-to-back in game 3s, incredible.
It's just something that you would only expect from Nouns Esports to successfully deliver, and they did. And that, as impressive as it is, it's not surprising. They just have that clutch factor, and as you said, it was all on game 3s too. So this is just as great of a Unite start to the season for UCS Aeos Cup Play-Ins that you would have asked for.
Draco, what do we feel like the secret sauce was here? Do we think that it was anything in particular, or was it just the good old power of friendship, perhaps?
Quite literally, Nouns Esports. Again, they've been playing together for quite some time, and we somewhat mentioned it earlier. Blaine has been in that manager position, knows exactly how this team plays, and it goes to show the mental fortitude of this team to, like you said, 4 basically back against the wall scenarios, and they had the ice in their veins to stick through all of it. And Relic, we had a question about if this Nouns roster, lacking Soreyu, can make an impact. Well, they have made the biggest splash in this season's opening event.
Yeah, they most certainly had the last laugh, didn't they? Kello, I'm apart from being thoroughly impressed with Nouns, we also have to look at it from the Gen 5 side of things. As much as we can say where it went so right, where do we think it went wrong? Because certainly that draft in game 3, I know it's game 3 after the bracket reset, but it looked so good.
Oh, I guess, in terms of things going wrong, it ends up being that final fight, losing that Rayquaza. I mean, the thing is, you've got to give them credit. They didn't give up. It's losing that fight, being taken down and giving Nouns the opportunity to just go and rip it for themselves and take that win condition away from Gen 5. But honestly, like, my breath is just taken away right now.
And quite rightly, you called it beautifully, as did Sophie, of course, for the majority of that series. And I want to just talk a little bit about, just in general, how we feel Toonslim and Gatlu worked together, because we see Toonslim as sort of like the primary shot caller now. Gatlu, historically, the captain. But there were so many times, not just in that last series in particular, but over the entire lower bracket run, where we see Gatlu making a great call and the rest of the team followed. Toon making a great play and the rest of the team looking inspired. It's a duo made in heaven, no?
I would say so. I highly agree. Relic, the two of them together have been doing so well on the double speedster picks that sometimes I am very critical about, because maybe it's going to be too squishy, but when you have that mentality of the speedsters going into the backline, executing, making sometimes flashy plays, the midnight slashes that connect with taking objectives, the triple tramples that set up the whole team, the Zashians that have been doing really well as well, not on the speedsters, but that we also saw coming out for Toon. It's just overall, this duo and the whole squad, thoroughly impressed with Blaine, as you have rightfully pointed out as well, that have been working in such cohesion that they totally deserve to have the prize.
And Draku, in the background of all of this, 10 games without a Darkrai in sight, either on the ban bench or actually picked up in draft. Nouns Esports with the vision to see past what people are expecting to see. This is the sort of ingenuity that we want to see from these Western teams, right? The ability to say no to the meta and to try and trailblaze for themselves.
Darkrai, I'm excited to see what at least the end tournament percentage for this Pokemon, but there were a number of surprises on my end. Garchomp having such high representation today. Some not so surprising things like Mimikyu, Blissey, Miraidon. We were talking about those Pokemon to watch, but the metagame is ever evolving with every single patch and literally every single week as teams both in the East and West continue to explore this game. And I'm excited to start this season, really.
Oh, me too. Incredible start, but we've got to have an interview with one of these incredible players now. So let's have a look at who we've got from the wonderful Nouns Esports squad. No, it's Toonslim. Yo,
Hi.
my dude, what an incredible series. A bracket reset as well. Are you okay? Lower brackets? Like, you just make these lower bracket runs for a living at this point.
I mean, this one was crazy. None of us expected to win this tournament, I'm not gonna lie. Like, we talked about it, but, the state of our team is not good right now. I pulled Blaine out of a dumpster 3 days ago, brushed him off and said, "You're playing support, buddy." And he was like, "Okay." Like, Adasu has no idea what's going on. He's just playing attackers. I'm just picking a random on every game, because I haven't practiced any of them. And we're just sending it. We're really happy.
Oh, well, now you've got plenty of practice. It'll be in a tournament setting. That honestly makes it feel a little bit more impressive to me that you've been able to pull this one out of the bag. But that does also highlight, I'm presuming that you guys do have a long-term plan in place. Can we expect to see any changes anytime soon? I mean, certainly in terms of EUIC coming up as well. Super important tournament.
There might be something in the works, but I can't confirm anything yet. We're going to just see what happens.
The tease. Well, thank you very much. We won't keep you for much more of your time. I know you want to celebrate Toon, so thank you so very much for your time, and congratulations once again.
Thank you, and good job today.
Cheers, thank you. Oh, what a nice guy. What a
That's
nice
so
guy.
kind.
Lovely. Hey, Kello, apparently Nouns Esports were not expecting to win. They thought that they were terrible, and they pulled Blaine out of a dumpster, and Toon was just picking stuff for fun. How do we feel about that?
Look, it's a new season, a new era, a new meta that we are going into. But one thing is for certain, even though there may be some mix-ups here and there in terms of the roster, yeah, pulling Blaine out of the dumpster, the one consistent thing with Europe is just Nouns being at the top. So there's no doubt there. I mean, obviously, in terms of Europe, there are definitely some strong teams, and this is only the first one, but that's just got to be such a boost to their motivation going on into season 2025.
I believe the saying goes, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And whoa, segue, North America coming up next with the four lads that you know and love from the last couple of years. Sprayles, Dubsnack, Zoinks, and Wonder Chef will be on your screens in good time. Let's have a little check at the clock. Oh, I want to say in about, 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes. So time for a little bit of a walkabout, time to hydrate yourselves. But then you should be back here because North America, the bracket is stacked. More information, I'll let those lads handle it in due time. But for us, it's time for final thoughts. Soph, online season officially begun for season 4 of the UNITE Championship Series. And EU, maybe some question marks on an international level, but in terms of the internals, looking pretty spicy.
Oh, yeah, because there were a couple of question marks on LAIC for Nouns Esports. I was a little bit doubtful, but I guess just bringing Blaine out of the dumpster. I think everybody has to say that phrase equally, so that we all had the opportunity to say that on broadcast. It's such a good phrase. So thank you, Tuneslim, for that, for providing such an incredible moment to this gig. Oh, yes. Nouns Esports showing that they are the name that they have always been. The lower bracket run is their home. And again, not because they deserve to be there, but just because they thrive under pressure. And there is just so much to expect from this team going forward.
Draco, first one is in the bag. Breathe, relax. I won't throw any curveballs at you. My question is simple. Did you have a good time, my friend?
I had a wonderful, wonderful time. I hope you all at home enjoyed the broadcast for us forecasters, and we can't wait to see you in all but 2 weeks for the monthly December finals for the EU region and all the Western regions. So make sure to tune into all of those. We'll be back very, very soon.
Oh, setting me up a treat, Draco. Kello, first time that money is on the line outside of LAIC, of course. $3,500 prize pool. The journey for some teams properly starts there. Fingers crossed we get more of what we saw today, right?
Oh, 100%. This is just setting the scene for what's to come. And, there's no doubt that every season that we have at the UCS is always a banger. So, you know what? We have started off with a bang for sure.
Couldn't agree more. Well, thank you so much to everyone who tuned in. Very early start. We appreciate you so, so much. Be sure to follow the channel if you haven't already, and indeed all Pokemon Unite socials. It's going to be a heck of a season. This is just the beginning, believe me. But also, a reminder, don't go too far, because after this, the stream stays live and North America is on its way. So from all of us here at the EU crew, thank you so much. Take care, and we'll join you in chat in just a little bit.